Good evening. I would like to call this meeting to order. Will the secretary please call the roll?
Anna Braun,
Here.
Tim Cummings.
Here.
Jamie Falco.
Here.
Jamie Falco is participating remotely. Louis Figueroa,
Here.
Lori Herrick,
Here.
Lee Woo Hong,
Here.
Lori Lax, Wilbur Pan,
Here.
Heather Gloss.
Here. Please rise to salute the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Good evening, everyone. The New Jersey Open Public Meeting Law was enacted to ensure the right of the public to have advance notice of and to attend the meetings of public bodies at which any business affecting their interest is discussed and acted upon. In accordance with the provisions of this act, the East Brunswick Board of Education has caused notice of this meeting to be published by having the date, time, and place thereof posted at the Board of Education offices. Written notice was also provided to the Sentinel, the Newark Star Ledger, the Home News Tribune, the Alternative Press of East Brunswick, and the Municipal Clerk of East Brunswick. All Board of Education meetings, with the exception of executive session discussions, are videotaped for later broadcast. It is the policy of the Board of Education that videotaped meetings are not edited for any purpose. Individuals who speak at the board's public meeting should be aware of these videotaping rules. All right. We have a need for a closed session. Whereas the Board of Education must discuss matters which are not appropriate for discussion in a public meeting, and whereas these subjects are within the exception to the Open Public Meeting Act and are permitted to be discussed in closed session pursuant to NJSA 10-4-12B, and whereas the Board of Education intends to discuss matters as follows, items listed on tonight's agenda. Whereas the length of the closed session is estimated to be 1 hour, after which the public meeting of the board shall reconvene and action will be taken. Can I have a motion, please?
Move.
Moved by Mr. Hong, second by Dr. Pan. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? All right.
Yep,
We are
motion
in
carries.
closed. We will see everyone in an hour. Thank you. We are back, and we are going to begin with the superintendent's report.
Thank you, President Gloss. Good evening, everyone. Tonight's superintendent's report is going to be a little bit different. It's going to be a prelude to the tentative budget presentation, which will follow. Tonight's about balancing excellence, the challenge of academics, athletics, and arts in East Brunswick Public Schools. East Brunswick Public Schools has long been a beacon of excellence in education, striving to offer students robust academic programs, competitive athletic opportunities, and thriving arts education. However, maintaining this balance has become increasingly difficult in an era of dwindling state aid, strict tax caps, and rising inflationary costs. The challenge for district administrators, board members, educators, and the community at large is how to sustain and enhance these programs without placing an undue financial burden on taxpayers or compromising the quality of education. The financial strain. A decline in state aid is forcing local municipalities like East Brunswick to absorb a larger share of educational expenses. At the same time, the state's tax levy cap limits the ability school districts can increase property taxes beyond the 2% level annually, even as costs continue to rise. Inflation has only compounded these difficulties as expenses for essential resources such as textbooks, technology, transportation, and facility maintenance have escalated. Salaries will always be part of our equation. We are a people organization. Reasonable salary should be a minimum expectation. Attracting and retaining quality staff to teach all our students, to prepare them for graduation and a purposeful life is paramount. We also need talent to address student and family social and emotional needs, to run and maintain our schools, transport our students, and secure our campuses. So maintaining academic excellence. East Brunswick has consistently ranked among the top districts in the state, boasting high test scores and rigorous advanced placement programs. Last year, East Brunswick students took over 1,650 AP exams. Additionally, our students have accumulated 3,584 dual enrollment college credits so far this year, and they're on track to accumulate at least an additional 50 college credits before the end of this school year. So what does all that mean? Based on U.S. average credit cost among state universities, those dual enrollment credits could be worth nearly $1.5 million as an in-state student and over $4.9 million as an out-of-state student. Our students also demonstrate exceptionally impressive college acceptance rates. However, preserving this level of excellence requires significant investment in teacher training, curriculum development, and cutting-edge technology. With limited resources, administrators and the board must prioritize spending, often making difficult choices between classroom resources and extracurricular activities. To combat financial constraints, the district has pursued alternative funding sources such as grants and exploring the expansion of our already robust enterprise revenue-generating activities. One of those is where we're all sitting tonight. This facility is in use every single weekend and generates revenue for the district. Additionally, leveraging digital tools has helped reduce costs while maintaining high educational standards. The role of athletics. Athletic programs not only promote physical well-being, but also teach students discipline, teamwork, and leadership skills. However, maintaining quality sports programs requires funding for equipment, uniforms, coaching staff, facility maintenance, transportation, and officials. With the rising operational costs, we have already been forced to impose 100% pay-to-play fees for ice hockey and dance. East Brunswick has sought to keep its athletic programs inclusive. Still, the challenge remains in ensuring all students, regardless of financial background, have equal opportunities to participate in sports. Sustaining the arts. The arts, music, theater, visual arts, are an integral part of a well-rounded education. In numerous emails, we hear the arts community's concerns. In spite of what you have heard, the arts are not where we first look to make cuts when budgets tighten. In East Brunswick, arts programs have continued to thrive due to exceptionally high participation, strong community support, and with the assistance of the East Brunswick Educational Foundation grants, along with other external grant opportunities. To sustain the arts, the district has creatively integrated arts education into core subjects, applied for state and national arts funding, and leveraged technology to provide virtual art experiences. So the community effort. The future of East Brunswick's well-balanced educational offerings relies on a collective problem-solving effort among school officials, school board members, parents, students, and the greater community. Advocacy for fairer state funding formulas, active and respectful participation in school board meetings, and continued attention to budgeting strategies will be crucial in navigating these financial challenges. During this entire budget process, we've incorporated input from multiple sources. We did not start out this process wanting to modify the huge schedule that took so much effort to create. We did not start this process wanting to impact music programs that we have built over the years. And we did not want to start out this process wanting to collapse positions and lose high-quality staff. But what we know is maintaining our status quo is no longer the option. It has been reinforced from the state that the next 3 to 5 years are fraught with financial obstacles. The state school funding formula has not had significant modifications since last year. Rising personal wealth among district residents, in addition to accelerating property valuations, continue to negatively influence current and forecasted state aid allocations for our district. In fact, if you are an East Brunswick homeowner, the market value of your investment has risen significantly in the past 4 years. In spite of this, East Brunswick Schools remains committed to upholding a tradition of excellence in academics, athletics, and the arts. And through strategic planning, creative solutions, and unwavering community support, the district continues to find ways to provide students with a rich and well-rounded educational experience despite economic constraints. Finally, I want to reinforce that the board will take action on a tentative budget tonight. Our budget is not finalized. It will continue to be a work in process, exploring every opportunity to present a sustainable budget for final adoption in April. Additionally, as of tonight, middle school and 9th grade sports remain in the budget. 4th grade band and orchestra remain in the budget, and late buses at the high school remain in the budget. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Dr. Valesky. All right, we move on to the fiscal year 2026 tentative budget.
So we'll start out with reviewing some key dates that have already passed and then what we have looking forward. Community that are not aware of the timelines, the funding issue regarding state aid was initially kicked off with the governor delivering his budget message at the end of February 25th. That was his message to the legislature. February 27th was when the district, along with all school districts throughout the state, received the state aid information. We held a special board meeting on March 3rd to share that information and for the board to discuss options for reduction. And here we are tonight for a tentative budget adoption. There's no doubt with the issues that are on the table that the board will need, I would say, 1 to 2 special meetings to finalize any revisions that might be made prior to the public hearing. So that'll be something that we'll need to discuss and schedule. April 24th is the date for the public hearing on the budget. The time frame for having that public hearing is between April 24th and May 7th. And no changes may occur after the public hearing, and we actually need to know whatever changes would be made. We would need to know that prior to that April 24th date. Final budget adoption is scheduled for May 8th. Let's talk about state aid. This chart depicts the history of state aid over the years. Most recently, well, first of all, for the fiscal 2026 budget, state aid is going down once again, this time for $1.16 million. Over the last 2 years, the district will have sustained a $2.5 million reduction. Charter school increases. Community has heard me talk time and time again regarding charter school and the diversion of funds to charter schools. There are several charter schools that funds go to, the majority of which is the Hatikva International Academy Charter School. The charter school increase that we are obliged to budget in fiscal 2026 increases that amount by $668,000 for this tentative budget. That increase for the last 2 years alone has been more than $1.4 million. And over the history of having to pay funds, resources that come out of the district budget toward charter schools, that total has been over $51.3 million. Health benefits. Health benefits are a part of the function. We are a people business, and this chart depicts what's happening with health benefits. It's broken down into the medical and prescription components, dental, vision, and the employee contributions. We have seen health benefits increase in the medical and prescription areas by 7% last year and prospectively for the 26 budget. Originally, that was projected to be up to 10%. Unfortunately, that number has improved, but it's all based on claims experience. We have no control over what those claims experience numbers come out to. And nevertheless, this is a significant impact to the school district budget. Take a few moments to talk about state aid. We mentioned the variances or the loss of state aid. This chart indicates where those changes actually occurred. You'll see equalization aid, one of the several components of aid, significantly reduced through the state's funding formula, reduced by $7.5 million. Increases were then also reflected in transportation aid, special education aid, and security aid. But the net impact was a 3% reduction in state aid. And as Dr. Valesky mentioned, we've been told by the state to expect continued reductions in aid over the next 3 to 5 years. Another item up on the chart was stabilization aid. That was additional aid that the state granted to East Brunswick last year after it had implemented a significant cut to our state aid. That was approximately $594,000. That was one time. It allowed us to reinstate a number of positions last year, but that funding does not repeat itself. And so right out of the gate, that is an additional reduction to our resources. And of course, what I mentioned a few moments ago with regard to the charter schools, $668,000 additionally going to charter school funding. What's impacting the budget? Many of these items are similar items to what were presented and discussed at prior board meetings, but they warrant a repeating. We are a people business. Salaries are going up $4.28 million, which was 4.06%. This is prior to any reductions. Health benefits increasing $2.06 million. It's almost an 8% increase. Again, this is prior to any reductions in the budget. Out-of-district tuition increasing over $1 million. And I make a footnote to this. I received an updated analysis a couple of days ago that reflect that number increasing a little bit more from there. Electricity. Significant increases are expected. We received notice that electricity will be increasing over 17% electricity charges. That's $310,000. Custodial services to keep our facilities clean, increasing $180,000. I won't belabor this next one. I've mentioned it already a couple of times on charter schools. And a couple of meetings ago, we discussed the impact of the special education Medicaid initiative, which is a revenue source where essentially school districts do all of the work and get a little bit of money from the state and federal government, and the state and the federal governments receive most of the money. There's a change that we were recently notified of for how those calculated amounts will be paid out in the future, and it's a substantial decrease in our revenue, substantial enough that our revenue in that area is estimated to decrease by over $230,000. The amount that we increase the amount of state aid that we receive certainly is going down. When we take into consideration the amount of tax levy that we can grow in 1 year, which is a 2% increase, plus any adjustments that may result from health benefits going up. The net impact of that doesn't come close to addressing the salary and benefit impacts on the budget. And so we're left with a hole and having to fill that. What are the budget reductions? And this is a tentative budget. There are opportunities to make change, but one of the things I will say, and I say now, I've said it before and it'll be said again, is that anything that comes off the list has to be substituted in kind with something else of an equal dollar amount. Budget reductions by consensus of the board at the last meeting. Elementary schools will not be open beyond 6:15 p.m. For individuals that utilize and groups that utilize the elementary schools for meetings, those opportunities will still exist at any of the other 3 schools, whether it be Hammersholt, Churchill, or the high school. So those meetings and gatherings can still take place. In the event that there is an absolute need for one of those events to take place at an elementary school, then in those instances, the individual groups will need to pay for the cost of security. Restructuring speech services. In this instance, we've looked at how to reduce that cost and improve on the services. And this involves eliminating some contracted services and hiring additional staff to help support these services. Summer ESL. That program is abolished for the summer. The Fairview trip is abolished. Student agendas at Hammersholt are cut. The late bus service at Churchill and Hammersholt are eliminated. The district has absorbed credit card fees for online payments. Beginning next fiscal year, the district will not absorb those payments. That will be passed on to the credit card holders. That alone is worth $120,000. Six-period stipends. Six-period stipends have supported honors music co-teaching model at Churchill, late in and early out for grade 12, core content electives at the high school. We'll be optimizing study skill scheduling, and these are all reductions in six-period stipends. Spanish electives, and generally increases in class sizes at Churchill and the high school. We're restructuring the therapeutic mental health services. That means they're not going away. We're restructuring how they're provided. We've been utilizing a contracted service to do that work. That has worked for us for a number of years, but moving forward, we will be hiring our own positions to provide those services at a savings. And so that will be a change in the budget. Graduation transportation for the high school. Individuals will be transporting themselves to the graduation venue. Administrator positions are reduced. There were 4 positions reduced in the budget. Teaching positions. There are reductions in teaching positions in K-6. This is strictly related to enrollment, and these would have occurred regardless. The numbers of an enrollment always dictate what those position needs are. Special education has several positions that will be reduced in instruction. This does not affect compliance with special education programs. This is also a function of the enrollment, and we will be able to continue to provide the services necessary. Grade 7 science will be offset, a position eliminated there, offset by 6-period stipends. Band and orchestra co-teaching model at Churchill and Hammersholt. A general increase in class sizes, K to 4, and revising the school schedule for Hammersholt. In addition, there are a couple of secretarial positions being eliminated at the high school. And on the revenue side, fees for clubs and activities and athletics are being increased, and increases to the fees for users of the Early Learning Academy, the After School Kids program, and the Early Morning program. Our bottom line, our current budget stands at $198+ million. The tax levy, general fund tax levy is increasing by $3.9 million. That's a 2.72% increase. That amount includes the use of banked cap, which enables the district to exceed the 2%. That banked cap is a little over $1 million. Debt service fund, that is the mortgage for bonds that have been issued in the past. The tax levy increase is $411,000, almost $412,000. The combined budgeted tax increase is 4.3, almost $4.4 million, for an overall increase of 2.3%, 2.83%, pardon me. The state recently, Department of Education recently provided notification regarding what is called tax levy incentive aid. I believe there is a $20 million pot that the Department of Education will be distributing based on applications from qualified school districts. East Brunswick has been identified as a qualified school district, and we certainly will be making the necessary application for that. The amount is up to $1 million, but I caution that based on the guidelines, which are very poorly written from the DOE, but our interpretation of the guidelines will not bring us anywhere close to that $1 million. That remains to be seen. It depends on what other school districts do. There are about 300 school districts that qualify for this tax levy incentive aid, but that is something that we will be looking toward, hopefully in the next couple of weeks. The DOE has not yet provided any information on how that application process will work. So looking forward, we do need to schedule additional board meetings for the board to engage in additional discussions. The public hearing is scheduled for April 24th.
All right, thank you. All right, moving on to the shining light of our evening. Our student representatives report from the high school. Rishi.
Good evening, everyone. It's only been 2 weeks since we last met, but there's been plenty of exciting news, different events and competitions at the high school. Our spring athletics season is in full swing with tryouts concluded for most sports and preseason training well underway. The boys volleyball team wrapped up 4 days of competitive tryouts last week featuring fun games and drills. Meanwhile, the girls softball and field hockey teams made great use of a brand new state-of-the-art turf facility. Both the boys and girls lacrosse teams also competed in their first scrimmages against local towns this week. Senior and girls lacrosse player Savannah Newman shared her excitement, saying, "I'm so thrilled for this lacrosse season, especially with our new varsity coach and the incredible bond our team has. Everyone is working hard, and winning our first scrimmage was just the beginning. I can't wait to see what we accomplish this season." Official spring sports games kick off in the first week of April, so be sure to come out and support our Bears. Students aren't just dominating on the field, however. Last week, our robotics team traveled to Robbinsville High School to compete in the annual FRC robotics competition. Each year, students are challenged to design and build a robot capable of competing in a unique game. This year's task required robots to successfully sort and retrieve balls from a complex series of pipes. After an intense day of 3v3 matches and standout individual performances, our team broke the East Brunswick record for points scored. Senior and programming president Kusha Shah reflected on the experience, saying, "My team and I worked diligently to design, wire, and code our FRC competition robot, ensuring its mechanisms performed all necessary functions. This past week, we executed our vision successfully in a strong regional performance. With the amount of points we earned, we're hopeful to qualify for the district competition at Lehigh University." In addition to robotics, our Future Biz Leaders of America Club competed at the annual state-level competition this past weekend in Atlantic City. To qualify, students had to pass rigorous exams on various business topics, ranging from entrepreneurship to social media marketing. At the competition, participants were given 20 minutes to analyze a case study, develop a solution, and present their ideas. By the end of the event, many students had earned awards and accolades reflecting their hard work and dedication. Most notably, Senior and FBLA Executive Officer Kavin Senthil won first place in the entire state for his presentation on agribusiness. Kavin shared his excitement, saying, "The FBLA State Leadership Conference was an amazing experience, and I'm so grateful for the opportunity to compete. Winning first place in agribusiness was an honor, and I couldn't have done it without the support of my teammates and advisors." Shifting away from extracurriculars, yesterday marked the beginning of our second semester parent-teacher conferences. Students will have half days for the rest of the week, while teachers stay after school to meet with parents and guardians. As a second semester senior, I have to admit, it's finally nice to have my mom stop interrogating each of my teachers about what I do in class. On behalf of students, I'd like to thank all of the teachers for their hard work this week, and I wish all the parents and guardians the best of luck with their conferences. Looking ahead to this weekend, our drama club concludes its annual spring production of Mamma Mia. After an incredible performance last week, one that I've heard my teachers raving about, the cast and crew will take the stage again this Friday and Saturday. You can purchase tickets online at ebhs.booktix.com to support these hardworking students. Looking ahead, I won't be able to attend our next meeting, but for an exciting reason. In the first week of April, our AP Institute for Political and Legal Education will be heading to Washington, D.C. to represent New Jersey in the National We the People Civics Competition. So while I'll certainly miss you all, I'll promise to make up for it with a very detailed update about my adventures in Washington, D.C. Thank you all, and have a great evening.
Thank you, Rishi. My apologies to the board. I need to back up a little bit. After Mr. Giuliano's report, I needed to come to the board for questions and comments, and I was excited to get to the high school report and went past that. I do apologize. I did want to say, from my own perspective, the tax levy incentive aid, for the state to come out with this and not yet have the application, not have really robust guidelines when our budget is on such a tight schedule, the district will apply for this, of course, but it is very frustrating for the administrative team to see any amount of relief being offered, but not within our timeline, really. All right, questions from the board regarding the presentation? Mr. Hong.
So for this tax levy incentive act, so if we did get something, so I just want to make sure, our students and our teachers are being taken care of first. In order to get this thing this morning I received a notice about the senator's budget hearing. The next one will be March 26, which is a Wednesday, in NJIT, Newark campus. Another one is April 10, which is a virtual hearing. So I encourage everyone in this town to appeal at least one of these, to let them know we desperately need this incentive aid. The more people show up, the more likely they will know our name there, and they will likely will get more. So this is my opinion. I will go at least one of those 2 hearings. I encourage everyone go and express your concern, your worry, and your demand. Thank you.
Thank you. Wilbur?
Thanks for that, Bernie. I have a couple questions. First, very basic question. The 2 board meetings that are to be scheduled, are those open to the public as well?
Yes.
Okay, good. Thanks. The other is that in terms of the tax levies that we can expect in our budget for, I've been spending a decent amount of time looking at other school districts and what their situations are. We're certainly not the only ones in this position, but one thing I did note was that there is an additional levy that could be given as an adjustment for increase in health care costs. We certainly have an increase in health care costs. And for example, Franklin Township, in their budget, they had an additional $3.5 million via that mechanism. Is there a reason why we're not, we don't have the same sort of?
We do. That is being utilized. The increase that we have, that I mentioned, the banked cap, that was generated through increase in healthcare costs. And that amount for us is in excess of $1 million.
Okay, so that's wrapped into the
That's
bank
wrapped
cap.
in,
Okay,
yes.
thanks. That's all I have, thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else? Lori?
Thank you. I have 2 questions. First, regarding the charter school, Activa. I've seen some discussion or some confusion regarding the fact that we own those buildings and pay for them. And so I'd just like to have you just say what our relationship is or how we support or work with the charter school, and what our relationship is in regards to the building management, the building ownership, any of that.
So,
Specifically, Mrs. Herrick, you're talking about the charter school?
Yes, yeah.
We do not own the building. Our relationship with the charter school is to pay tuition to our district residents who attend. We are obligated for transportation, and we do provide security oversight and resource in terms of just our expertise and, just to make sure that they themselves maintain a safe campus. We don't provide any human resources other than going there to observe and to guide. I think that is the extent of our obligation.
Okay, thank you. That's what I believed, but I just wanted to clarify that. I also want to ask another point that I know has come up a lot for discussion, and that is in regards to planning and looking towards the future. Regarding this budget and last year and the future, but I know that there's only a certain amount of money that we can save, that we can put aside. Like if we said, okay, we know we're going to be cut for the next couple of years, unfortunately, we are capped at the amount of money that we could save or put on the side as a fund, because we take in money, taxes, and that taxes is supposed to be spent on the students and utilized in our schools. So I know a lot of people have concerns about why didn't we save, or why didn't we plan monetarily for this? And I'd just like you to talk for a moment or two about how much we're able to save, how much we're able to put into our funds.
sure. So, school districts, East Brunswick, other school districts, are limited to maintaining 2% in our fund balance. We can't maintain more. Anything more than that must be used to offset the next year's budget. We typically offset with a budget fund balance of approximately $4.6 million. That comes from funds that were not used in the prior year. That maintains the 2%. That 2% is looked at from the state as being the emergency reserve. We're not allowed to dip into that without the Commissioner of Education's approval. And then there would need to be a plan for how do we replenish. So basically, it's, you leave it there and can't do anything with it.
Okay, thank you. Just one more. I also think that it's helpful to point out, I know a lot of people also have questions regarding what steps we've taken in the past year regarding where we were last year, regarding losing funding, and where we are this year. And so I just like to point out, and feel free, Dr. Valesky, Mr. Juliana, to add, the things that I thought about or know that we've done is that any position that had gone through attrition, meaning we didn't, somebody retired or left and we didn't need to fill it, we took that off. We had, last year after we found out our state funding, we asked the Department of Education to verify our enrollment because a lot of our funding is based on enrollment numbers. Dr. Valesky, you had talked to Kevin Deemer, who is the Department of Education Commissioner. We have, many of us at the time, and continue to do so, reach out to our legislator representatives, not only for our district, but for others. And sometimes people ask me, why do you go and talk to others? So I'm our New Jersey School Board representative, and we have the opportunity to speak to legislators from all different districts throughout the state. And what makes it a unique opportunity is that people or legislators for counties in the south or north of New Jersey don't know the uniqueness of, let's say, our town, right, and our special education population, and the needs of that population, and what it's monetarily that we don't receive funding that covers all of the special education students that we have. We'll take another one like Monroe, for example, who's one of our neighbors. Other legislators in the state don't realize that they have a high senior population and that affects their taxes. So the more we speak and educate other legislators, they're all voting on these things as when they get to it, when it's brought up. So it's really important that we provide education and outreach to not just the people that represent us, but throughout the state of New Jersey. Also, as a parent, I did go to Trenton. Many of us were on a meeting with Dr. Gopal with the past few months for New Jersey school boards. We asked him, Dr. Valesky addressed specifically our out-of-district cost and how we can, we're in the middle of like a school year and we get a notification that the cost is gonna rise, and we have a contract and we have to abide by that contract. We have to pay that obligation. That is our obligation. And so we asked if there could be some more clarity. I don't know, Dr. Valesky, where you guys left off. I know you were going to take your conversation with him to the side, and he had wanted to reach out and speak to you further. He also had a bill, I think it was S3197. It had, although not changes to the funding formula, it had some changes to capping at 3%, capping at 2%, transparency in the funding formula, looking at local share averages of 3 or 5 years instead of just 1 year. Unfortunately, that kind of stalled in committee. So we're waiting to see where that goes. A lot of us have really been trying to talk about the uniqueness and the needs of our district. And so I think that it's important that anybody who needs talking points, wants to write to our legislators, that you reach out. I'm more than happy to help. I know Dr. Valesky and Mr. Juliana are as well. I put that offer out there many months ago as a parent when I went to talk in Trenton at one of the school funding hearings. This isn't a problem that our district alone is facing, and even with just a cut in aid, if you think of 1.3 or $1.1 million, those is a lot of funding that covers a lot of our programming that sets us apart. And I know for me, a lot of the response that I get when I talk to legislators is East Brunswick received a lot of funding for the past few years. And so and again, this is not me speaking, this is what I'm told, that if you want to keep the programs that you have, if the parents in the community want to upkeep those schools to that high standard, then they should pay. Like, they see us as a wealthy community that has offered a lot to our constituents, our families, our schools, and they say, look, you guys have really benefited years before this. And so now we're looking at it, and it's not just here. Middletown is closing schools. Jackson Township is putting 2 high schools together. We have many other towns that are selling schools or trying to figure out how to make up for the gaps that they have in their funding. And as was said, we only have a certain percentage that we can save, and we already know that even with the tax levy, our salaries alone are over that. Our healthcare benefits alone are over that. So it's really hard to plan for the future when we're trying to deal with these financial things. So I don't know if you have any more to add as far as things that we've tried to do in the past year. I know, sorry, I went over a lot. But I think it's just helpful for the community to think about the process that we've overtaken. And I think also something else that stands out is doing this. So in years previous, we've had a finance committee, and the finance committee would meet and go over some of the nuts and bolts of what's going on before it got to the full board, and then the public. And so now in our past few meetings this year, you've seen us have these discussions in public. So it's real-time information. It's exactly what we're working with. We're sitting here trying to go through the information. And I think since our last meeting, probably at least 2 hours of every day has been devoted to trying to go through what other schools are going through, what else. I mean, we had a legislative committee for New Jersey school boards last weekend. So I think a lot of us are just trying to get a grasp on what we can do. And of course, sending questions, information, ideas that we have to administration to see what they can do as well. And they've been very receptive in all of it as far as community feedback and board feedback. But I don't know if you have anything else that you could add.
I want to take the community back 11 years. And when I came to East Brunswick in 2014, that was right in the tail of Governor Christie's severe cuts to schools. He decimated schools. And in the years that followed, we were able to recoup some of that money, and we built really good programs. And the students that are assembled here tonight to advocate for those programs, and the parents that are assembled here to advocate for those programs, they exist because boards of education supported expanding academics, the arts, and athletics. We are in a much different position today than we were a decade ago because we did get additional funding that we were entitled to but was held by the state. And we started recouping that. But the state decided to implement this school funding formula. And one of the things that we discovered just in a meeting not too many weeks ago is that the state actually put a 3% loss threshold on the funding. So throughout the state, you'll see districts that lost 3%. Had they not put that threshold there, we would have lost substantially more state aid funding this year. And so we know from putting those numbers into formulas here that we can anticipate, as Mr. Giuliano said, probably over the next 3 to 4 years, we're going to be encountering a 3% cut if they maintain that threshold.
Thank you.
I just think personally that is my frustration, is that we were able to grow really great programs, and we did that when we had resources. And it seems like we are now tearing that apart to some degree because of the financial situation that we find ourselves in.
Thank you. I just also want to add that what was done this year was done by Governor Murphy. We have no legislation capping it. So a new governor that comes in, if that's not a priority for that person, they don't have to cap it unless we have legislative measures in place, and I think that's why a lot of us are pushing for it. A lot of us that have spoke about it for the past year, not just in our school district, but many others throughout the state, find ourselves frustrated that here we are a year later and we still don't have legislative means to cap, but we are at the mercy, I guess we'll say, of our next governor. If they don't want to cap a loss, there doesn't have to be a cap. And also this year we saw a little more transparency when you were able to look at the numbers online in a public document. Sometimes in the past it hasn't been so detailed. And I know for those of us who were waiting and refreshing every minute for our numbers to come out, we saw a little more clarity about the breakdown of the aid that was available to the public that has not happened at times in the past. But those are things that we're burdened with right now that I think it's important for the community to understand.
And if it helps, I've spent a decent amount of time trying to dig into for myself to understand why we're in the financial situation that we're in and understand the rules by which we have to deal with our finances. And I know that I've put together this information, and I just did this on my own independently with Google and the DOE website, so that was awesome. And I came to exactly the same conclusions, and like almost all the points that Lori made are things that I came to independently. So I don't know if that helps in terms of, how believable this story is, but, to me, I'm pretty set on understanding what the real root causes of our situation are. I've talked a little bit about this at previous board meetings, but in a nutshell, it's our inability to put enough money away and combined with the limited amount of money that we can raise to cover foreseeable expenses. We can completely predict, what our future costs might be. We still don't have the ability to put money away and to raise additional funds to cover that. And that mathematically just does not work. That affects every single school district in the state. But the other thing that affects us specifically is the unfair way that school districts are supported for taking care of special education students. And we all know we do a great job with that. But the way that the state makes assumptions on the special education population puts us at a disadvantage because they basically assume that we have a much lower special education population than we do. And just to put some numbers on it, and these numbers are rough, but there are two ways of looking at this. The state is saying that they will help support about 1,250, 1,300 special education students here in East Brunswick. And the remaining 250 to 300 that we have are not supported at all. That seems awfully unfair to me. And the second way of looking at it is that if we actually got fair support for the students that we actually see, that would be a few more $1 million per year into our budget. And we're not receiving that. And the fact that we're actually able to support our student population the way that we do, without having gone into the hole prior to this, to me seems to be like a bit of a minor miracle.
Tim, you were waiting?
Thank you. So thank you for the presentation. I'm generally a pretty optimistic guy, but it feels like, and I think most people would probably agree, that for the foreseeable future, our community will be coming together around this time of year to grieve the loss of positions and programs within our district. I hope I'm wrong, but I have no confidence that the state aid formula will ever turn in our favor. And again, I hope I'm wrong. I recall either at the meeting on the 3rd or prior to that, and I just wanted to bring this up as it relates specifically to this report. We at one point had talked about closing Bound Monroe and redistricting. I'm not saying that I'm in favor of that, but I'm just curious, and for the community's sake, why that was entirely removed from the proposal.
Mr. Cummings, one of the reasons why is because we want to ensure the community that the students at Bound Monroe and their families understand when they get moved, where they're going to reside. And we are trying to protect the cohort model as much as possible. And so we understand the friendships and relationships that students make at that school, that small school. So looking at a solution that would minimize the impact to students. The other thing is, I feel very strongly that closing Bound Monroe for the sake of closing Bound Monroe is not a prudent decision. We need to have a revenue generating activity at Bound to be able to offset what we already know are forecasted shortfalls in next year's budget. So if we close Bound and do nothing, then we will still have maintenance cost to the facility to some degree to maintain an environment, to make sure we don't have any adverse situations inside the building, and we'll have to protect it. But generating revenue as part of an enterprise fund, I think is going to be one of the components of the future of the success of East Brunswick Public Schools. It has to be.
Can I just clarify that I think some people believe that we're selling Val Monroe and there's no plans to sell?
I'm sorry, Mrs. Herrick, I couldn't hear you.
That there's a plan, I think there's just clarity wanting to be seen out there as to whether or not we have thoughts to close Val Monroe and sell it at this time.
We have not discussed, we haven't presented the board any option to close Bound and sell the facility. That hasn't been discussed with the board previous to tonight.
President Goss.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so just a point of clarification. We know that we have some trouble now, and we expect trouble for the next year, 2, possibly 3. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So what I think we would be very smart to do is to start looking at alternative ways of working this budget, whether it be income or savings, and I think that's what the public really needs to hear. They want to know what we're going to do. You know, what we plan to do differently, and I think that's really what, you know, we can sit all night long and say the state is the bad guy, and quite frankly, I think we all agree. I think the question is, what are we going to do the next year, 2 or 3? Because this community deserves better. I think, and just so everyone is clear, everyone on this board agrees with that. Everyone here, we all know that we deserve better. But I think that's really what we are tasked with, is coming up with new solutions to what seems to be same old problems. And that's really what I think we need to do at this point, moving forward.
Anyone else? Anna?
Now, going back to the budget reductions by consensus, let me just explain a little bit what consensus means. We were handed a document on March the 3rd with a list of potential cuts. I didn't see that document until I sat down at the dais. Now, fortunately, I usually can think pretty quick. But looking at that document, it was absolutely horrifying and gut-wrenching. Now, with the redoing of the Hughes schedule, I would really love to know how much input and notice did the Hughes principal have in that decision? Now, I had asked for a breakdown of the number of teachers by grade and building, so that I could kind of get a feeling like which schools are being hit the hardest. Well, I wasn't able to get that information, so I did the best that I could, and by my best guesstimate, it looks like 39 staff members are being cut between K4 and Hughes. That seems like a really disproportionate number of staff. Now, I know here on this paper it says budget reductions. Some were due to enrollment, but I believe the bulk of them are from the revision of the school schedule. And I can't wait to hear what the parents have to say tonight, because I have read every single one of your emails. I stopped counting when I got to like 120. I know, and more came in. And yeah, so we heard you. And I personally am looking forward to what you have to say next. Another thing I do just want to get in there real quick. the reduction of the band orchestra co-teaching model, and I had asked on March the 3rd, how many students are currently enrolled in Hughes in band and orchestra, and how many kids are enrolled in Churchill band and orchestra? And do we have that number now? Do we know how many students are in those grades? Because if not, I bet people out here will know. I just want to tell you. Okay? But that is a question that I would love to know. When you're cutting half of the music staff, do we understand how many students are being affected? Even though there's no codification for the number of students a teacher can have in a music class. So that's it. Thank you.
All right, if I could, I would like to expand on that somewhat. When we sat at the dais and, as Anna said, looked at the document, the reason for that is because this used to be the Finance Committee. So that happened as a small committee group where we sat down with the document for the first time. This is the first time we've done this in open. So yes, it was a very difficult situation and very hard to do. And last year, when I sat in the first Finance Committee meeting, I had the exact same response, but there were fewer of us in the room. So that's the process as it used to go through multiple stages. This time it was the full board in front of the public, which is what we're trying to do. I would like to say for the administration, the board demands a great deal of information, all of us. We all ask a lot of questions, and people have stepped up to the mic repeatedly and said, we want to see you asking more, pressing for more. Well, we can ask for things up here, which is really difficult. They're not sitting here with computers, with books of numbers. This computer has Ms. Falco on it, actually. But they're not sitting here with all those numbers. So they ask us to submit questions in advance. And boy, do we. You've got to see the list that we send in the emails so that they can give us answers. What we've learned from listening to people is they want to hear us ask these questions here as well, so they know what we're asking, so they know what our thinking is, so they know what we're challenging. And we've been trying to do more of that. I would say that you absolutely did request that information. I was copied on that email. It came in at 4:15 yesterday. So they are getting us this information. We as a board tried to get get our questions in advance because they're working long hours working on the budget. So a list of questions that comes late in the day before the meeting is harder to collect, but they did. Excuse me? Okay, the other thing I wanted to ask for was, we're going to be here a long time tonight. We know this. And I'm actually torn between the number of hours I'm spending a day on the budget is intense.
If everyone can please hold their comments to the public comment section, please. Thank you.
But what I wanted to say is that I'm glad to see the number of emails that we get. When I was talking to parents on Monday night a week ago, a mother was talking about her children. I'm like, wait, I know this story. I read about you sent me an email. I recall this. We've all been reading and reading. And I appreciate the time. I appreciate the email. I appreciate, this is amazing, the amount of passion in the room for our schools and our students, because we are faced with serious problems. And I agree with Lou, it would be great if we could balance our revenue ventures with our current costs. I don't know if that can be done fast enough. The state is pulling money away and our costs are increasing faster than we can establish these things, but we are working hard at it, so we appreciate your input and participation. What I would ask for on behalf of, I think, the rest of the board is just courtesy. This is going to be a long night. I would appreciate people not yelling at each other, yelling at us. We are here to listen to you. And we cannot go back and forth. I apologize. We can't answer. But we are here to listen to you, and we want to hear what we have to say. We would just ask that it be courteous so that people can hear people speaking and so that everyone feels that their voice is heard in a respectful way. Everyone deserves to be heard. Is there anybody else with comments on the presentation? or questions?
I'm sorry if I could. I just discovered this in the document that I've been looking through, the information Dr. Braun asked about. So current participation at Churchill for the band is 235 students. Current participation at Churchill for the orchestra, 277 students. Current participation at Hughes, 206 students in the band and 307 students in the orchestra.
Thank you. Thank you. We are impressed by our students. We love our programs. There is no one up here that wants to see anything cut. We are just trying to find our way. All right, for the good of the cause for the public. The Board of Education recognizes the value of public comment on educational issues and the importance of allowing members of the public to express themselves on school matters of community interest. In order to permit the fair and orderly expression of such comment, the board shall provide a period for public comment at every meeting of the board. Residents are welcome to speak up to 3 minutes. The timing will be kept by the board secretary. I would just request, when you step up to the microphone, you state your name and address, unless you are a student. If you are a student, please just give name and school. Name and school, and that you address your comments to the board. Is there anyone wishing to address the board this evening?
Hi, I am Ariel Evola, and I go to Hughes. I came here to talk about how you are ruining my school with your budget cuts. The last time I was here, I came to talk about Envision and how it made me struggle so much with math. Now I'm here to talk about more changes that are going to affect all the incoming 5th graders because you are taking away the only fun things about Hammersholt. I lost my first 3 years of elementary school because of COVID lockdowns. Did you guys think about my graduating class and all the things we lost already? A lot of my friends are in band, orchestra, and chorus. I used to be in district chorus concerts and even honors chorus, but I was forced to quit chorus to pick the other electives. Now you're taking those away from me too? I was looking forward to piano and family consumer science next year. Those were my first choices. Now I have nothing fun to look forward to if you make this decision. I am begging you to save my school. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you, Ariel.
Hello, I am Evie and Steven, a 5th grade orchestra student at Hughes. I have come to talk about orchestra being cut from schools. I think the school orchestra should not be cut because every day I look forward to my orchestra class. It's amazing how so many students full of dreams and wonder have the opportunity to play an instrument of their choice. It helps me relax playing my instrument, and I think other kids should be able to relax and play an instrument too. It's so fun to play my viola, and my other friends who play the violin, cello, and bass love it a lot too. My older brother, who is now in 8th grade, plays the viola also. I want to play my instrument for as long as I can, but my chance will be cut short. I won't be able to play the viola if you cut the program. My younger brother, who is now in 2nd grade, won't have the chance at all to play an instrument. My older brother will have lots of experience, I will have some, and my little brother will have none. If you cut the orchestra program, many dreams and opportunities will be crushed. Many students with an amazing talent for orchestra won't even know it, and that talent will be wasted. Many students, including myself, love to play their instrument, and it would be really sad if you cut the orchestra program. So please don't cut the program. I am 100% sure that almost every student loves to play their instrument and has the same opinion as me. Thank you for listening. I hope you consider not cutting the orchestra program. Have a great evening.
Thank you.
Sorry for interrupting. Is there any way we could lower the mic? I know there are a lot of kids that are going to be talking and they deserve to be heard. Thanks.
Hi, my
name is Ara Solanki, a 5th grader at Hughes, and we are the 5th grader students that had to make adjustments when our school journey started and had to learn using laptops in kindergarten. We had no personal coaching from teachers and at times still struggle to spell correctly since we never got a proper school experience during COVID. Now with budget cuts, the same batch of kids are put to test once again where you want to take away the music, the orchestra and band program, and international languages. Music helps me and several others calm down during anxious situations. Music also helps most people express their feelings. You are taking away that privilege to do that. The next change you plan to implement are going to further decrease our progress next year. Kids who get selected for Math Prime would be pulled out and would be missing important math lessons. With losing electives and languages, you are taking away our basics to future success. I cherish learning orchestra and still look forward to learning new words in my Spanish class that will help me in the future. For example, learning languages helps with critical thinking. People these days travel to other countries for work and vacations where languages would be beneficial. Harvard University says it enables us to think, express ideas, and share knowledge. Learning languages earlier in childhood helps us in the future. My brother, who is in Lawrenceburg School, has been looking forward to learning an instrument in 4th grade and languages in 5th grade. These changes are going to take away the opportunity me and my classmates had of learning an instrument in 4th and language in 5th. Taking away from other students is not fair. As a request to the board is to please not take away these opportunities that are given to us and weaken our foundational schooling years. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Madeline Yu, and I'm a 7th grade student at Junior Churchill High School. Today I would like to discuss the budget cuts that will affect my academic experience as well as many other students. First off, I am a 7th grader taking level 2 honors Mandarin who would like to be able to reach the 9th grade level of learning. But with the budget cuts, students that don't start in 5th grade, like I did, will not be able to reach the same success as a 9th grader with more experience. And that's why I believe learning a language at 5th grade should be kept. Secondly, the idea of taking away electives in arts. Changing a student's schedule based on the basic curriculum without any electives truly changes how they go about their academic experience. The basic curriculum is made out of the foundational subjects of English, math, science, and social studies. East Brunswick, being known for their blue ribbon schools, is the reason some parents may live in this town. East Brunswick has its Blue Ribbon Award because of the variation of electives we can provide to our students so they can grow. If you take their chance away to grow, then we cannot be as successful as any other town or as any other school. I hope you understand why I believe these budget cuts will affect our school so harshly, and I hope you take this into deep consideration. That's all.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. It's okay that I talk about Bound Monroe, right? Yes? Okay. Good evening. I am Julia Morales, a 6th grader at Hammersholt Upper Elementary School. I would like to provide you of my insight on the budget cuts. First, starting with Bound Monroe. As someone who has attended Bound Monroe from kindergarten to 4th grade, the idea of losing the school daunts me. This school is full of memories I will never forget. The playground, the classrooms, the gyms, and even the hallways give me a rush of nostalgia. Every day was was a new memory, and I hope that I will not be one of the only students to have a great time at Bond Monroe. In conclusion, going to the school was a pleasure, and losing it would be like losing a part of my childhood that I could never visit or come back to. I deeply believe that the budget cuts will heavily affect the childhood and education of so many current and future students. Another topic that I would like to talk about is band. An experience that I will never forget is being in band. It's not just a subject or class, it's much more. Band allows students to express their creativity through a diverse outlet. Band is also the highlight of my educational experience. It does not only allow us to play music, it also helps us to socialize together in our amazing experiences in band, and it gives us a community to have fun with. Additionally, I always know that I could look forward to something in my day with band. I have an older brother in band, and ever since I was little, I've been looking forward to all the opportunities in band, and it has forced me to face the truth that I might not experience these same opportunities as my brother. Therefore, I believe me and many others look forward to an experience found in the enrichment within the arts, which is why we need to dissect this topic as much as we can, and as a community and town, to provide the faces of the future with the best experience we can offer. Thank you for your attention to this matter. I wish you deeply consider the matter, as it will change lives.
Thank you, Julia.
Hello and good evening. I'm Abigail Gagnon from Hughes. I'm a 6th grade student at Hughes. I think that they shouldn't cut out the languages or elective classes at Hughes, or cut some of the languages and electives at Churchill. I think this because I came from a family that didn't speak Italian and ended up teaching my brother the ABCs while practicing them, and he was 6 at the time. I think that the electives should stay in because nobody in my family could play instruments. I learned the flute. Next year, tried out for oboe, made it. A couple months later, got state honors band. This year, I tried out for wind ensemble and found out that I made it today. We're also the best music district in the state. If we start music later, we won't be able to achieve that. Languages and band help me make friends, and I want more kids in our district to get that same opportunity. Charlemagne, a Roman emperor, once said, "To have another language is to possess another soul."
Thank you, Abigail.
Greetings and good afternoon to everyone here. My name is Logan Grasberger Dorman. I'm a 7th grade student at Churchill Junior High School. I am here today to talk about the orchestra and why we should not cut the arts. First, I would like to start off with a story. There was once a time where a boy was in 4th grade. He decided to go into orchestra, and that was one of the best decisions of his life. Now he's standing in front of you, explaining to you why it would be a horrendous idea to cut the orchestra. This year, I learned that the 7th grade orchestra here is better than some high school orchestras in other places. The reason why we are so great is because we start from such an early age. I started in 4th grade with pull-out lessons. I think for everyone who is in the 5th and 6th grade orchestra at the same time as me, that is when they really got a lot better. Making those pull-out lessons also would harm academics and harm the orchestra at its roots. I will not stand and permit, without saying anything, the destruction of the beautiful thing we have here. And I hope that no one in this audience will do it either. I ask for the people up on the stage, looking at me right now, listening to me, to think about the decision that they might make at cutting the arts. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Logan.
Hello and good evening, East Brunswick Board of Education. Thank you for giving me the time to share how the East Brunswick music program has impacted my life and how music impacts other people's lives. My name is Eleanor Kim, and I am a 7th grade student at Churchill Junior High School. I play the cello. I started playing cello in 4th grade, and ever since then, orchestra has been the class I could look forward to when all my other classes were stressful. It gave me the confidence to speak. The teachers helped me grow as a person, and the class taught me patience, determination, and the purpose of hard work. East Brunswick is known to have a great music program, and it would be sad to get rid of something we are recognized for. Hammersholt is always packed during concerts, filled to the max with people. Concerts bring people joy. Playing an instrument is something that you can and should be proud of. No one can tell you that you should be proud if there's nothing to be proud of. Music has also allowed me to form unforgettable friendships and unforgettable memories. The music programs such as orchestra, band, and chorus are a great way for kids to be exposed to the musical world and have many positive impacts. Kids can learn how to read and write a new language, music. How does hearing music impact other people's lives, you ask? Listening to a school concert can benefit people by boosting their mood, fostering a sense of community, providing entertainment, enhancing appreciation for the musical arts, and a positive social experience for both performers and audience members. Kids can create such great memories by playing in concerts, watching concerts performed by younger or older siblings, and connecting through music. You can have skills that will stay with you for your whole life. Why shouldn't you change the current music programs? Because playing a musical instrument can impact a child's life by improving their cognitive skills, boosting confidence, developing fine motor skills, enhancing creativity, and promoting discipline through the need of constant practice, all contributing to a positive sense of accomplishment and well-being. Kids can feel comfort in playing in a group of people instead of playing alone or not playing at all. I appreciate the time you gave me to share my experiences with you tonight. I hope you will take my thoughts into consideration as you move forward with the 2025-2026 budget. Music is really important to me and beneficial to the students and the whole of the East Brunswick community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Eleanor.
Hi, my name is Liliana Martino. I'm in 7th grade at Churchill Junior High School, and I'm speaking tonight about how important it is that we keep our orchestra and language programs the way they are without making any cuts. To start, orchestra is significant to me and my sister Cora, who is in 4th grade right now, and we both love being part of an orchestra. We also play the same instrument, the viola. My orchestra teachers, Mr. Nelson and Mr. Finnegan, helped me improve so much that I got into CJMEA Honors Orchestra in 5th and 6th grade. I had Mr. Nelson 4th, 5th, and 6th grade, and when I was in 4th grade, I wanted orchestra to be every other day because I was excited to go to Hammersholt, where the orchestra was every other day. In 4th grade, I had orchestra every Friday, and if I didn't practice at home, I wouldn't get very far because I would need orchestra consistently instead of once every week. I took orchestra very seriously, and look at me now. I've improved a lot, and I hope that I can stay the same so I can continue making great work. The same goes for my sister, because she's in 4th grade, and she's having orchestra every Friday. She's also very excited to go to Hammersholt because she knows that there you have A and B days, and every A day or every B day you have orchestra. If she keeps getting pulled out of class for orchestra, not only she's missing out on what's happening in that class, but she's also going to miss out on having orchestra every other day. I was very proud of her when she got into CJMEA Honors Orchestra just like I did when I was her age. I want her to have the same amazing experience I did when I was in Hammersholt, and I want her to enjoy the orchestra just as much as me. Secondly, I also want the language program to stay the same. In 4th grade, I was introduced to a little bit of Spanish. Senora Fletcher would come into the class and put a Spanish video or song on the smartboard for the class to watch. So when I chose my language for 5th grade, I chose Spanish. I got the most amazing Spanish teacher ever, Miss Manners. I loved 5th grade Spanish so much that I chose it again in 6th grade, and I realized in 6th grade I was improving a lot, and I was impressed with how much I had learned. Now in 7th grade, I got Miss Manners as a teacher again because she had moved to Churchill from Hammersholt. She made Spanish class super fun for me and the class. If students have to wait until 7th grade to actually start a language, they will be so much further behind. Thank you.
Thank you, Liliana.
Hi, my name is Aaliyah Banerjee. I am in 7th grade in Churchill. I believe that if Hammersholt is removing block scheduling, they are setting these kids up for struggle in Churchill. This is because Churchill, you have different classes every day. In Hammersholt, you have the same classes except for your language and elective. If I didn't experience block scheduling earlier, I would have still been struggling in Churchill. This means I have made so many new friends in different classes, and I had so much fun in each class. If I hadn't met these people, I would have dreaded going to school. Since I have been in my language class, I have learned so much from it. It has been so helpful when my family and me traveled to Peru. Also, last year, I took Family Consumer Science as an elective, and it was so useful as well. I learned so many life skills, such as cooking for my family and learning how to sew. So Hammersholt, make the budget cuts you want, but just know you are setting these kids up for struggle in the future.
Thank you.
Esteemed members of the East Brunswick Board of Education, my name is Eric Sherwin, and I'm an 8th grade student at Churchill. I stand here today as I'm deeply concerned with your approved proposal to remove the electives of band and orchestra from Hammersholt Upper Elementary School. As a former orchestra student myself, I can speak from experience that these electives are very impactful on students, not only from an educational standpoint, but from a personal one as well. There are hundreds of band and orchestra students currently at Hammersholt. This means that a good majority of students may face the loss of these opportunities. Students would have less time doing the activities they enjoy and could miss out important schoolwork due to being pulled out of class with the new system. In addition to the possible loss to the students, it may also be more difficult for teachers to effectively instruct students with a shortened schedule or staff. Many times, in my past experience, one instructor would be working with the main orchestra, while another would work with a smaller group when it was needed. This was very beneficial. I would also like to point out the recent decision that was made to remove language choices at Hammersholt, with future students supposedly taking a semester of Spanish and a semester of French. This not only limits the choices that students will have on their way to junior high, but may be considered a waste of time to those who planned on or already taking a different language. It would not be worth it for me to start learning a language that I do not plan to pursue in my future education. Board of Education, we have given you the trust to supervise the best education possible for the students in the East Brunswick district. The Hughes students need you now more than ever with the drop of academic scores after the coronavirus pandemic. Your approved budget cuts have taken valuable educational resources from them and may send them farther down a path to an education with less choices that is no better than that of our forefathers. I, along with countless other students, came to the school district to pursue a world-class education, only to see the educational opportunities that we need being taken away. I only wish that the students at Hammersholt would receive the same opportunities that I enjoyed that helped me become the student I am today. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Eric.
Hello, Board of Ed members. My name is Dylan Lubarski, and I'm an 8th grade student at Churchill Junior High School. My purpose here is to front to you the address of the budget cuts for the band and orchestra for most kids in Churchill. Only having one teacher will impact the band kids and orchestra kids too. Having this budget cut will cause them to cut most honors classes, but how would they be in regular classes? They would have to cut a lot of kids in regular courses, not just any kids, probably the kids who are not performing as well as the other students. And those kids will not be able to be in orchestra or band or never again in teachers. It's also going to be hard to get into other band and orchestra related things such as CGMA, or also known as Central Jersey Music Education Association, which I got into the finish and just finished for my first year. Some kids won't be able to go there and experience it and become better in them, and I would like you to take all this into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Jill.
Hello, my name is Sydney Lydell. I'm in 8th grade at CJHS. For your stuff about the band and all that with Hughes, I feel that the muscles that kids will need to get into honors classes for band and for them to pursue in music, they need specific muscles to be able to conquer that and to kind of start that in a way. That would have to be, you'd have to be younger to kind of get the muscles really working and get it harder to work them out. So basically, I feel that if you're older and you start at an older age, you don't have the time to work on those muscles and you don't have the teachers to really work out those muscles and get the right technique. And I feel that if you start at a younger age with 2 teachers instead of 1, you have better benefits than if you had 1 teacher that you're paying for, that you take time out of your day instead of it kind of intertwined in the school. I feel that if you have the teachers that know what they're talking about, because you take risks when you're going to find teachers, like tutors and stuff, I think that you're kind of taking a risk, and if you kind of just start at a young age and have the 2 teachers, they can kind of work together and work on one part of the band while the other teacher's working on another part. I personally, as you can probably tell, I'm in marching band. I started in 4th grade, and I was planning on quitting in 6th, but I was told to move on, and I'm now in wind ensemble, and I'm going to try out for region for high school. So I have those teachers next to me, guiding me along on that journey, and I'm getting way better, especially in fall, with Mr. Toth by my side, helping me out.
I'm sorry, you have 10 seconds.
Thank you. I just wanted to let you guys know that I think you guys should keep the the 2 teachers, and I think that you guys should keep it younger, because the younger that you start, the more beneficial it will be. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Good evening, Council. Good evening, members inside. My name is D'Angelo Tiller. I am a senior at the high school. Most people know me as a track athlete. I am a multiple-time GMC individual champ. I have school records, and I don't know. That's what people know me as, right? What a lot of people don't know about me is that I'm actually also a member of the choir. I'm involved in many different ensembles. I'm in concert choir, I'm in tenor bass, I'm in jazz ensemble, I'm in choir council, I'm in Mamma Mia, I've been to NJACDA, Yeah. This year, the music program is blessed to let me go to Boston. Last year we went to Florida, and the year before that, and many other years before, we went to NJCDA, right? Throughout the years, I've always felt a connection to the music program. I don't know why. It's just, for whatever reason, it's always felt better with me than all the other programs at the high school. It's unlike any other thing that I've been in. Track, JROTC, right? I don't know, it's not placebo either, because scientifically it's proven that the arts, they improve the entire brain, your stimulation, they improve foreign language comprehension, they improve your memory, and it also improves your overall health, right? And as someone who's been in these programs for almost 5 years now, I can attest to this, right? And through the work done by the teachers and the faculty, I don't know, it's undeniable. Through the work of the teachers, Mr. Good, Mrs. DeSiena, I have become a completely different person. It's a transformation. Without them, I would never have strived for the greatness that I've gone for. Without them, my work ethic, everything about me would be completely different. And it's not just me either. Many of my closest friends I've met through choir. Many of my closest friends, they've also attested that they've been saved by the music program. Before I started choir, before I started any of these ensembles, I can say that I was not that great of a person. I can almost say I was a delinquent. But I don't know. One of my best friends, Ari, we had a really deep felt conversation this week about how before music he was considering taking his own life. And then through music he was saved. This week on Wednesday, I created a Google form and I shared it to a bunch of the different people in the high school. I got over 100 responses talking about just how impactful the music program was.
I'm sorry, you have 10 seconds.
But with that, right, I will end by saying, I beg and pardon you. On behalf of almost 1,000 kids in the music program, please maintain the music program at East Brunswick High School. Look, we the people voted for your board. We put your trust in you to fix the issues in this community. Please don't betray us, parents, teachers, current and future students, by setting up the future generation for failure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Quinn Pye. I'm a sophomore at East Brunswick High School. I would like to talk about an aspect of changes to the Hughes, our music program. Let's keep this plain and simple. You're throwing an entire instrumental music program out the window with these changes. The quality of instruction as well as student skills on their instrument will decrease tremendously. Each year, Churchill and the high school produce students at the highest caliber of playing in New Jersey, measured through region and statewide auditions. One of my closest friends is currently the #1 ranked high school percussionist in the state and one of the best in the country as a sophomore. He started out in the band program in elementary school, just as everyone else did, and he has had not 1 minute of musical education outside of East Brunswick schools. Speaking of which, all high school bands are performing right now. I don't want to sit here and repeat the changes to our music program because at this point everybody knows very well. But to take that away from students is crazy. Hammarskjöld used to be the place of quote-unquote freedom for kids, especially in my grade. If you ask any one kid from the class of 2027 what their favorite year was, every single kid would say 7th grade. COVID hit us in 5th grade for us, and 6th grade was hybrid learning. Our first real year at Hammarskjöld was amazing, with new classes and friends, as well as electives for students. These things that make EB so great are being taken away because of the cost of money, because they cost money. We all know things cost money, but this multi-year-long project to turn Hughes into an easy transition building for the elementary to Churchill was a great idea, but now it just seems like it was an excuse for turning 6th grade into just another elementary grade with specials rather than electives to save money. This is not okay. This is a plea of help from the students, the voices least commonly heard. We know fun comes second to monetary needs, but I personally feel like the wool is being pulled over our eyes. I know I'm not the only one. All these people here tonight says something. The fact that you had to host this meeting in a 1,000 plus seating auditorium rather than your board meeting room says something. It shows that this board understands the impact. It shows that this board understands the impact on the community, and it speaks volumes when there are middle school kids here to express their concerns. Don't just wait for me to be done speaking. Think about what everyone else here is saying too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Zori Scher, freshman at Churchill. It is truly devastating and frankly embarrassing that a 14-year-old is standing before you this evening to discuss poor money management. Despite being aware of the potential for another budget shortfall this year, appropriate action was not taken. Take a moment to look around and consider how chaotic this process has been. What steps will be taken to prevent us from eliminating core aspects this district is known for when we run into this exact problem for years to follow? Last semester, I had the privilege of taking the high school graduation requirement of financial literacy. In this class, one of the things we learned was how to prepare for and create a budget. I think it could be beneficial for some of you to take a similar course. Additionally, when discussing budget cuts last school year, it was highlighted that efforts were made to prevent any major impact on students. Nevertheless, every single item on the possible cut list that will go into effect next school year will negatively affect the student body in multiple ways. Specifically, I would like to touch on the plan for late buses to be removed from schools. I understand that this is a courtesy, not a requirement. However, many students that are involved in after-school activities rely heavily upon late buses to take them home. Say you make this cut, students who can't find any other transportation will be unable to participate in activities they look forward to every day. I can assure you with 100% certainty that you will see a substantial decrease in after-school activity involvement if this cut takes place. On top of that, it is so concerning that it is even a suggestion to take away band and orchestra from elementary schools and hammer-shoulder electives. I hope you know what a disappointment you are to kids who love their instrument and have the misfortune of attending a school district that obviously doesn't consider music very important. Because that's what you're representing with this proposed cut. The list that you have proposed is heartbreaking, and it seems as if student priority was taken like a grain of salt. There are more possibilities. You just have to think outside of the box. Finally, I hope you go home tonight and reflect on yourself as a board member and what responsibilities and duties you knowingly took on with this role. Be transparent. If you can't live up to the motto of excellence in academics, athletics, and the arts, then take it down. You have the opportunity to make a difference. Don't disappoint the community that put their trust in you. Act like the leader you promised to be.
Time is up.
Hello, my name is Divya Vadani.
My name is Miriam Doolin.
And we are seniors at EBHS, AP German students, and the presidents of the German Honor Society. This board's budget proposal would slash German, Italian, and Mandarin at the upper elementary level, causing irreversible damage to the East Brunswick World Language Program. We are here today to talk about the East Brunswick German program, in which we have studied for the past 7 years.
Cutting the German program at Hammersholt would set German behind other languages and take away the opportunity to take AP German. Our integrated curriculum, developed over decades,
ensures students have the skill set to succeed on the AP exam. This year, all of the AP German students received the New Jersey Seal of Biliteracy. Students almost always pass the AP exam and perform better on average than other students nationally. With the cuts forcing prospective German students to switch languages after 2 years, students will be dissuaded from taking German and be less likely to stick with German as they grow older.
We have had the privilege to spend the last 7 years learning German in one of the best programs in the country. In 2018, we became the first and only high school in New Jersey to be recognized as a center of excellence by the American Association of Teachers of German. And thanks to the hard work and passion of our teachers, Dr. Franco, Frau Wilder, Herr Labry, and Frau Gaidai, EBHS is now internationally recognized as a PASH school, one of 14 in the country. Since last year, our program has worked with the German consulate to provide students and staff opportunities such as scholarships, professional development, grants, internships, and exchange programs that enhance students' understanding of the German language and culture. It would be impossible to recognize our internationally recognized program if it is cut off at its knees. The unwavering support of the German program staff, their dedication to constantly improving our program, and its numerous opportunities must be recognized.
This program is an asset to the East Brunswick public school system and part of what sets East Brunswick apart from other school districts. For years, we have prided ourselves on providing a variety of foreign languages. Cutting any of the language options at the 5th grade level would drastically diminish the quality of East Brunswick education and rob students of the opportunity to partake in our diverse and varied world language community. In trying to rectify the budget situation, we cannot destroy the best programs in the district, such as the World Language Program, the arts programs, especially the orchestra and band. And,
10 seconds.
Thank you. We implore you to please reconsider your budget allocations to protect award-winning programs like ours. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hello, board. Okay. My name is Nirav Chithor, and today I'm here to talk about the budget cuts to the music program in our district. Chorus has been one of the only bright spots in my day for almost 2 years now. Coming at the end of the day, it's the perfect bookend, teaching valuable lessons to me while being just amazing to be in. While considering the options of cutting the music program in our school, I want the board to consider multiple things, but one thing in particular, the parallels to sports these programs have. I know from my experience in the outstanding classes I received from my amazing choral director, Miss D. Sienna, that music is not just about enjoyment, it's about growing as a person. Chorus has taught me lessons that could also be learned as sports and well. I'm a part of the high school track and field team while also being on our freshman boys soccer team while also being a part as our chamber honors choir in Churchill Junior High School. I can tell you from my experiences that I learned so many from the same things as both. Some of them including leadership and social skills in particular. In chorus, you meet new people, actually don't meet new people every day, you meet the same people every day, but those same people you learn new things about every single other day. And those people you bond with over the course of a year, or maybe even half a year. But even through that, you learn so much. And leadership, while it may seem a little bit random to put chorus and leadership in the same sentence, there are so many parts of chorus that include leadership. For example, maybe taking charge of your group when they're not singing as loud as they should be. Just giving that extra little bit, just to give them that motivation to go further. I stood before you in a previous meeting and performed with the rest of my honors choir, and we received countless praise from this entire board. And I'm just wondering how you can see that and then consider cutting our music programs. If we don't start as early as that, we're not going to get as good as that. I just hope you consider the amount of students you are impacting, the ones who maybe don't want to go into sports, but still want to learn valuable lessons. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening, I'm Awaz Raza. I'm a junior at EBHS, and I'm currently the Vice President of the German Honor Society. I'm here to voice my concerns about plans to cut the German, Italian, and Mandarin programs. When I was 6, I found my first love, the German national soccer team. I remember watching the German teams of the mid-2010s play and just being in complete awe. And during the major tournaments, I would root for Germany first and the US second, which was wildly confusing to my family who had zero German heritage. From my love for German soccer came my fascination for German culture. I read everything I could about Germany. I tried learning the national anthem. I even tried putting on a German accent. So when I got to Hammersholt, I had no doubts about what language I was going to take. And 5 years later, I can say with confidence that being part of the German program has been the best experience in my academic career. The German program has offered me a place to learn things I'm passionate about, from German culture and society to world history and politics. But more importantly, it's given me a place to express myself. Language courses offer a degree of self-expression and exploration that is unparalleled by other classes. They encourage students to try new things and find their voice in ways they never knew they could. And a diverse offering of language programs allows students to explore their passions and gain a multifaceted understanding of the world around them. Language programs enrich our schools with cultural knowledge and global awareness. The content and skills we learn in language classes help us in every facet of life, both inside and outside the classroom. And personally, being part of the German program has been an indispensable part of my life and identity. I wouldn't trade our language programs for anything, and neither should you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Maddie Bishop, and I'm a sophomore at East Brunswick High School. I've been a part of the East Brunswick Performing Arts program since elementary school, and I would not be the person who I am today without the opportunities that I have had to hone my artistic skills in school. I played flute for 6 years, and I began in 4th grade, and I was a part of the amazing Honors Wind Ensemble for 2 years at Churchill, and I am now a proud member of the Honors Bella Voce Choir at EBHS. I have been doing theater since the age of 4, and being able to participate in Theater Week in elementary school and drama club throughout my years in Hammersholt, Churchill, and now the high school has truly changed me for the better. The arts bring me and so many other people so much joy, and a lot of people would not be able to participate in the arts if it weren't for the programs that East Brunswick has. I am also a Girl Scout who is working on my Gold Award, which is an 80-hour leadership project in my community, and the topic I have chosen to address in my community is arts education among the youth in our town. Seeing the arts being targeted as a way to solve budget constraints is so disheartening, as this is the exact issue I am looking to solve. Arts education is one of the things that East Brunswick does incredibly well, and it would truly be such a shame to cut any single part of it. Being able to start playing instruments at such a young age is crucial to the development of a student's skill, and without the opportunity to begin in elementary school, the possibilities for them would become extremely limited. I strongly believe that having so many chances to participate in the arts throughout my entire high school career has shaped me into the person I am today, and I know so many others who would agree with me, including the many friends that I have made through the arts programs in our schools. We need the arts to express ourselves and to become better, more well-rounded people. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Maddie.
Good evening. My name is Aaron Hill, and I'm a junior at EBHS. I am currently enrolled in the German in the 21st Century class taught by Frau Wilder. My experience in the German program since 6th grade has been extremely rewarding, and it needs to stay. Just last month, when I was at a peer leadership conference, I remember talking with other students about foreign language, and when I revealed that I'd been taking German for 6 years, I remember being met with a subtle shock. I felt very proud of my school for giving me this opportunity to learn foreign language for such a long amount of time with such amazing teachers. If the proposed cuts to the German program were implemented, not only would there likely be a severe reduction in the number of students selecting German, but it also reduced incentive to stay in the program. I know when I scheduled for this upcoming year, part of my incentive to stick with German is the fact that I've invested so much time into learning and studying German. The longevity of the program makes people stick with it. The class I am currently enrolled in, German in the 21st Century, where students are able to discuss current issues and culture in both America and Germany while expanding German vocabulary, would also be affected significantly by the cuts made at Hammersholt. While it is currently available to juniors like myself and seniors, removing 2 years of the program would significantly decrease enrollment in the class, a class that I find so rewarding and so educational. I love learning German, and I love our internationally recognized German language program and all the teachers in it. And I believe this program thrives off of the early opportunities available to students. Cutting this program would reduce or severely limit the paths that students are able to take. I want every student to have the incredible opportunities that I had and the pride that comes with having those opportunities.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Alex Kuchuk. I'm the Assistant Concertmaster of the EBHS Chamber Orchestra, and I'm here to talk about the East Brunswick School District's music program. My dad, Mr. Mikhail Kuchuk, is a professional violinist and music educator. Like many parents in this town, him and my mom moved to East Brunswick in order to give me and my sister the opportunity to grow up in an accomplished, well-renowned school system. One of the reasons why my parents specifically chose East Brunswick among the many other high-quality schools in New Jersey is its music program. My dad, who unfortunately could not attend today's meeting, wished for me to emphasize on his behalf that as a music educator that works at Count Basie Center for the Arts in Red Bank, Warren School of Arts in Berkeley Heights, and NJ Youth Symphony Orchestra in New Providence, he can confidently say that the music program in East Brunswick is one of the best, if not the best, in the entire state. The quality of the music program in East Brunswick schools can be attributed to the tremendous staff and the emphasis that the Board of Ed has put on music education in previous years. Thanks to the music program, me and my classmates have found a sense of community, enhanced our motivation and discipline, and developed a deep appreciation for music. These benefits, among many others, have positively influenced not only me, but the thousands of other students and alumni who have participated in East Brunswick music program in the past. However, the current suggestion to have students begin their orchestra journey with pull-out lessons as 5th graders in Hammersholt puts the quality of East Brunswick's music program in jeopardy. Currently, instructional music lessons begin in 4th grade, also with pull-out lessons, with full-period orchestra beginning just 2 years later in 6th grade. So, one would be inclined to think that shifting the program by 1 year would fail to make a significant impact. However, in order to truly grasp the severity of getting rid of 4th grade orchestra, one must look at the situation through the perspective of a parent with a child in 4th grade. Parents in East Brunswick recognize that their kids will be going through a big transition from elementary school to Hammersholt. Their children will be in a new building with new friends, having new experiences, and thus be faced with new responsibilities. Considering all these factors, what incentive is there for a parent to enroll their child in orchestra, band, or chorus? What is the incentive for taking, say, orchestra if they're going to be arbitrarily pulled out of their 5th and 6th grade classes? Why would a parent enroll their child in any music lessons if they know that the transition is already going to be difficult enough? Because of this lack of incentive and due to the staff cuts, the incredible music program in East Brunswick is going to quickly decrease in size and deteriorate in quality. I understand that the Board of Ed must make cuts in some areas to compensate for the budget deficit. However, I plead that the Board of Ed consider my suggestion to reprioritize funding so that the music program and also the internationally recognized German program, 2 integral parts
10 seconds.
2 integral parts of the East Brunswick school system and community that differentiate it from other towns are not affected. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex.
Good evening, board. My name is Arav Chaudhry, and I'm a junior at East Brunswick High School. Excellence with honor and integrity. As students of East Brunswick High School, we are expected to excel in academics, the arts, and athletics. I will be sharing my personal experiences regarding orchestra and public speaking classes. I have been a member of East Brunswick orchestras since 4th grade and have represented our talented community in the New Jersey All-State Orchestra. I am fortunate to have had mentors like Mr. Beckett, Mrs. O'Mara, Mrs. Franchino, Dr. Gopal, and Mr. Finnegan, teachers who inspire instrumentalists like me to use music to spread our message. Alongside my peers, I co-lead a nonprofit called Mockingbird Melody, where we bring love and care to local senior citizens, sharing our musical and public speaking skills in the process. Every day, we lose future leaders to the simple yet devastating inability to speak up. Opportunities that make East Brunswick truly excellent exist because individuals have stood up and articulated their vision with clarity and conviction. Our fight to preserve public speaking classes isn't just about fulfilling a requirement, it's about securing the future of change makers. Public speaking is about finding your voice in a world that desperately needs to hear it. By preserving core electives like public speaking, we empower students to lead, inspire, and change the world. Some will argue that natural talent is enough, or that practice outside the classroom suffices. Some will say not everyone needs these skills. They are wrong, because public speaking isn't a talent, it's a skill. It isn't a gift, it's a conscious choice. It isn't an option, it's a necessity. We cannot afford to send our students into the professional world without proper training. We cannot pretend communication skills are optional. In a world where ideas compete for attention, we cannot leave our students voiceless. The cost of having public speaking classes, a few hours per week. The cost of not having them, immeasurable. We stand at a crossroads. We can continue to treat public speaking as an elective, allowing anxiety to claim another generation of potential leaders. Or we can recognize it for what it is, a fundamental human skill as essential as reading, writing, and math. Because in the end, public speaking isn't just about speaking in public. It's about confidence. It's about leadership. To be East Brunswick, we need orchestra and we need core class electives. To be East Brunswick, we must have excellence with honor and integrity. Thank you.
Thank you, Arav.
Hello, my name is Maxwell Siegel, and I am a freshman at Churchill Junior High School, and I'm a member of our district's band program. I'm here to tell you why my thoughts on cutting down our music program is a horrible idea. As of now, I plan on going to a music school and later on playing or teaching music professionally as my career. A large part of this goal is because of the influence our music program has had on me. I came back from COVID in the middle of my 6th grade year. Since then, band has easily been my favorite class. A large amount of my friends I've made in band, and through the years, I got closer with them and made more friends. The social emotional elements that this class has provided me is a large reason I have the friends I have now. On top of all this, every music teacher has been an amazing support on my journey. They've inspired me to pursue this passion of mine and continue on playing music. I'd specifically like to mention one of the amazing Churchill band directors, Mr. Bouvier, who as a fellow percussionist and amazing teacher has inspired me to continue as a percussionist for the rest of my life. Without these teachers and this program, I would not be on the same path I am on today. The program in general has helped me learn so much about playing music. My technique, I've learned playing in a group and being part of a team. It also helped me integrate into large social environments and feel more confident in myself when interacting with others. I come to you today now as someone who wants to continue band as my career and as a member of multiple large national band programs. I'm a member of the 2025 United Percussion 2 Open Class Winter Guard International Indoor Percussion Group and a member of the 2025 Bushwhackers Drum Corps International All-Age World Class Group. As you can see, this program has had such a large and important impact on my life. I feel as though it is unfair to deny future students these opportunities. With less teachers, students will have a much harder time learning to play better and will be less inspired. Although you just assured that starting music will remain at 4th grade, not getting to experience ensemble playing until 7th grade will cause these students to be at a disadvantage to their experience. Playing in a group is entirely different from playing and learning individually. These students will be hindered if they do not get to experience until 7th grade. Being pulled out for lessons is in no way comparable to ensemble experiences. And funding being cut will reduce the amount of field trips, clubs, extracurriculars, and so on that make this program so rewarding. Tonight you will see many Churchill Junior High School music program members, but not many high school members. This is because they are literally at a band festival tonight getting to grow as a musician and show off their skills. This program teaches all of us how to play music well with good technique, alone and without others. This program provides an amazing social environment where students can meet and interact with others who have similar interests and personalities to them. This program employs some of the best teachers I've ever met and some of the best teachers this district has. This program has created such an amazing environment for learning, social growth, and teacher interaction. If these changes are passed, future students will not get these experiences or opportunities. The possible futures in music they could have had will not be able to occur, and they will lose out on the amazing program and community we have all built together. Please reconsider this choice. Thank you.
Thank you, Maxwell.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Shlok Mehta, and I'm in 10th grade, and I'm a proud member of the German Honor Society at the high school. Here at East Brunswick, our motto is excellence with honor and integrity. And we're always told to live up to our potential, be as great as we can be, but how can the youth in our town continue to do this if their options are taken? How is that excellence? The East Brunswick School District prides itself on diversity and various cultures, but how can we continue to promote that statement if we get rid of variety? After all, variety is what makes us diverse. And diverse makes each and every one of us different. And that difference is what gives us the chance to be excellent. The German program is undeniably one of the greatest in the state. In 2017, the American Association of Teachers of German recognized East Brunswick Public Schools, including Hammarskjold, Churchill, and EBHS, as a German Center of Excellence. Our program is the only high school in the nation to date to ever receive this award. Every other day, my peers and I sit in our German classroom in front of a large poster commemorating this award and this achievement, reminding us to always push ourselves to be the best we can be, reminding us to be excellent. But the German program is not the best in just the state, the nation. It is one of the best internationally. We are just one of 14 high schools in the entire country that is a PASH school. For reference, there's over 20,000 high schools in the nation, and we are one of 14. Being a PASH school gives all of our students the opportunity to get stipends, paid for learning trips, and scholarships. Why should we deprive our youth of all of these opportunities by cutting the budget? If our budget gets cut, the youth can't take German 1 until 7th grade. This completely wipes out the opportunity to take AP German. It will become immensely difficult to keep this program as excellent as it has been time and time again. If rigorous courses such as AP German are not available, what happens to our PASH status? What happens to our status as a center of German excellence? Why are we penalizing a program which has already proven itself time and time again, that has received state, national, and international recognition? Our program continues to remain the only high school in New Jersey with that award. But you guys want to cut back on our learning and all of the opportunities that we have been given. Parents aren't going to want to let their kids take German because they can't take AP in the future. Dr. Valesky said that just 11 years ago, New Jersey schools and East Brunswick schools were affected by Governor Christie's decisions. And it was the students that changed our program. Let us continue to change this program. Thank you.
Thank you, Phil.
Hello, everyone. My name is Arnab Bhattacharya, and I am a senior in high school. I would like to begin with a regret I have. One of my biggest regrets is not taking enough electives in high school. Beginning with classes like astronomy, meteorology, all these classes were available to me because of the extensive program we have at this school. However, because I prioritized my core classes, I didn't have many of these opportunities, and that greatly upsets me because I could have had so many opportunities, so many fun moments in my high school career. But instead, I had to prioritize my core classes. And that is something I do not wish on any of the rest of the students in the high school and in the school program in general. But in spite of that, I'd like to highlight some of the very positive moments I've had in high school and in years before that. For example, in my orchestra class. I remember during quarantine, one of the worst moments of my life. I remember my first period class was with Dr. Bond and Mr. I'm sorry, but I'm blanking on the other name. But I remember they would play K-pop in the mornings, and I reflect on that now. And that was such a fun moment because it was one of the few bright moments of a dark days I would spend in my room in front of a computer screen. And I just wish that we could continue to give the students these fun moments and these opportunities instead of having them focus on only their core classes. And while our core classes are important, I feel like the arts are equally, if not more important. Thank you.
Thank you, Arnold.
Good evening. I'm Suvana Samadi, and I'm a senior at EBHS.
I've found recently that it's really difficult to find free education for music, and public schools have done such a great job of promoting it over the years with the band, orchestra, and choral programs. Taking these learning opportunities away from students at Hammarskjold and Churchill takes away their opportunity to learn an instrument they may have always dreamed of learning, or the opportunity to develop their own singing voice. I was first introduced to the world of classical music when I took band in 5th grade. I learned how to play the clarinet and stuck with it for so many years, and that was because my amazing band teachers worked with me during pull-out lessons and in class to help me become more proficient at the instrument. And my teachers even worked hard during the pandemic to keep teaching us how to play classical pieces, and that has allowed me to stick with music. I know many people who have stayed in band, chorus, and orchestra throughout their school careers because they enjoy it, and the teachers at our school make learning music fun. There are many teachers who give private music lessons who would not have the same attitude towards their students. Our music program does the same thing that a private teacher would do, except they would create a more friendly, stress-free, and accessible environment for students to learn how to perform professionally. I have made so many friends over the band and choral programs, and have kept in touch with some who have even graduated. Our music teachers do not just teach us how to sight sing or sight read a piece of music. They teach us how to do it with musicality and dynamics and expression. Music is not just something we can completely learn on our own, because we need teachers to tell us that the trumpet section played the rhythm wrong in measure 54 of the waltz in B minor, or that the altos sounded more loud than the sopranos, basses, and the tenors when we sang the ascending scale in choir class. Sorry, these were just examples. No harm to any trumpet players or choir singers. And then these teachers would tell us how to fix our mistakes, which is so important because it really makes a difference when the concert comes around. Our music programs do not just allow us to excel in the arts at school. They also allow us to take our music skills to the next level and open so many doors for us. I'm currently a choir student at EBHS. Without my course teacher, I would not have made it into the regionals and all-state choirs over the last 3 years. I also would not have joined a modern rock band and made friends there if I didn't have the opportunity to audition for it at school. Our music program has helped me and so many other students achieve excellence in the arts while building self-confidence over the years, and I want our programs to continue having that effect on our students. But that can't happen if our district cuts our music programs. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Sarah Ibrahim, and I'm a sophomore at East Brunswick High School. Today I wanted to speak with you about your plan to cut the late buses at EBHS and CJSS. Many students rely on these late buses in order to get home after clubs, including myself, my sister, and my brother. While East Brunswick High School late buses are no longer on the chopping block, my sister's late buses at CJHS are. If students don't have the access to these late buses, they won't be able to attend clubs because our parents are busy with either work or prior commitments that can't be given up. As high school and junior high school students, we cannot give up clubs, especially since extracurriculars are one of the many main components colleges take into consideration when deciding when to accept an application or not. In order to spark interest in these extracurriculars, students should have to be able to experience them. I have joined multiple clubs in both Churchill and the high school, and I can confidently say that the ability to attend these clubs has improved me not only as a person, but as a student by giving me the ability to dive deeper into my interests that help fuel my decision for my future career. However, the cut of late buses don't only affect kids' ability to attend clubs, it affects their ability to receive after-school tutoring and get the help they need in order to thrive. While clubs are important, grades and the ability to thrive in class are even more important. By cutting late buses, we as students won't be able to attend these after-school tutoring sessions, which can determine whether we succeed or fail in a class. By cutting late buses, you're taking away a student's ability to not only participate in critical extracurriculars, but the ability to improve themselves academically with the help of teachers. Cutting the late buses will only hurt the students who are unable to get rides home. Thank you for listening to me and the students of East Brunswick. Good night.
Thank you.
Hi, if it looks like I just came from a concert, I did. Thank you guys. I just came from the Wind Ensemble and Concert Band Festival, which without what you guys are trying to cut, that would not be possible for the future years.
Your name, please?
But my name is Ethan Starr. I'm a senior at the high school. And I just want to give you guys a quick revelation. Music saved my life. In 8th grade, I was extremely lonely, no passion, no hobbies, no anything. And then I decided to join the marching band, mostly because my mom forced me to. But I realized it was the best decision of my life. It gave me my friends today. It gave me a passion, a hobby, and a reason to keep going. And again, this passion would not have been possible without even starting in 5th grade, because I didn't even know what marching band was all the way up until 8th grade. I'm just gonna say, getting rid of music education at lower levels gets rid of a passion, gets rid of a hobby, gets rid of a career, gets rid of a reason for people to keep going. Please, I highly suggest that you reconsider your decision, because this is people's passion, this is people's reason to keep going. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Irina Katz-Nelson. I stand before you today as an EBHS graduate, class of 2004. I'm also a proud parent of a 5th grader at Hammersholt with 2 more children to follow. I moved back here so my kids could receive the same outstanding education my brother and I did. But that education is continuing to decline as we all watch. We were told that moving 5th grade to Hammersholt would expand opportunities. My daughter excelled academically this year, but the highlight of her day was Spanish, STEM, electives, along with developing independence through switching classes multiple times a day with different peers. This experience helps kids grow, not just academically, socially, and emotionally. And now, just as our kids are thriving, you guys are trying to strip away all these opportunities for them. It is a bait and switch. That's what was pulled. 7th grade is too late to commit to a language. Students who start earlier reach fluency faster. SAT scores go up 100 to 200 points. They financially make 5 to 20% more in their careers. So not only are you ruining their school experience, you are putting them at a full disadvantage. I won't go into the music program because we've heard a lot about it today, but completely agree with what everyone has said. This isn't just about our students. It's the future of our school district. Great teachers will leave if this district continues to deprioritize enrichment. Strong educators want to teach in schools that invest in learning, not in places where these opportunities are slashed. Do better. We understand budgets are tight. Cutting these programs is not the options. We are willing to pay as parents. We are willing to work with corporations to match funding. We are willing to identify budget efficiencies. But let's be honest, no school district that I've looked at is as top-heavy as this one. The administration has taken no pay cuts, no salary freezes, no meaningful bonus reductions, only the bare minimum, the 4 people you decided to talk about today. In corporate America, where I work, we would never strip resources from the core output, which here is our kids. You know where we would cut it from? Internal management. Look at your org, and why isn't that same logic applied here? As the board and the superintendent, it is your responsibility to find solutions and protect them, not eliminate them. Look internally. Have you done everything you can to not cut essential programs for our kids? I'm going to end this by saying, if you guys vote yes for this budget, I will make it my personal mission to ensure that parents, voters, this entire community will know exactly how you voted. I will go house to house. We will not be quiet, and we will remember it next election. I promise you that. We will use every resource at our disposal. Thank you.
Good evening, board. My name is Marta Martinez. I live at 103 Hillsdale Road.
I'm sorry, could you repeat your name, please?
I'm sorry?
Your name again, please?
Marta Martinez.
Thank you.
I'm reading this statement on behalf of my daughter, Danielle Martinez, who's a graduate of our excellent East Brunswick school system. Hello, everyone. My name is Danny Martinez, and I am an East Brunswick Public Schools alum from the class of 2017. Firstly, I want to apologize that I wasn't able to attend the meeting today. The reason for my absence is actually quite relevant to why I sent along a statement in the first place. Tonight, I have the pleasure of performing original music at the Bitter End in New York City, at an event sponsored by the Society of Composers and Lyricists, of which I am a member. To put it plainly, without the extensive music performance skills and ensemble experience granted to me through my 8 years in the EB Public Schools band pipeline, I would probably not have ever pursued a music career in the first place. My years playing clarinet and EB wind ensembles were incredibly foundational to who I am as both a musician and human today. I vividly remember taking Josh Becker's band class elective in 6th grade and learning more about collaboration, teamwork, and discipline than I did in most other facets of my education. Mr. Becker's class, as well as Brian Toth's EBHS Wind Ensemble and jazz band instruction, provided me with the invaluable foundations that would eventually support me through my undergraduate and graduate careers. This year, I will be earning my Master's of Music in Screen Scoring at NYU, where I have been studying composition and orchestration for visual media such as film and television. I can honestly say that so much of my passion for music, storytelling, composition, performance, and orchestral writing is owed to playing in bands from a young age, specifically through the highly engaging elective model which you are planning to cut. What I find most concerning about your proposed change is that students will spend the first 3 years of instrumental instruction with virtually no ensemble experience. Beyond the technical musical skills granted from playing in ensembles, the social skills, active listening, and attention that students can sharpen so efficiently in an ensemble will essentially be neglected. I urge you to reconsider your priorities on this matter and ask yourself if downgrading an elective program that so clearly provides kids with a well-rounded, challenging, and engaging immersion into the world of music and beyond is truly worth the money you'll be saving. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Dom Sclafani, 2 Morgan Place. I first want to apologize for my language last meeting. I do have Tourette's and I try my best to control it, but sometimes it gets the best of me, but I assure you there was no malintent from it. I've heard yet another terrible decision was made by the administration. That decision was the cutting of Jessica DiBenedetti, the science supervisor. Ms. DiBenedetti is an amazing teacher and individual, and I can say I was lucky to have her both in 7th and 9th grade. She made me love biology in 9th grade, and she even helped wean me off modified tests, which helped my critical thinking. And I found out I got a B on the same test all the other students took. I was ecstatic. And I wouldn't have been able to do that without her. Now I hear there will be one person supervising science and math for the whole district. Additionally, I would like to talk about the music cuts. Since I played both sports and music, I guess you can say I'm like Troy Bolton. I played in band and did chorus, and the teachers are absolutely amazing. I mean, one of their names is literally Mr. Good. What more could you say? Now you plan to cut programs that 75% of 4th graders and over half of few students partake in. You cannot praise the arts and then propose to cut them. Do you not hear how irresponsible this all sounds? I'm truly at a loss for words that you continue to cut the best of the best, yet you won't even consider taking a pay cut. You say you will try your hardest to not impact students, but that is a lie. You are actively hurting students. These students and their learning. Administrators, you can continue to put money over the well-being of the students, or you can show this community that you care by taking a pay cut. Thank you.
Thank you, Dom.
Antoinette Evola, 45 Merrill. I first want to thank you guys for moving it to Hughes. Other districts haven't been so accommodating, and I'd like to thank everyone for being civil, because those districts are definitely not being like that. Shout out to all the kids who spoke tonight. It's actually heartbreaking to hear children begging to be able to go to school. That's not something you would think you'd have to hear. It's an irony that we're standing in this very room that we were here in 1 year ago talking about the unforeseen budget cuts. And here we are in the building that you're going to slaughter in September. And I take it as an insult when you say you're eliminating 10 positions in Hammersholt. You're destroying 1,200 students by eliminating 10 positions in Hammersholt. My daughter spoke first, I'm sure you guys remember, and she explained what she's been through in her short education experience here in East Brunswick. It's not fair to her and all the children behind her for them to not be given the same experiences that the alumni here have gotten when they were here. With a $200 million budget, I cannot imagine that there is not another place to look for to find money. I could give you plenty of people that we could remove immediately, and you can save 4 or 5 teachers just with those. But I'll keep that to myself. Nobody thinks that there's mismanagement where you guys are like sending money offshore accounts and spending your vacations in the Caribbean. When people say there's mismanagement of funds, it's because we, regular normal people who didn't sign up to be board members, are looking through pages and pages and pages of agendas to see where you're spending. And when we see $80,000 on cell phone bills, we want to know how come we're paying for people's cell phone bills. So if you could explain that one day, let me know. This looks like lazy budgeting to me. It looks like an easy way, and I know that you're saying it's not easy because I know you guys. I talk to you normally. It does look like that because I can't imagine that you're going to destroy an award-winning program and my kids aren't even in it and I don't want it to go. But as a taxpayer, I find that the arts is always considered a luxury. I'm an artist myself, and it's the first thing people think. It's replaceable, we're expendable, yet everybody comes to us when it's time to get their therapy. Art is therapy, and you're removing that therapy session from these children. But I'm here tonight because I don't want to talk more about that. There's a lot of people that want to talk. I want to talk about information that was given to me a couple of months ago. A lot of people reach out to me anonymously, directly. They ask me for help. I'm very vocal, everybody knows that. But this one seemed alarming to me. So this person has direct information from Middlesex County Superintendent's office.
10 seconds.
And I was told that there's 3 Board of Ed members sitting on this panel who have restrictions on the way that they can vote. And I do not know how a Board of Education panel can vote accordingly if we have restrictions on specific members. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Sophia Yao, this is Elisa Wang, and this is Candice Liu. We are currently seniors, and it is our 3rd year of being in German Honor Society. On top of being a German Honor Society member, I'm also president of Mu Alpha Theta, which is my school's math honor society. Oh, thank you. And something that differentiates Foreign Language Honor Society from Mu Alpha Theta is, of course, the cultural aspect. In a world of over 7 and now even 8 billion people, culture is what brings us character. It is what brought us here, and it will only allow us to continue moving forward, bringing life with unique tastes and style. Foreign language brings greater recognition towards culture and should not be cut from hues.
All 3 of us have been taking German since 6th grade, and the buildup of these classes have been crucial to our current success in the language. With these cuts, there is a very high probability that future students will not be able to take AP German, or at least underperform in comparison to my current class. Throughout the years, it's been a fulfilling and enjoyable experience being part of our German curriculum. We've had amazing opportunities being involved and attending GHS events. We've listened to German music, watched German films, and even baked German foods together. It's sad to see this all go.
Our 7 years as students in the German curriculum and 3 years as members in the German Honor Society has given us many opportunities to interact with the various aspects of German culture, allowing us to gain long-lasting memories and a growing understanding of the world. I wonder, if I had earlier years cut off from our German program, would I still be able to stand here with the knowledge of German's language and culture that I have accumulated up until now? To cut out the earlier years of these foreign languages is putting at risk the quality of the language honor societies of not only German, but also Italian and Mandarin, significantly limiting our ability to share and learn.
As passionate German Honor Society members, we express our sentiments against cutting language program at Hughes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kate Gavin. Address 28 Sand Road. I am here today as a resident, alum, a substitute teacher in your schools, and a working artist. The arts program in East Brunswick gave me a hearty foundation for my career in the arts before it even began. My time at high school alone included participation in both Bella Voce and concert choir, the choir council, the jazz choir, which later became a student-led program led by yours truly, Triad Music Honor Society and International Thespian Society as its president. The choir alone consistently received the highest scoring at the ACDA Chorus Festivals and notably performed at Carnegie Hall. This doesn't even touch upon the numerous accolades acquired by the band and orchestra. Because of this foundation, I have made a career working on off-Broadway productions in New York City and have been accepted to numerous theatrical master's programs. So I am here today to ask why a district such as East Brunswick is looking to gut its arts program, a school that promotes excellence not only in academics and the athletics, but in the arts. Why are you doing this? The only answer I see is that there has been a gross mismanagement of funds. The TCUs at Churchill alone are reason enough to be furious. We're currently spending how much? $6.1 million on garbage that doesn't serve anyone, least of all the children attempting to learn in them. Meanwhile, the district is still, how much was it? $8 million in debt? These trailers are hemorrhaging funds. And for what? A hypothetical addendum for a new high school? Well, there's no addendum and there's no new high school. So why are they still here? It's not for the kids, I'll tell you that much. I see them every day. If anything, the actions of this board have shown gross negligence and complete incompetence when it comes to serving the interests of their students. I would have hoped that in the face of all that is happening in public education right now, East Brunswick would remain a shining beacon of hope, but no. Instead, we have a decision that will cripple the district, knock it out of any competition in the state, and strip it of its prestige. So, what are we going to do? Victor Valesky, second highest paid superintendent in the state. Would you be willing to take a pay cut, or are you reaching for another raise, huh? Bernie, if you aren't fired, you should resign after this. We should call you Bernie Madoff, the way you've made off with all of the funding in this district. And finally, I'm going to need the Board of Education's elected officials to do something about these foxes in your hen house. Because calling yourselves the financial committee is not going to help. You will be the ones paying for this transgression, elected officials, not the superintendent, come election. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Heidi Hu, and I'm a senior at East Brunswick High School. And yes, in a few months, I'll be off to college, and I'm lucky enough where the budget cuts are not directly affecting me. But throughout my years in this district, I've had the privilege of having access to this amazing education I've taken for granted for too long, and now it breaks my heart to see it taken away from these amazing, capable students. But throughout my years in this district, I've seen so much. And I can't stay silent while the very opportunities that shaped me, opportunities that I once took for granted, are stripped away from the students who come after me. I remember stepping into my first middle school art class with Miss Gamiano, not knowing if it would lead to my work being displayed at the NJ PAC. I remember the excitement of picking up a viola in 4th grade and 6 years later playing in the CJME or MEA orchestra. When I took STEM 1 and 2, it changed the way I saw the world and the career I wanted to pursue. After school, I became the longest-standing member of Science Olympiad, competing every year since 6th grade and winning first place in the state in my event. Right now, I'm president of Art Club and National Art Honor Society. Every week, we have passionate members ready to show up, ready to use their passions for a good cause. Right now, we're making blankets for St. Peter's Hospital for new mothers. And Girls Who Code started out as just another club, but it turned me into an advocate for gender equality in tech, pushing me to join the national board of Girls Who Code and start a growing chapter here at EVHS. And then there were the electives that shaped me beyond academics. AP Art and Design with Miss Gombis, possibly the best class I've ever taken. AP Computer Science with Ms. Neshi, Public Speaking with Mrs. Hagan, Developing Student Leaders with Ms. Moran, a class that she built from the ground up alongside with the late Ms. Anderson. These weren't just classes, they were experiences that shaped who I am. They gave me skills I'll carry for the rest of my life, and I am so lucky to have had the opportunity to have these classes. Defunding the arts, cutting late buses from Hammersmith and Churchill, removing core electives, and making clubs less accessible. It's not just taking away programs, it's taking away futures from these students, their families, and this entire community. We are not just numbers on a test. This school district prides itself on raising well-rounded, engaged, and thoughtful students. If these cuts happen, what message are we sending? That creativity, passion, and leadership don't matter? That only certain students deserve access to these opportunities? I look at the younger students who spoke before me, students who are bright, talented, and full of potential, and I wonder, what happens when we take these opportunities away from them? What kind of community are we building if we let that happen? Please, don't take away something beautiful from students who are more than deserving of it. Thank you for hearing my voice today.
Thank you, Heidi.
Mary Antonio, 17 Buckingham Drive. Good evening. The proposal of the changes to Hammarskjöld is an abomination to the education that our children deserve, the education we're paying for, the education that shaped my own life. Every parent's goal is to provide their children with a better future than they had, yet your actions are making hardworking parents feel as though they're failing in that mission. We sacrifice, we work hard, we push our children to adjust, all the while hoping that these changes will somehow build their resilience. But it's clear these constant, poorly planned shifts only serve to strip our children of the opportunities that rightfully belong to them, and to enable this district to continue to provide subpar solutions, if you can call them that, for our children, knowing that we will continue to helplessly accommodate you. So let me make it clear, enough is enough. No more half-hearted planning, no more short-sighted budgeting, no more decisions made with career advancement or convenience in mind. What's being proposed here is unacceptable, and I will be joining Arena door to door if this goes through. Have you consulted the teachers or building administrators, the real experts, before making sweeping changes, especially to this extent? Have their insights been valued, or is this just another top-down decision without input from those who know our children best? The response I've received so far has been disheartening. Well, this is how other districts do it. That's the problem. At one point, other districts looked to us as a beacon of excellence in education. Now we want to be like everyone else. So let me make this clear. If your plan is to make us like everyone else, I suggest you go there, because East Brunswick is in a league of its own. But I've decided to take one out of your playbook and talk to comparable districts to ours, and I've learned a few things in my conversations. In other districts, they're not as top-heavy with administrators. Those roles may be important, but in a budget crisis, they are viewed as luxuries. In other districts, it's rare for administrators to hold positions for 20 to 30 years. Innovation simply isn't possible when people remain in one role for that long. In other districts, BOE members have a back and forth conversation during their BOE meetings, and they answer emails. How about we start with those things if we're looking to be like other districts? While I appreciate that in recent weeks some board members and the board president have started engaging with the public, thank you. I feel compelled to remind you of one simple truth. You are not employees of this district, you are our neighbors. You are a part of this community, and you were elected to represent us and our children. There seems to be a blur of lines. Maybe there's a psychological factor because of how much time you spent with the administration. And while it's essential to have a good relationship with them, let me be clear, they report to you. You are here to ensure this district is functioning in the best interest of the community. You are here to ask the tough questions, not just nod in agreement to poorly conceived plans.
Time.
I'm sorry, 1 second, please. If you're sitting on the floor, can you just move over just to make sure that we have a clear exit in the case of an emergency? Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm sorry to interrupt. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Valentina Morales, and I am a 9th grader who plays euphonium in Churchill's Honors Wind Ensemble. I was a former student at Bauman Row and joined band in 4th grade, and it has immensely impacted my life positively ever since. Band has improved my ability to organize my time, problem solve efficiently, and allowed me to meet new people from across districts. Thanks to my amazing teachers, Mr. Becker, Mr. Bouvier, Miss Vanzini, and Mrs. Vanneman, my music education has forever been improved. I have also been given the opportunity to join all sorts of experiences such as marching band, which has immensely changed my view of people and music. Learning an instrument is a rare opportunity that not many people are fortunate enough to have. However, I was lucky enough to attend a school like East Brunswick, and the opportunity was provided to me. The fact that the school board is even thinking of cutting music will affect education for East Brunswick schools for years to come. According to the NAMM Foundation, East Brunswick has an outstanding support of music education. The board is thinking of cutting this and taking away a once lifetime opportunity to be able to enroll in an award-winning music program. This will affect students for years to come. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Valentina.
Hi, my name is Elliot Mirakov, and I'm a student at Churchill Junior High School. I'm a freshman. Hi, it's 10 p.m. Do you know where your priorities are? Anyone from New York will get that reference from late night TV around the 90s. And I actually brought one more prop or even a joke that I've lost, or I've seemed to lost. Anyways, it would be a Pilot G2 pen, the same one you most likely use to sign all your proposals and bills. I had a little something prepared for tonight, but I decided just to speak from the heart for all the atrocious sounds beating my eardrums tonight. I absolutely am for the music program, and that's what I came to speak on today. Since I have a multitude of friends participating in these programs. I myself am a lyricist, singer, multi-instrumentalist, and an independent producer, but I do not participate in the school's music program for reasons that I do not think are important at this time. I have a lot of friends who come to me every day after class, every day before class. I get texts, I get calls multiple times a day telling me, band was amazing today. I love my instrument. You should come join band. You should play this instrument. You should play that instrument. This will help you. This will help you hear. This will help you communicate. I believe this. As an instrumentalist myself, I see the impact of instruments in everyone's everyday lives. I have my little siblings playing instruments, 4 of them, by the way, so they're contributing to the school districts in immense ways, and so to the future generation. With all the cuts being made as well to late buses, courses, languages, I myself come from a family of immigrants from Russia, to be specific, meaning I speak Russian, English, and multiple other languages and dialects since my father is from a completely different country. And in school, I'm taking Spanish, meaning I am more than a polyglot. A lot more. 4 to 5 languages already. In addition to that, I do speak Ukrainian, just a fun fact to throw in. I'm also an all-time honor student, and if you take away any of these programs, it'll severely impact the people getting an education. Fun fact, honors is considered a special education program, meaning that cutting honors or any core courses at all would mean you're taking away from the special education population that you have in East Brunswick. Furthermore, I come from a family where my parents work extremely hard and they work long hours to afford East Brunswick, where the tax rates are high, the wallets are constantly getting bigger but being shrunken by property taxes, inflation.
10 seconds.
9, 8, 7. And that is what all of these band teachers and students hear when you say that you're going to take away their music program. They hear their careers coming to a demise no matter how old they are. Thank you.
Hello, members of the Board of Education. My name is John Marco Ferracio. I am a professional musician and an EBHS graduate, class of 2019. I am deeply disappointed to hear of the possible elimination of music electives in Hammersholt and the 4th grade orchestra program. Cutting music electives delays students' opportunity to pursue their personal interests early on, sending a message that interests outside of academics are not worth having time in their class schedule. If our district is to achieve excellence in academics, athletics, and the arts, these cuts create an imbalance towards one rather than enabling our students to achieve excellence in all. During my time in EBPS, I was involved in pretty much any music program I could get my hands on, including the ones on the chopping block today. It started with 3rd and 4th grade choir and orchestra, but grew into district choir and orchestra, CJMEA Choir and Orchestra, Concert Choir Honors, Tri-M Music Honor Society, ITS, Concert Orchestra, I could keep going. But I was also an honors student taking advanced math and English classes and taking multiple APs alongside AP Music. From experience, I know that our district makes excellence in academics and the arts possible. And I believe that well-funded and properly attended music programs at all levels of education encourage this kind of well-roundedness for our students. Personally, the classical training and experience that I learned from all of that choir and orchestra helped me get into the world-renowned Berklee College of Music. When I was a 4th grader at Lawrenceburg Elementary School, I picked up the viola for the first time. And last Sunday, I just played a concert in New York City with the East Coast's only LGBTQ orchestra. When I was in 8th grade in Churchill, I took World of Digital Music and started learning how to use recording software for the first time. Today, I am a recording engineer at a recording studio in Times Square. The East Brunswick School District helped make me the musician I am today, not just because of the early education in music, but because of all the opportunities it gave me to pursue my musical interests. And lest I forget about the brilliant and hardworking, outstanding music educators who do not deserve the quality of life changes that will come with these cuts. I am proud to come from a school district that has such amazing alumni in the arts. My sister's friends from Drama Club are on Broadway in Back to the Future and on TV on 911 Lone Star. My friends are in Carnegie Hall performing. I've had work in Lincoln Center performed. We are a talented school district, and I encourage you to nurture that, not limit it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Alina Mastruzo. I'm a 4th grader, and next year I will be going into Hammersholt for 5th grade. I was really excited to go to Hammersholt, but now, since you might be cutting some electives, I'm not that excited for going to it anymore. And my brother, when he went to Hammersholt, he had a lot of nice opportunities, and he had a really great time. And now he's in Churchill, and he's still having a really great time. But now he might lose opportunities from getting these elective cuts, and so will I. And next year, when I go into this school, a lot of kids, including me, will not have these opportunities, nice opportunities, to have electives and everything. Thank you.
Thank you, Alina.
Hi, good evening. My name is Maggie Georges, Garfield Avenue, East Brunswick. Thank you for sharing the history of state aid. Looking at the history of state aid, it's clear that before 2023, East Brunswick was receiving significantly less funding. This year, we are still receiving $37 million. Before 2022, we were getting under $25 million, and that was the highest before 2022. Yeah, our schools were running just fine. So where did that extra money go? If the district functioned well under the fiscal year 2022 budget, why not return to it instead of making these cuts? One of the biggest changes since fiscal year 2022 was the 5th grade moving out of the elementary schools. You also added trailers for capacity when we were clearly under capacity at that time, and we still are. So we don't need those trailers. So these decisions don't add up financially. And this so-called budget crisis, $1 million cut is 0.5% of the budget, okay? Are you telling me that in previous years, the districts never saved up the 2% in reserves, especially when we were receiving so much more money post-2023 till 2020, actually until this year even, okay? Yes, I understand that salaries and health benefits have increased, but shouldn't those increases have been offset by tax adjustments and the revenues that you supposedly developed this past year? Another major issue is the constant shuffling of ELA program. It's funny because when I parked, I saw the ELA parking signs. How much money did you spend on those signs besides the playground? I've experienced that program centralized and at the home schools. And if you consider moving all those school programs to Bal Monroe, I promise you won't be making more money. People find it more convenient to go to their home schools. So whoever's making these decisions or these ideas should be held accountable because we need to be making better decisions. All right, right now, the Bal Monroe is very important, but I'm not going to discuss that at this point in time. But realistically, please remove that idea of making Bal Monroe centralized ELA. Because if I have to go through all of Route 18, I live by the turnpike, and I have to go through all of Route 18 to drop off my preschooler, that's not happening. I'm gonna go to a different preschool. And then there's a bigger issue. If you keep cutting programs, more students will leave for charter programs. And when that happens, you'll face twice the problems, lower enrollment and reduced funding. Instead of cutting student-focused resources, maybe we should be looking at cutting administrative costs at the Board of Ed. I expect this board to come up with solutions that preserve the resources that the district has had for the last 20 years. Back even when we had half the state funding that we are currently receiving. And please don't tell me that salaries have increased that 100%. There's no way, okay? And especially that includes keeping Bal Monroe. Because closing Bal Monroe would not just impact those families that are going to Bal Monroe, it would impact the whole district.
10 seconds.
We need solutions that prioritize students, not short-sighted cuts that will only make things worse. Thank you.
Thank you, Maggie.
Hello, my name is Akshita Minapala, and as you can see, I've been coming from the CJMEA concert. I am a proud member of the East Brunswick Marching Band and the East Brunswick Wind Ensemble, as well as the German Honor Society, and I am currently German Honor Society Vice President. Both of these aspects of my education have impacted my identity so much, and you can see that in this audience. There are so many kids whose these programs have created their life. I was able to take German and band and not just focus on academics and make a new life for myself. And by cutting these programs, you would be depriving so many children of this same opportunity. And just because you may not have this same experience with band or these German programs that have contributed to your identity doesn't mean that you should deprive it of the future generations. It is your responsibility to keep these opportunities because kids and parents come to East Brunswick for these opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dear board members, my name is Dmitry Slavinsky at 211 Manahan here in East Brunswick. My daughter is a junior at ABHS who is also a member of a German Honor Society, National Honor Society, and a varsity athlete, among other clubs. We are deeply concerned about the proposed cuts to East Brunswick music and foreign language programs. These are not just mere electives. They're cornerstones of well-rounded education, fostering creativity, critical thinking, and global awareness for your students. Music strengthens cognitive skills, provides essential avenues for self-expression. Foreign languages proficiency is indispensable in this world, and it opens doors to very diverse opportunities for your students. And critically, these cuts at the elementary level would effectively close the door on the later language acquisition for many students, as early exposure is very vital. East Brunswick High School boasts an exceptional German program, testament to the district's commitment to excellence that should remain, and is recognized as a PASH school, part of the Schools Partners of the Future initiative, and it stands as a leader not only in New Jersey, but nationwide, being recognized as one of the just 14 such schools in the country. These prestigious recognitions are not just merely accolades, they represent years of dedication and hard work that will be just wasted if you cut these programs. They will also threaten our PASH accreditation and jeopardize vital funding that provides our students with invaluable study abroad opportunities and stipends. It's also crucial to acknowledge that East Brunswick esteemed school system, including these very programs, is a primary reason many families like mine chose to reside here many years ago. And these cuts risk undermining our students' potential and jeopardize the very programs that make our schools exceptional. We cannot sacrifice essential programs for short-term budget solutions We must think of a long-term budget solutions and invest in our children's future and ensure that they receive comprehensive education that they deserve, especially given the high taxes that we pay here. We care for our town's future and urge the board to reconsider these cuts, protect the music, protect the foreign language programs, and the future of East Brunswick students, and the reason many of us choose to call this town home. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kevin Pan. I am a senior at the East Brunswick High School. Thank you. And for the last 12 years of my life, I have been preached to by the adults around me to excel in the academics and arts, because that's what East Brunswick is famous for, right? And at the risk of sounding arrogant, I'd like to think I've done that. For as long as I can remember, I've gone through the gauntlet of honors classes, AP tests, which I've noted you are very proud of us for taking, 1,600 AP tests last year, which I find is funny because by cutting access to foreign language classes in our junior high school and middle and upper elementary school inhibits our chances to take those AP tests that you're so proud of. And for arts, boy, I could go on for a while. I'm currently in our honors chamber orchestra and honors concert choir, which I've been told hasn't happened for a long time. I've been with our chamber orchestra when we went to a festival and received a perfect rating for our performance. Wow, that was an honor. And I'm surrounded by so many peers that are phenomenal in these arts programs. I've been told by my dad, who's on the board right there, how wonderful the Churchill Honors Choir was when they went to perform for you guys. So I think that it is incredibly disrespectful, and as a teenager, I know a lot about that. I think it is incredibly disrespectful for you guys to give us heaps and heaps of praise for our achievements in the arts and in academics when you're also clearly not valuing them enough when you choose to cut them. I remember you saying that the arts are not the first thing you go to looking to cut for your budget, but clearly you don't value them that much since they're on the chopping block right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin.
Just for transparency, yes, that is my son. He called me out. I also, again, for the sake of transparency, I had zero input into what he just said.
Michael Mastruzzo, 27 Colonial Drive. Good evening. A few weeks ago, I stood before the board urging reconsideration of potential cuts to middle school and freshman sports. Today, I once again am speaking out not just to encourage the board to refrain from cutting programs or curriculum, which include the arts, band, and language, but also to consider potential solutions. By attending these meetings, I've obtained a good understanding of our budget constraints and where we obtain our revenue. Although this is a big part of the funding for our schools, it does not need to be the only source of our funding. It seems as if there will be changes to the due structure for programs in sports, which may be helpful. We all know we have sports organizations within the township: baseball, soccer, football, etc. We also have dance and arts programs through several prominent schools. As we think about our community as a whole, I see many opportunities for these programs to help continue their support through sponsorship, advertisement, other ways for fundraising to help keep these school programs alive. As we have heard from the many students this evening, elimination of the arts, language, or sports will have long-lasting impacts on our town. Families will move out of the area seeking other towns that have schools which offer these programs. Families will not move into the area because other schools will have these programs. But also, families will seek other educational alternatives for their children other than our public school system if we continue down this path. This is our moment to think differently and find other ways to procure funding for these programs. Not doing this will likely have a long-lasting impacts to the township and possibly the composition of who we as a town elect to represent us. So let's take the road less traveled together and let's see how we can turn this challenge into a success story. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
Thank you very much. I'm Gail Idell. I'm from One Swallow Court, and I want to thank the board. I know it's a thankless job. I work with a lot of boards, so thank you for the time and listening to everybody. I want to thank the children. They did a great job. And most importantly, all the teachers that I see here from Sydney, from Central Elementary and Hammersholt, and now in Churchill. So I want to thank the teachers. So I stand before you today to passionately advocate for the preservation of our music programs. Music is not just a class, it is a vital part of our children's education, fostering confidence, compassion, and providing an essential outlet for stress. The bonds formed through music extend beyond the classroom, creating a supportive community. Allow me to share a deeply personal story from that underscores the transformative power of music education. My son, who went through East Brunswick, who is now 25, began his musical journey in our school district by learning the viola. When the school needed someone to play the upright bass, he bravely stepped forward. Through the unwavering dedication of his teachers and the encouragement of his peers, he not only mastered the upright bass, but also learned to play the electric bass guitar and other instruments. This experience ignited a lifelong passion for music and shaped his character in ways that words cannot fully capture. My daughter Sydney, who spoke before, started with percussion in 4th grade during COVID. Initially, she wasn't sure about continuing in sixth grade because she felt isolated, being pulled out of class without a sense of belonging to a group or team. Music was always an option in our house, as my husband is also a musician who went to Berklee College of Music and currently teaches in colleges and works on films and television. We encouraged Sydney to stick with it for one more year, promising to respect her wishes if she chose not to continue. Sydney decided to persevere, and today she is a proud member of the East Brunswick Marching Band, honors percussion, and is training with another very talented person from East Brunswick to try out next year for Region. This remarkable transformation is solely due to the current curriculum and the exceptional teaching of our music instructors. Their dedication and collaborative environment they foster have been instrumental in her growth. The music department as a whole is unparalleled, with staff encouraging each other, assisting across all grades in schools, and creating a nurturing environment where students thrive. One of my proudest moments as a parent was witnessing students from our district complimenting students from another school at our home show and telling the other students from another school how great they did. So I think with that, that just speaks volumes amongst the school. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gail.
Hello, I'm Vincent Sorensen, 18 Highview Road. I think I can offer you a
I'm
little
sorry,
bit
can you repeat your name?
Vincent Sorensen.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I think I can offer you a little bit of a unique perspective. I'm in my 22nd year as a middle school band director, and I've also taught in both formats, the current one and the far inferior one you are proposing. In the current system that you have, it really is perfect. You have both ensemble and with the second instructor, you have the opportunity for lessons, all contained and nothing being pulled out from the other except within the program itself. What you are proposing is going to put stress on both your academic teachers and the arts teachers. Whether you want to acknowledge it or not, there are going to be some teachers, if you go through with this next year, who are going to not exactly go along with it. You will have some that will say, no, you're not going for your pull-out lesson, we have to do this. That is unacceptable. The only way that that will work, if we have to go down this path, is that it comes from the top, that you have a mandate that no pull-out lesson can be obstructed in any way. I don't want to go toward this path. I think what we have now is what we need to do. As a professional, that is my opinion. So I want you to take that into consideration, because not only will you have teachers fighting against other teachers for student time, you are putting the students in the middle, and that is not fair to the student. And I guarantee you, if that happens to my daughter next year, if we go down this path that none of us really want to go down, I promise you, the day my daughter Alyssa comes home says, Dad, I wasn't allowed to go to my pull-out lesson today, I'm not calling the administration at Hughes. Dr. Valesky, I'm calling you. Because unless it comes from you, that will be an issue. You do not want that phone call. Thank you.
Thank you, Vincent.
Any other students? Okay. Howdy. My name is Bobby Mahoney, 110 Applegate Lane. I'm a singer, songwriter, recording artist, touring musician, music educator, EBHS graduate, class of 2013. I currently have 4 nieces and nephews in the East Brunswick Public School System. First, I want to express my sincere appreciation for the time and effort you're putting into gathering feedback from the East Brunswick community, doing your job. I recognize decisions are not easy, which I appreciate the transparency. As a proud product of the East Brunswick Music Program, I feel compelled to speak out against these proposed cuts to our schools, especially those targeting music and arts and foreign language education. These programs are not just optional electives. They are essential programs to a well-rounded education. Music and arts foster creativity, discipline, teamwork, academic excellence, and eliminating these opportunities would be a devastating loss for our students and our community as a whole. East Brunswick has been long known for its exceptional schools, and families choose to live here and come here because of the high-quality education their children receive. That's why my parents moved here in 1999. Weakening our music and arts programs sends a troubling message about our priorities. If we allow these programs to be cut, we diminish the very things that make East Brunswick special. I know firsthand the transformative music education can be. It was through East Brunswick Music Program that I discovered my passion for music, a passion that has shaped my life and my career. These opportunities I had to participate in concert band, from 5th grade trombone, wind ensemble, jazz band, AP music, drama club, and other musical activities gave me invaluable skills that expanded beyond music itself. I learned leadership, perseverance, collaboration from many of the wonderful educators in this room. Shout outs to Dr. Sacadato, Mrs. Vanzini, Dr. Z, Mr. Z, Mr. Becker, Mr. Sturr, Mr. Perez, Mr. Berry, Mr. Toth, Mr. Lepresti, anyone else I missed, Madam Chang. Without these experiences, I would not be standing here. I would not have had this path in my life. How many other future musicians, educators, or creative thinkers would be denied the same chance if these programs are eliminated? I'm not alone. Many of my I'm a singer, not a public speaker. I'm not alone. Many of my past classmates are continuing to shine on stages, speakers, and screens all over the world. There's something in the water in East Brunswick. We should be nurturing that, not stifling it. Current and future students deserve the same, if not more, opportunities than I had, certainly not less. What's really troubling, music education is not about playing an instrument or performing on stage. It strengthens cognitive abilities, improves academic performance, it fosters emotional well-being. Everyone has already discussed many of these things, why music is great. Cutting these things would be terrible. Also, foreign language, Fairview, really? Late buses, really? What's troubling about these cuts? Disproportionately falls on students. Other areas of the budget remain untouched.
10 seconds.
Yeah. I suggest you all pick up an instrument sometime in your free time. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Brian Harkavy, 17 Quail Run. Thank you for letting me speak today. My name is Brian Harkavy. I'm an alumnus of the East Brunswick Band Program, a fellow classmate of Mr. Mahoney in AP Music, a music educator, and a lifelong community member of East Brunswick. I rise today, like many others, to address my concerns over the cuts being proposed by the Board of Ed and Dr. Valesky to the East Brunswick music programs. Between cuts from state aid and the continued siphoning of funds from charter schools, this budget shortfall will not be easy to address. However, where I teach marching band, they are facing a higher budget shortfall that would make East Brunswick's look like a rounding error. As public servants and public employees, it is your duty to make these hard decisions in ways that hopefully cause the least amount of damage to the student population. The draconian cuts to the program are short-sighted and will lead to devastating loss for all East Brunswick students. In times like this, I think of the famed CEO of Nintendo, Satoru Iwata. When Nintendo was facing large losses due to the failure of the Wii U, many other companies would have chosen massive layoffs. He played the long game. He realized that employee retention was most important for delivering quality products. Instead of ruining the livelihoods of his many employees, he as CEO chose to take a 50% pay cut. He knew that retaining talent was how to get the best results in the long run. Now Nintendo is trading near record highs and reporting record profits. This massive comeback would not have been possible if Iwata had chosen layoffs. A school is not a business, and a school should not be run like a business. Nor am I suggesting anyone take a 50% cut. However, I think the lessons of playing the long game and ensuring talent is held at all costs is universal. Cutting highly qualified teachers will be a net loss for this district. Decimating the rehearsal time of students will lead to poorer results and low retention. East Brunswick's award-winning music programs would clearly suffer. I would have suffered. Band at Hammersholt gave me the outlet I needed to express myself and work on my creativity. I came through East Brunswick schools at the height of the 2008 financial crisis and the Christie budget cuts. I watched as a once successful band program was suddenly crumbling under the pressure of budget cuts and staffing cuts despite the amazing work of the dedicated teachers. Back in 2010, I stood before this board as a sophomore at EBHS to beg the board to spare more cuts to the arts program. I stand before you again and ask you the same. I beg you, on behalf of the students like me who needed band in their schedules,
10 seconds.
who thrived in that environment in a creative music program, do not go through with these cuts. Thank you for allowing me to speak today.
Thank you, Brian.
Deepthi Ravi, 28 Hilltop Boulevard. So I would like to read you today a letter written by my classmate, who is also class of 2013 at EBHS, named Cindy Zhang. Couldn't be here today because she lives in Washington, D.C. She says, "My name is Cindy Zhang. I work primarily in market research, but have a thriving side business as a violinist/violist, performing in weddings, churches, musical theater productions, and community orchestras. I perform not only in the DC, Maryland, and Virginia region, but also travel back to the tri-state area while managing a full-time career. I would not be where I am today, in and outside of music, without East Brunswick's robust instrumental music program. I am very, very disturbed by the proposed cuts to the district's music program. They are not just trims to extracurricular activities, they are cuts that will set the district back behind its peers. Ensemble classes starting in middle school are a nationwide standard, and this proposed cut of middle school ensemble classes will set East Brunswick far behind the standard. I say this as someone who picked music back up after a 5-year hiatus following high school. It is difficult, if not impossible, to obtain proficiency as an adult without a good foundation starting from elementary school. Private one-on-one lessons are not enough. They don't teach the necessary skills of listening to your fellow players, of keeping rhythm, and of important skills that go beyond music. Communication, empathy, and open-mindedness are all easily taught and experienced through serious exposure to music. These are values that we desperately need to teach the next generation. Using the excuse of a budget crisis due to state funding and lowering everyone to the lowest common denominator runs exactly counter to East Brunswick's coveted status as a blue ribbon school. Especially in this current day and age, post-COVID, and with the federal government in chaos, it is more important than ever that strong school districts like the one I attended support its students. Gutting a popular and successful program is the opposite of support. It is a lazy, short-sighted move that will ultimately cost East Brunswick so much more than it saves. It reeks of short-termism and budget line decision-making. I'm not mincing words here because I ardently believe the same programs that supported me as a student should be available to those that come after me. And it upsets me deeply that cutting these programs was ever even on the table. Please work with the community to identify a compromise. This budget cut will cost students and the district their futures. Even those who have moved on but remember their hometown are watching closely. So that was some words from Cindy. I would also like to speak personally about the cuts to the language program. I was someone who benefited when I was in school. The language program started in 3rd grade, and I stayed with Spanish from 3rd grade all the way to the high school. And I will tell you, as a person who did not take any Spanish in college,
10 seconds.
even now as an adult, I am able to use it. I'm able to use it in foreign countries, in New York City, and I'm even able to use it in East Brunswick itself to connect to other people. And I've tutored groups of people that attended other schools, and they are not at the same level, even when they are.
Thank you.
Kathy Kenish, 9 Welsh Court. Good evening. While I have been a proud staff member at Hammersholt since 2004, and also very proud of the students that spoke so beautifully and passionately tonight, I am speaking in my most important role as a parent of 2 Frost students. As both a longtime educator and district parent, I have a deep understanding of what makes Hughes special, as well as the challenges it presents. Budget cuts should impact the fewest number of students, teachers, and programs possible. However, the proposed changes at Hughes will impact every single student in our district. In lower elementary, the special classes serve an essential educational purpose while also giving students a much-needed break from core academics. Research consistently shows that elementary and middle school students benefit significantly from structured breaks, improving focus, behavior, social skills, and overall academic performance. The proposed Hughes schedule eliminates electives and condenses fragments of the current cycle classes into what are now labeled as specials. My biggest concern is the incredibly rigorous and developmentally inappropriate demands this schedule will place on 10 and 11-year-olds. Foreign language and health should not be considered specials. These are academic courses that require studying and testing. They do not provide the cognitive breaks young children need to refocus. 315 minutes of heavy academics with only a short break for lunch and recess is not acceptable. And let's not forget, we don't even have a playground here for recess. The remaining cycles/specials are so drastically reduced in time that they will be stripped of meaningful substance. Foreign language choices eliminated, instructional time drastically cut, band, orchestra, and chorus ensembles eliminated, devastating the music program and having a ripple effect at Churchill in the high school. As a Hughes teacher, I must also speak to the impact this will have on our staff. Losing so many full-time teachers from one building is catastrophic and will significantly harm staff morale. Hammersholt has already endured major upheaval in the past 3 years during its transition from a middle school to an upper elementary school. Now we face yet another restructuring, forcing students and teachers to continuously adapt to new schedules, curricula, and an ongoing identity crisis over whether we function as an elementary or middle school. The proposed schedule eliminates teachers' common planning period, an essential time for collaboration, lesson planning, and curriculum development. Since last year's budget cuts eliminated summer PD, this time has been critical for ensuring high-quality instruction.
10 seconds.
Without the PD, we're going to have a very overwhelming year. For the sake of my own children and all my future children, please reconsider the changes at Hughes. Our children deserve better.
Thank you, Kathy.
Stephen Lydell, 1 Swallow Court. I want to preface my points tonight by saying that I 1000% support the music program here at East Brunswick. I think that Dr. Valesky's point about the amount of students that would be affected by the budget cut, which doing the math is roughly around 10% of the student population at East Brunswick, and the attendance tonight shows the importance of such programs to the district and just how material this cut is. As an alumni of this district, who was a student during the Christie Fund cuts and a 2020 graduate during COVID, I understand the feeling like you are losing something. But I know one thing is for sure, we have found our way as a district to get where we are today, and I definitely feel that we can get to that point again and even further over time. However, rather than come up here to repeat what we already know about the budget cuts, I wanted to come up here to give a possible solution or two. An idea for the budget that I had that I hope can be considered came from the slideshow presented earlier, and it is regarding pay-to-play for athletic teams. I'm not sure how the athletics funding exactly works, but the idea that I had was to make all sports a pay-to-play and to try to reallocate the funds saved from them to the music program that serves that 10% of the student population if it's not already like that. If they are all pay-to-play, then possibly raising those fees a tiny bit would help too. Additionally, I think it would be smart to raise fees for JM Pack and other space rentals. I know the demand for these spaces are very high, so this idea would raise enterprise revenues to help raise additional funding for these important programs in our district. Lastly, I know this might be unpopular, but after reviewing your past 2 audits before tonight, hearing that different school districts in our own state alone are having to make drastic changes to their district, and as an upcoming graduate this May with my master's degree in accounting and an aspiring CPA, I want to say thank you guys to all of you for your hard work, your dedication to the community by hearing all of us out, and by trying your best to be financially responsible with our taxpayer funds. While you are here trying to keep our district the same as much as possible, I can 100% appreciate that effort, and I would like to think that my neighbors would think the same. As a future accountant who is currently studying government accounting, I do know the difficulty that you are being faced with is not within the town itself, but is from a higher level, from our state representatives. A message that I want to send out to my neighbors is to take what one of the board members said before. Go to the state hearings, as he mentioned before. Go and send your concerns to your elected state officials. You put your trust in them as well to do right by you and your children. This board has expressed their want and desire to keep everything status quo tonight, but it is getting cut short by state regulation, making our board look like the bad guy and forcing them to make these hard decisions at the cost of your children and their education. Thank you for your time and listening to our concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen.
Hello, my name is Samuel Schmeidler. I am a senior at East Brunswick High School. I was the percussion captain for the 2024 marching band season. I'm currently the drum set player in the high school musical. I'm in a band of my own. A couple of them are here. We go around New Jersey and play at senior homes just to bring the love of music into the world. I just came back from a concert. I thought this was important to be at. I'm in the jazz ensemble. I'm in every ensemble. I just think that I came into the East Brunswick band program pretty late in comparison to everyone else. I was new to the district. I didn't start in band. I came in 7th grade. I didn't do band for 2 years. My first in-class day in band was 9th grade. So I've always heard stories about Mr. Becker, and I was always so envious. I was like, oh, this sounds like so much fun. Why couldn't I experience that? I was like, that's not fair. I was doing whatever, and they got to experience Mr. Becker. You sound like so much fun. I'm so jealous. But it's not even music it's not just about learning music in music class. Right now, so many of the important people in my life, they were the people who were the people I'm envious of. They were the people in these programs when they were young. They're the people who were able to gain these skills. And it's not just skills about being good at your scales or knowing good rhythms. They're people I aspire to be. The reason I'm in the position I am today where I'm able to play in all these ensembles and I'm able to have positions in leadership is because I look up to the people that I surround myself with. And by eliminating music at these lower levels, you're completely eliminating these future models that people are going to look up to and aspire to be. So I think that's important.
Thank you, Samuel.
Hi, my name is Chris Romanek. I live at 26 Buck Road. Since I graduated in 2015 from East Brunswick, I have gone on to become a professional musician, as well as my younger brother, who is currently on a tour, an off-Broadway tour with the Addams Family. My journey started in 2007 with Ms. Vanzini. I started on baritone before switching to tuba, tenor, and bass trombone in high school, and French horn in college, which I still play. In my time in East Brunswick, I was in the concert band, wind ensemble, jazz ensemble, orchestra, marching band, and men's choir. To say that music had an effect on my life would be an understatement. My favorite performance to date that I have been in was when I was a junior at East Brunswick. We played with the New Jersey Symphony Orchestra.
it was absolutely just a life-changing experience. You don't get that anymore after you leave school. So I went on to study French horn and trombone in college, which, you know, it all comes back to this. If I didn't have my love for music started here, I wouldn't be where I am in my life. And another thing is ensembles, such as the ones I listed, you don't really have that outside of a school system, whether it's a high school or college. You can't get that education anywhere outside of a school system. It's tough, you know, if you become a professional to the extent of playing in, let's say, the New York Philharmonic, it's more difficult to get into that than it is to get a professional sports job. These jobs are held for lifetimes. So it's, without the education that I got here, I couldn't imagine what my musical journey would have been. On top of that, I found out tonight about the language arts cuts with, you know, Italian, German, and all of that. And I got to say, if I didn't have my education with Italian, I never could have spoken it with my Nonna, who has recently passed away. And, you know, it's just, that's not something you get from home. On top of that, Dr. Braun, I still have the slide whistle that you confiscated from me in 2011, and thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
Good evening. My name is Zoe D'Amico, 496 Danbury Lane. Tonight I wanted to share my perspective as a music education major and now a music educator in a neighboring district. My first experience with East Brunswick's music program was in 2021 when I was placed in Central Elementary for my clinical observations. And even from my first day, it was clear that the students in East Brunswick received top-notch music education from incredibly talented and passionate teachers like those sitting to my right. From beginning in general music in kindergarten and from all the stories I've heard from all the students tonight, all the way through high school and beyond. And, you know, throughout my time, I've continuously encountered East Brunswick's excellence in music throughout my studies, meeting East Brunswick Orchestra students at CJMEA Honors and Region Orchestras, attending clinics presented by these educators, and most recently, hearing East Brunswick's incredible performance at the NJMEA conference this past February. Yeah, congrats to you guys if you're still here. It's incredibly clear that this is a program that has been built and developed years and years by teachers who invest and stay for their careers and fight for the program like they are here tonight. East Brunswick High School, according to your website, is currently recognized as an NJ Model School for the Arts and is incredibly more than deserving of this title based on your achievements, but the proposed cuts don't reflect this distinction at all. Not only does East Brunswick have one of the top school music programs in the state, but we also have the state's first professional municipal orchestra, the East Brunswick Symphony Orchestra. This orchestra exists, yes, because of our town's love for the arts across all ages and provides access to quality orchestral music, amateur ensembles, and music education. And it's clear where our town's collective values lie, and yet music is the first to go when it comes to our schools. I am incredibly proud to be one of the members of this orchestra, but at the heart of this group are the East Brunswick music teachers. These teachers are some of the most dedicated, hardworking, and selfless individuals I've had the honor of knowing. They're leaders in professional organizations, they are professional musicians, and are some of the best music educators in the state that I've had the honor and privilege of learning from. The proposed cuts would mean that a number of these educators would lose their positions and move to other districts or possibly other careers altogether. I myself was on the job market not long ago. The music education world in New Jersey is small. People talk, word gets around. And a move this big would change East Brunswick's reputation forever. Quality music educators are already hard to find, and these proposed cuts would repel many potential applicants. No one wants to work somewhere where their job is on the chopping block at the end of each school year. I understand tough decisions have to be made, and no one will be happy with the outcome. But as someone who is currently building a brand new orchestra program, East Brunswick's program is the dream. It's what I'm modeling my program after. I urge you, please preserve the gem that is your music program. Once these cuts are made, there's almost certainly no going back to what it is now. Thank you.
Thank you, Zoe.
Ali Osoris, 754 Cranberry Road.
Could you repeat your name, please?
Ali Osoris.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I chose to live in East Brunswick because of its blue ribbon schools. It's the reason so many families move here. We want the best for our kids. But over the past few years, decisions have been made that are slowly chipping away at the education our children deserve. Once again, balancing the budget means cutting teachers and programs. The budget needs to be looked at differently. Ask yourself this: are you too top-heavy? Are we utilizing what we have? Can we utilize what we have in a different way? Can we get grants to help with programs? Can we ask parents to pay to play? I know you said that you are, but we can do more. We ask our students to think outside the box and come up with solutions. You guys should too. Cutting programs and teachers year after year is not a real solution. It's a short-term fix that will have long-term consequences for our students. What happens next year and the year after that? It's not sustainable to simply make cuts every single year. My son has been lucky enough to take electives like art and robotics at Hughes that have truly sparked something in him. These classes weren't just something extra. They gave him the chance to explore, to be creative, and to find what he loves. What happens when future students, like my third grade daughter, who by the way is in chorus and absolutely loves it, who don't get those opportunities? Core classes alone can't provide everything our children need to thrive, and cycles serve as a great introduction, but don't allow for enough time to dive deeper into content. And it's not just electives. Research shows that the best time for kids to learn a language is before age 10, by 4th grade. But instead of setting them up for success, this budget proposal makes it harder by delaying language learning until 7th grade. Why are we taking away something that could benefit our kids for the rest of their lives? Every decision we make now is shaping our children's future. How will they be successful when their education has been whittled down year after year? These choices don't just affect today, they will impact our kids for years to come, and it's unacceptable. Cutting programs and teachers is not the answer. We need a sustainable, long-term solution because our kids deserve more, not less, and we owe it to them to do better. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tatiana Jordan, 27 North Drive. It is deeply disappointing that this district continues to harm students by cutting programs and reducing teaching staff. The educators in this district are among the most dedicated and talented professionals in the county and state. Thank you. They work tirelessly every day to support our children, nurture their academic success, build meaningful relationships with families, and provide unwavering guidance at every level. Our children love and respect their teachers. These are the people who leave a lasting impression on them. There's been a lot of discussion about enrollment and the potential staff cuts due to downsizing sections. For example, it was mentioned that reducing the number of kindergarten sections from 4 to 3, assuming that 21 kids per class is manageable, overlooks the reality. In my own experience, my child's kindergarten class last year had 24 students, each with varying educational, behavioral, and language needs. Now imagine trying to teach 25 5-year-olds under these conditions, meeting curriculum standards, helping them navigate how to behave in school, fostering empathy for their peers, collecting data, keeping lessons engaging, and communicating with parents, all while making each child feel like the most special person in the room. Mr. Juliana, while 21 kindergartners may seem like a small increase from the average class size of 16 as you presented last meeting, I assure you this change is significant. Managing such an environment effectively presents considerable challenges for both educators and students. Neither you nor I could realistically even survive a full day in that setting. If elementary education isn't your jam, because it's not mine either, let's go to Churchill, where 57th graders are packed into a single classroom learning how to play an instrument and read musical notes if the co-teaching model is axed. In such an environment, maintaining classroom management alone would be daunting. Let's not even talk about delivering meaningful instruction. I would venture to say that neither of us would find these scenarios manageable or conducive to student success. And this does not even address the safety concerns for large classes, lockdowns, fire drills, emergency situations. Mr. Juliana, you had ample time to anticipate and address potential budgetary issues. You are aware of staff salary increases, the likelihood of not receiving state aid, and the rising cost of benefits. To now find ourselves in such a deficit, resorting to last-minute reactionary cuts instead of proactively exploring all options starting last year is both short-sighted and irresponsible. This administration must lead by example. Freeze your overly generous administrative salaries for 3 years to show us, the community, and your teachers that you truly care about them.
Though this may not solve all the issues we as parents, community members hope for, it would go a long way in showing us that you actually care about us, our teachers and our children.
10
Even if it
seconds.
only saves 2 teaching jobs, those 2 teaching jobs can make a difference in the lives of our children. Thank you.
Good evening, Board. My name is Pamela Lung, 9 Parsons Road. The proposed cuts to the music and arts program mean stripping 1,000 students out of our 8,000 student population of an essential part of their education. These programs fosters critical skills that help students thrive in an increasing competitive world, including brain development, emotional expression, social skills, creativity. The list is endless. Mr. Good and Ms. DeCiana's exceptional teachings have literally saved lives, and they're not even doctors. I want to know, have we truly considered the long-term effects these cuts will have on the current and the future generations? And are we exploring our alternative solutions to support these key areas of development that we are stripping from our children by removing the music and language programs? Instead of cutting the program, we should be looking at ways to generate revenue, such as possibly charging for admissions for the concerts, selling digital recordings of the performance, selling flowers. Send out an email. Everyone can come up with one revenue-generating idea and send it back to you. There are so many solutions that can help generate the necessary funds while preserving the opportunities for the music department to survive. We cannot afford to take these away from our students. Let's work together to save the music and the arts for the future. Next thing, late bus. I want to know what's the safeguards that we're going to be putting in place for the student safety with eliminating the late buses, especially with the U.S. national average of missing children being 2,300 per day. Kind of alarming. I want to make sure that our kids are safe if you're going to take that away from them. Also, I'd like to know what's the next programs that we will be cutting with the increasing decline in funding. It's to be expected that more programs will be cut, and I'd like to know so I could properly prepare, because I am very invested in my children's education. Final thought I have for you. A child that is ill-prepared is set up for failure. I want you to think about that as you strip our children's programs that support key and their core development. It is very, very important, and you have that power, apparently now. Thank you.
Thank you, Pamela.
Hi, Rachel O'Neill, 15 Carter Road. None of these programs that are being cut, there's no good situation. They're all invaluable programs to our children. I have a daughter involved in orchestra, theater, went to Bow Monroe. My son's involved in sports and is going to the high school where there are going to be, a myriad of cuts apparently for electives. So none of these are good, and I recognize that the board has some difficult decisions to make. Let me remind the board that according to the New Jersey Board School Association, it is your responsibility to understand the implications and changes of budgetary cuts. At the last meeting, I was incredibly disturbed when there weren't numbers given, and I applaud Dr. Figueroa, Dr. Pan, and Dr. Braun for asking specific questions. How many students are going to be affected by the orchestra? What is the percentage of students involved in the electives? Our business administrators either didn't know or chose not to share the information. He didn't have the numbers that represent many students and staff, many of whom we heard speak so eloquently tonight. In fact, when Dr. Braun asked how many staff will be cut, she was scolded and brushed off with an "I don't know." That's insulting to the educators in this district, and they're the heart and soul of this district. Speaking of the educators in this district, I am tired of seeing the salaries as a shock. It's not a shock. You negotiated a 5-year contract. That's the board, the business office, and the EBEA. You all negotiated that. Maybe some of you not sitting on the board now, but that's a process. That is one area you can prepare ahead of time. I was excited to see that there are some programs we're cutting that aren't going to affect students and staff. For instance, Genesis or Naviance, I forget which one, $4,600. That's a little bit in a $2 million or $200 million budget, but that could save a coach, Okay, that's not small by any means. What I was really disturbed by was the $120,000 of credit card fees we're accruing annually. And when asked, how long have we been doing that? I quote, I don't know, a really long time. So is that 5 years? Is that $500,000? Is it $1 million? Let me remind the board, it is your responsibility to oversee the financial management of this district. Don't wait until we're in budget crisis to start asking these questions. We should not be having any wasteful spending of this kind. Please continue, Dr. Figueroa, Dr. Brunt, and the rest of you, Dr. Pan, to ask those tough questions. Look for creative solutions. As we heard, the state, this is not getting any better.
10 seconds.
So you have time to make these changes. Please do it for us. We can do better in this district. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel.
Catherine Tang, 137 Ainsworth Avenue. I'm a parent of children at both Hughes and at Churchill, also alumni class of 2000. In addition to my several emails and questions, I also have another perspective to provide today. The perspective of your current fifth grader at Hughes. I'm sorry. This is just, okay. Echoing the thoughts of current fifth graders at Hughes from tonight, please consider that if proposed budget cuts remain in place, your average current fifth grader will have adjusted to an AB schedule for this calendar year 24-25, have to adjust back to an elementary style schedule for 25-26, and then they would go right back to an AB 85-minute block style scheduling for calendar year 26-27. This affects not only one child, but the entire graduating class of 2032. Furthermore, the specific set of budget cuts that, if they remain in place, is a major pivot point for the future trajectory of academic success in East Brunswick. These are not just words. There is a reason for this uproar. Look at here who is upset. Students are upset. Teachers are upset. Parents are upset. I commend the children who are here today to speak out against these cuts because at the end of the day, they do not get a vote on this budget, and they are the ones most affected by your vote. So I must implore the board to find an alternative budget solution with minimal direct student impact. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Anthony Gugliotta, I'm the K-6 math supervisor and the president of the PSI. Good evening. While the East Brunswick Principal and Supervisors Association understands the dire budget gap that our district faces, we are disappointed and concerned that 4 supervisors, which is more than 10% of our 37 members, are proposed to be reduced for the upcoming school year. These cuts, while small in number, will still have a significant impact on curriculum and teacher support throughout the district. East Brunswick has nearly 8,200 students enrolled in over 11 schools with about 40 teachers per grade level in grades K to 4, about 35 teachers per grade level at Hughes, and about 40 teachers per subject matter at Churchill and high school. That's the core content areas. The proposed cuts would reduce the number of supervisors across the district that can support these teachers in these many classrooms, and will surely affect support in our state-tested subject areas. While the positions would be reduced, the work still remains. The reduced staff would need to pick up between 70 to 90 observations and summaries that each supervisor normally covers. This is in addition to the myriad of other duties such as holding meetings, coordinating curriculum, finding tutors for students who need support, representing the department at parent nights, hiring staff, designing department teaching schedules, setting leveled course criteria, and handling parent phone calls and emails. Our supervisors have also presented at parent universities, served on school committees, and presented at professional organizations around the state of New Jersey. But in addition to this work, what will be truly lost are curriculum and department leaders that have built their departments, embraced new technologies, established professional relationships with their staff, and are wholly interested in the delivery of their department's curriculum and programs. Just as teachers enjoy working with students, there is nothing like watching a novice teacher grow into a highly effective educator and helping that happen. This cannot simply be replaced, and the loss of these supervisors will affect the level of support that our great teachers will receive next year and in future years. Again, the East Brunswick principals and supervisors understand that we are in budget crisis mode. However, these cuts, while they may look good on paper and add up to a needed number, will have far-reaching and detrimental effects on the level of support that our teachers need and deserve when they work with our students. We ask that you reconsider these cuts to our unit to better allow us to carry out our simple and fundamental mission to help teachers teach and students learn. Thank you.
Thank you.
Allegra Seidler, 12 South Woodland Avenue. Last year, I sat in this auditorium hearing how rising costs were a given and continued cuts to state aid were likely, and I'm now left wondering how all of this time was squandered. How could addressing this scenario not be the primary goal of this board? To most, this would indicate a need to immediately commence aggressive planning. And I'm not saying physically saving money, I'm saying making plans. If it's redistricting, then where's the plan? Somebody asked, and we don't have enough time to do it. The simple fact that students have already selected classes for next year, classes that will no longer exist under current proposals, paints a different picture. At last week's PTA meeting, a question about future years was laughed off by the board president, who then revealed that goals are not set by the board. The questions are endless. Having a flawed state funding formula and the mismanagement of the district are not mutually exclusive. We hear that thought was put into these suggestions, but when important questions are posed regarding enrollment and course offerings, we're met with deafening silence. And board members seem to be learning about these proposals at the last meeting, which we now know to be true, but we don't want to hear that's how it's done, because that's not planning. Planning involves forethought and a concept of sustainability, things we aren't even hearing now. As Dr. Braun asked, I think we deserve to know how much time the principal of Hughes was given to produce suggestions, and how it's possible that questions regarding the function of restructured programs at Churchill were met with the answer they would receive pull-out lessons, I guess. Guesses are unacceptable. With all this time to plan, why are we guessing? Going back a bit, at the December 19th meeting, an anticipated decrease in state aid was addressed. However, that concern was coupled with increasing enrollment specific to the new developments. It was stated at that time that current actual enrollments had already surpassed predictions for 2026 to 2027 by 21%. And as of that day, the bulk of new enrollments from the development were said to be in grades K through 4. But yet, on March 3rd, proposed reductions in elementary teachers were justified due to linear projections and a decrease in enrollment. It was stated that would result in 21 kids to a kindergarten class in Lawrencebrook, for example. I have a child in Lawrencebrook, and this is particularly concerning to me, as last year it was asserted that there were 16 kids in our kindergarten classes when, as you heard, my child was one of 23 with one teacher and no support staff, while there were empty classrooms in the school. If 16 kids were actually 23 or 24, what does 21 really mean?
10 seconds.
The impact of this in K-4 is monumental, and this is the type of thing that leaves us all questioning what has gone on here. I think I speak for many in that course correction is long overdue, and this moment is an opportunity for change. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing me to speak. Very tired. I'm sure you guys are too, so thank you for the time that you've devoted tonight. It's been emotionally draining. I did not think I would be here tonight watching my friends cry and listening to babies beg to have opportunities that have been given to all the other successful, alumni from this school district. So I'm just going to get on with it. I have a 4th grader and a 7th grader, so I've been...
Excuse me.
Oh, I'm so sorry. My name is Melissa
please.
Safransky, toward 200 Dorothy Ave. Okay, and so I have a 4th grader and a 7th grader. So I have been on the side of the Hammersholt sale where you told me it was great. They're going to get to go to the big kids school and have electives and foreign language, and it was going to be so good for them. And fast forward 3 years later, my son is on his way in, and you're telling me that it's going to be great. He gets to be a kid again, and we can, work in with the different schedule. And it's just, what are you selling me? You're giving me 2 different things. You're talking out of both sides of your mouth, Dr. Boley, and I'm not really enjoying being treated like I'm stupid or like I can't see right through that, because I can. So we need solutions, and as a board, I trust, some of you guys are my friends, and I trust that you guys can come up with something really good. I understand the financial pressures we're facing, but I believe that the cuts that you've mentioned are misguided and short-sighted. The programs that you're thinking of cutting are not extra activities. They are vital components of a well-rounded education, which is what myself and many other families came to East Brunswick for.
The American Council on the Arts and National Association of Music Education have both shared studies showing that students involved in music programs consistently outperform their peers in math, reading, graduation rates, and standardized tests. Why would we want to take that away? There is no coincidence that East Brunswick has these award-winning programs and high standardized test scores. And if that's, I'm a teacher, and I know that that's what it became all about in the early 2000s. It was all about the standardized test scores, and now we're just willing to basically forest fire established programs and probably have to regrow it, and it will never be the same. Because once they leave, they're not gonna come back. It's not gonna get better. So I'm really concerned about losing these guys here because they are the backbone of the school educational system. If you cram our music teachers into a room with 30 or more novice musicians and remove the opportunity to rehearse as an ensemble, you're jeopardizing their student learning. The students have already attested to how impactful this is. What concerns me is how could you even consider creating such undesirable working conditions? Again, I don't want to risk losing these wonderful educators. I'd like to speak
10
about
seconds.
foreign language. It's obviously a necessity in this globalized world. The Spanish and French introduction activities that are happening in K-4 are not happening. I have firsthand knowledge.
Time.
Considering to go forward with that in 5 and 6 would be devastating.
Thank you, Melissa.
Do I get like a go? I'm Wendy Siegel, 10 Yorktown Road, alumni, class of 1999. The saddest part of tonight is you still can't provide a number for Dr. Braun and all of us here. I assure you that everybody here knows their numbers. And the fact that we don't even ask them as to what is going to be affected is the part that's devastating. Second thing, 21 kids in a kindergarten. I'm sorry, I'm a special educator in central New Jersey. We sent an unprecedented number of incoming kindergartners into the building who are not potty trained. I'm talking half your class. How does that work with 21 to 25 students in a classroom? And if any of you were surprised by this, again, very disconcerting as a parent that you don't know what's happening in these classrooms. Okay, the reason I'm here, and he made me get up here. Okay, I am who I am because of East Brunswick High School's programs. Fine art, music, and theater put me where I am and sent me onto a trajectory of special education with impaired children. Tonight, you've heard from concerned and frankly frustrated parents and incredible students who have shared how they've found belonging and support through music. Some have shared with you and an audience that it saved their lives, right? Isn't this what we were all worried about over the COVID years of the social emotional learning and how do we get through this? And I was one of the first parents, Dr. Valesky, that kept saying over and over again, they're resilient, they're resilient, they're resilient. This year I've hit my wall of they shouldn't have to be this resilient, okay? All right. Okay, the past few years have left lasting effects on our children, some of which we may not fully understand for years to come, but what we do know is that students with sensory needs find peace and regulation through music. We know that quirky kids thrive in the arts. Advanced learners benefit from specialized differentiated instruction, which another parent had shared with you. New Jersey doesn't offer me those programs to have a brilliant child. These people took a future astrophysicist who is now going to be a percussionist in his life. He has his eyes set and he's taking all of your AP classes and your dual classes so he can get to his music program faster and go. These cuts to my freshmen affect his placements and opportunities. Okay, I've lived my life worrying about the sports programs. This affects where he goes next. Oh wait, I gotta get to the red part before you turn off my microphone. Oh my God, okay. Yet, here we are again, fighting against cuts that will get programs essential to our students' success. You continue to cite increased costs, this one kills me. You continue to cite increased costs for special education and the charter schools. It's been 16 years since the charter schools opened in New Jersey. I think we've lost that battle and we have to keep giving money for our East Brunswick students. We can't even fight that one if we tried with mandates. And as far as the out-of-district placements, I am sure you are not saying spend less on special education because the people left in the audience, out-of-district placements are because we cannot provide for the child in the district. But we keep throwing that out as an option of how much we spend on out-of-district placements. Okay, oh no. Okay, so I guess my biggest thing here is we are now bullying them for the second year to worry about their livelihoods and their health benefits in the last 3 months of the school district.
Time.
It's not fair. I didn't even get the
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Rebecca Sudell. I'm a former resident who lived at 14 Quincy Road. I now live in Keyport, but I'm an East Brunswick High School alum, class of 2010. So I'm here to express my concern and disappointment in the district's proposal to make changes to the introductory music structure. It's troubling to see this trend unfold in a district that has long been applauded for their excellence in the arts. This sets a deeply concerning precedent, and the damage this would do to the music program as a whole has the potential to be irreparable. This matter is very near and dear to my heart, as my niece is a 4th grader playing trumpet at Central Elementary. I myself am a musician. I was in the wind ensemble, jazz band, marching band between 2005 and 2010. Went to go march the Bushwhackers Drum Corps in 2008, United Percussion in 2012 and 2013, and I worked for Carolina Crown out of North Carolina in 2011. But music has taken me all over the world, playing the baritone saxophone and singing in bands while touring all over the US, Canada, and the UK. I owe a lot to this district, especially to Josh. I am going to embarrass him right now. Teaching me how to be a shy clarinet player to learn how to be a saxophone player in 2005. And that's where it all started. I would be remiss to not owe everything and forget my roots here. I will never ever forget my roots here. I remember a time when there was no 4th grade band, no co-teachers within the band programs at Hammersholt and Churchill, and the quality of the program has since just gone up. Any restructuring of the programs as we know them today and the subsequent reduction in force will undoubtedly negatively impact the upper education programs. By day, I have worked in the tech industry as a project manager, customer success professional, and logistics manager. In these kinds of roles, you are required to be a quick thinker, a problem solver, effective at communication, and open to collaboration. These are all core competencies an employer would give you on an annual review. But in reality, our skills at music education, especially when introduced at a young age, helps to foster in our youth and subsequently are taken with them as adults in the workforce. To make any changes to this is a disservice to our students. To see a school district run like a private equity-backed company is disappointing. You cannot continue to blame deficits on inflation, state funding formulas, non-standardized subjects, and extracurriculars, while all of us in the room can see how much the administration makes. If there are any students left, I just want to let you all know you did a great job. Keep your head up, stick together, and thank you. Please make good decisions for everybody here.
Thank you, Rebecca.
Jack Levitt, 4 Springfield Road. So have you guys noticed the painful irony about where we're standing tonight? We're in this beautiful state-of-the-art performing arts center named after one of East Brunswick's biggest supporters of the arts, and we're having these conversations. We heard about the last economic cycle where the not-so-beloved Governor Christie was vicious to our school budgets, and the pendulum swang and we were able to come back, but this time it's come back fast and furious. In my work, I've dealt with a lot of budgets that have had to be cut for organizations I work with, and it's miserable. There's no doubt about it. It's the worst part of the job. What's always a common theme, though, is that you stay away from items that are mission critical to the organization and cut from things that are more peripheral. We're all familiar with our slogan, excellence in academics, athletics, and the arts, and that's what this community considers mission critical. And we need to figure out a way to stay away from those areas as much as we can. We heard compelling and well-researched pleas from our kids, which shouldn't be a surprise to anybody. They're East Brunswick students. Having students who are passionate about learning, do you know how many districts out there are trying so hard to get that in their districts? And we're squandering it? It makes no sense. Why would we? It's so much easier to lose that passion than to get it back. And we need to protect our kids and our culture. If we look at the mission critical things, the programs we heard about tonight are at the core of that. Nipping them in the bud by cutting them at the core may be cost saving, but it's potentially passion killing. I know that it's naive to think that you're not going to touch them at all, but try to do it as a last resort and not as an easy choice. I hate that in a people-oriented business, we have to talk about people's livelihoods being at stake. But I found it disturbing that all the cuts we looked at in the presentation touch students in one way or the other, and other areas like central office functions that don't touch students weren't mentioned at all. Minimal impact on students and shouldn't be impacted. Have you guys asked why? The town elected you to ask the tough questions and to dig and to make even tougher decisions. I have faith that you're going to do the right thing, and I look forward to seeing the decision you make. Thanks.
Thank you.
Chris Finnegan, Stevens Drive, East Brunswick. The last time I spoke at a board meeting was last year when East Brunswick schools were proposing to cut the 4th grade instrumental program. Removing the program from 8 of our 11 schools would not only have meant a year of learning loss, but it would also, perhaps even more importantly, have removed that from the culture of the district, from one that values excellence in the arts to one in which music education is an afterthought. Our community showed overwhelming support for a program that over 70% of 4th graders participate in, and it was temporarily spared. It is demoralizing to be back here again, as the district has doubled down on its previous plans with the proposal of even more harmful and destructive cuts to the arts. I have been an orchestra director for 20 years and have been proud to serve the people of East Brunswick for the past 15 of them. I am proud of what my colleagues and I have accomplished with the support of this board, administrators who support music education, and the wonderful families and children of East Brunswick. If you were here at our Hughes Winter Orchestra concert, you saw the standing room only crowds that gathered to celebrate the accomplishments of 310 of our student musicians. After a decade and a half working to build this program, I was thrilled that my older son would finally be able to avail himself of it when he enters 4th grade at Frost next year. It was devastating to learn that just as my own children were set to benefit, the board is going to gut it and attempt to eliminate 8.5 of the district's 15.5 instrumental music positions. Cutting more than half the staff of a department that teaches over 1,500 students will be eviscerating to a program that our students, their families, and our community cherish. One thing this district has consistently excelled at is hiring. I am honored to work with people whose talent, passion, and expertise has created and maintained a standard of excellence that is exemplary to our neighbors. Please do not ignore our expertise. We want to help. Many of the logistics of the proposed restructuring of Fuse will be completely untenable, yet were hastily overlooked. It won't work. Holding morning rehearsals for 175 5th grade string players will be impossible. It takes the combined efforts of our maintenance staff and music teachers hours to set that stage for the 2 full ensemble rehearsals we have every year. Tuning such a large number of students will devour the entirety of a rehearsal. One staff member supervising 175 students before school is hardly safe, let alone educationally sound. There will be at least 6 different ensembles all trying to use this JM Pack each week. Pull out lessons in a building of over 1,200 students where more than 600 of them participate in a musical ensemble will be nearly impossible. The increased rigor of Hughes academics will lead to more stress for
10
students,
seconds.
teachers, and parents as their children miss class. Band, orchestra, and chorus will lose legitimacy as instructional time will be reduced by 60%, a loss of 80 hours of instruction over 2 years, and their status as regular scheduled classes revoked since their inclusion in the original restructuring of Hammarskjöld in 1986.
Time.
We
Thank you, Chris.
Elizabeth Grasberger, 3 Bedford Court, East Brunswick. Good evening, dear board members and administrator. I want to thank you for giving us the opportunity to come together to talk about the budget. It is my hope that you listen to our suggestions with an open mind so that this event is not in vain. We owe it to the children who depend on us. We are cutting too many teachers' positions and creating an undesirable environment that leads to burnout, teacher leaving or seeking early retirement. Talented, knowledgeable teacher will be lost. In addition, limiting exposure to the arts, language, and sports will have a direct impact on our children's academic performance. Instead of broadening their skills, children will have a reduced cognitive, emotional, physical, and social development. Classroom management will become increasingly harder. The proposed cuts are changes that will be felt for years to come. These are too high of risks that as a parent, I don't want this district to take. I urge you to come up with alternative short-term and long-term solutions to our budget problem. The community is providing suggestions, and it is my hope that you will incorporate them, build on them, and implement them, and present a different budget to the Board of Education that will have positive long-term impacts on the students' education. I also urge you to listen to our students. It is their future at stake. Short term, I would suggest that the school would work with the EBF Foundation to raise our arts performance, to raise money to keep program as for donation and company matching programs. Let's help each other. Since our enrollment has changed, let's make changes accordingly. Let's put 5th grade back to elementary school, saving money, not having trailers. 6th and 7th grades go back to Hammersholt with AB schedule. These are just some suggestions. Charge maybe for having also concerts going on here. Long term, let's try to increase our revenues, increase renting out our facilities, charging more for that, finding companies that will sponsor our great athletic, art, and language programs. Seek out big companies for financial supports, such as installing vendors' machines. There has to be other opportunities to close the financial gap instead of cutting teachers, programs, and putting our children at risk. My husband and I chose East Brunswick because of its excellent reputation. We want our children challenged academically to be exposed to the arts and to new languages.
10 seconds.
I feel proud to be parent of East Brunswick. Hence, I urge the board members to keep fighting for our children, for this township, for our community. Please protect our accomplishments.
Thank you, Alyssa.
My name is Jane Vanzini, and I have been teaching band for 35 years. For the last 23 years, I've been proud to be part of the instrumental music program in East Brunswick. I taught beginners for my first 21 years in the district, and I'm currently teaching at Hammersholt. During my tenure here, I have witnessed tremendous growth in our program. As additional staff need to be hired, we are able to attract high-quality candidates due to the stellar reputation of our music program. Beginning in 2021, our band students were finally given the opportunity to begin their study in 4th grade, which has been the standard set by our esteemed orchestra program for decades. Our current curriculum for beginning instrumentalists in 4th grade offers pull-out lessons in small groups and a limited number of full rehearsals before school for 20 to 40 students. Parents are able to drive their children to a neighborhood school, and only one teacher is needed to supervise and instruct the ensemble. There is one after-school rehearsal for all 8 schools combined, which requires 3 hours of setup time by the elementary teachers. It takes 6 band teachers to be present throughout that rehearsal to provide needed support for the students. At Hughes, we address the needs of 510 instrumental students in their 2nd and 3rd years of playing. The model is officially labeled as co-teaching, but more accurately could be described as concurrent teaching. While one teacher instructs the full ensemble, a few students from that class are pulled to an adjacent room for a lesson with the other teacher. In a full ensemble rehearsal, in addition to reading music and using proper playing technique, students learn essential skills such as how to follow a conductor. How fast are we going? Is the conductor showing us to slow down, speed up? Are they signaling that certain instruments need to play more quietly? What musical style are they showing us? While doing all of this, the students are also learning to listen to each other. Am I playing in tune with the other instruments? If not, am I sharp? Am I flat? How do I fix it? Am I playing at the same speed as everyone else? How important is my part right now? Can I hear the other parts? How will I recover and rejoin the group when I make a mistake? It's a full brain workout, and it takes many, many years of being in a curricular class to process all of this information. Starting this course in 7th grade is way too late. It's where students create art with a community, which is one of the most remarkable experiences that people can have. The proposed schedule eliminates the ensemble class from the Hughes school day and reduces weekly instruction by 60%. It would gut this program and send it into a devastating downward spiral. Music is an essential component of a child's education. Please do not take the excellence away from the arts. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Caitlin Vanneman. I've been teaching band in East Brunswick for 13 years, and I'm currently one of 2 band directors here at Hammersholt. Before you make any decisions to reduce our programs, I respectfully ask that you join me in the classroom just behind that curtain so you can truly understand what it is that you will be losing. I'll be happy to provide my schedule. The proposed changes to our music program will end the excellence, and it will happen quickly. This proposal has been made without the consultation of educators that this community trusts with its children and with complete disregard for its values. Reducing the instrumental music faculty to 1 per building is a mistake. Our program is successful because of our current co-teaching model. While one teacher teaches cooperative skills and full ensemble rehearsal, their partner leads specialized lessons to develop technique and reading skills. We conduct assessments to monitor progress. We provide individual help for the students who need it. Co-teachers are also tasked with emergency repairs, which are needed daily. With one teacher in the room, a broken instrument would stop the lesson or render the child unable to participate. When the district restructured in 2022, teachers were not asked to provide input on changes before they were imposed, and months of preventable chaos in building procedures here ensued. At last week's Hughes PTA meeting, a slide from the Department of Academics outlining massive changes to the music program was presented without consulting the teachers who understand how it runs. I would like to take this opportunity to provide my professional opinion. This proposed model eliminates full ensemble instruction that is developmentally necessary for second and third year players. Pull-out lessons follow a rotating schedule, with the lesson time changing weekly. This minimizes disruption to instruction in other subject areas, but it is confusing for students and other classroom teachers. Establishing this routine takes months of practice, reminders, and calls to classrooms at the beginning of the school year. This task will be nearly impossible for a single teacher in a building as large as this. Tracking down students who forget about their lesson will easily take 10 to 15 minutes out of a lesson period. If each child only receives 1 pull-out lesson per week, this is 25 to 30% of their instructional time, which is already being reduced by almost 70%. Furthermore, the onus of scheduling will be put on one teacher left here, who will already be shouldering an unsustainable workload due to the loss of a teaching partner. The morning rehearsal model works in the lower schools because of residential proximity. District transportation is not offered. Students who live in the Frost or Irwin neighborhood might have little trouble walking to Hughes or finding a 3-minute ride, but it might be impossible for a child who lives near Lawrence Brook. Financial hardship and transportation challenges will disproportionately affect children of working families like the one I came from, who cannot afford the increase in club fees and who do not qualify for free or reduced lunch. Most insulting to our community is the final bullet point from that presentation. Currently, students must choose between band, orchestra, or chorus, and other electives courses. The proposed schedule would eliminate that conflict.
10 seconds.
This is in no way a positive outcome. Conflicts will be eliminated because choice is being eliminated. In their most formative years, students will lose the opportunity to explore because it is a convenient solution for a now recurring budget problem.
Time.
This is not what excellence looks like, and our students deserve better.
Thank you, Caitlin.
Hello, my name is Stephanie Braun. I live over on 9 Racetrack Road. I work at Churchill, and I'm an alumni of the class of 2017. I did everything our music programs had to offer, from marching band to honors choir to orchestra and jazz band, piano, jazz choir, and even more. I was proud of our music program and the opportunities it gave me, and I am proud of the teachers I now get to call my colleagues. Now, my parents have raised me to stand up if I see something wrong, so I'm sorry, Mom, for making your job harder, but I cannot be quiet, as the programs that gave me a place to belong and the chance at lasting friendships are being butchered so completely. I understand that past decisions have put us here, and there is no easy answer from here. Mom can't tell me why she's physically sick with worry, but knowing her, I can take a guess. Our family knows what it's like to be let go due to budget cuts. My dad was ripped when I was a kid for the same reasons as today, a lack of money in this district. Mr. Valesky, you say that we are a business of people, or a people business, but do you really understand the weight of those words? For every position that you are cutting to save money, someone is losing their career. And to specifically remove so many music teachers from the lower grades is to neuter our award-winning music program. You cannot build off of a skeleton. Isn't it our job as adults to make things better for the kids who follow us? These kids have already been deprived of so much these past few years. Why are we restricting them more? We would deny 1,000 kids a place to belong. I am not asking you to spare the program entirely. I know the money has to come from somewhere, and I know it is not an easy decision, and would not want to be in your place. But please reconsider the extremes you are proposing, because if this goes through as is, you can take excellence in the art off the motto. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
That's hard to follow. Wow. Josh Becker, band director at Churchill Junior High School. Good evening, members of the board. Thank you for your time. I'm here today because I deeply care about the future of our music program. The proposed cuts to co-teachers will not only impact our students' education, but also create serious challenges in class size, safety, equipment management, and teacher well-being. First, about the class sizes. Our music classes already push capacity with over 55 students in a single room. With the elimination of honors and percussion classes due to there only being one teacher, the number will only grow. We project to have class sizes of maybe 50 to 75 students for next year. That is impossible for one teacher to handle. No other teacher in the district is asked to manage that many students at once. This isn't just about instruction, it's about discipline, engagement, and ensuring every student gets the attention they need to succeed. Without the co-teacher model, behavior issues will increase and students will struggle. Next, we have to talk about safety. In a packed classroom filled with instruments, how can one teacher effectively maintain order during fire drills or lockdowns? And in an emergency, how can a teacher answer the phone when the room is filled with students actively playing their instruments? Co-teachers provide crucial support to ensure our students remain safe. Then there's the issue of equipment. Our schools own thousands of dollars worth of musical instruments. With a co-teacher, many of these can be repaired on-site, saving families and the district thousands of dollars. Without that support, instruments will go either unfixed, hurting student progress, or they'll be sent out for costly repairs. And with so many students packed into small spaces, more damage is inevitable. Finally, let's talk about the people at the heart of this, our teachers. Removing co-teachers will triple their workload. This just isn't sustainable. Music education is not about notes on a page, it's about creativity, teamwork, discipline, and passion. But without proper staffing, we are setting both students and teachers up for failure. We must invest in our music program, not dismantle it. Keeping co-teachers in the classroom isn't a luxury, it's a necessity. Let's ensure our students have the education, the safety, and the support they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you, Josh.
Good evening, everyone. Alex Nelson. I live on Danbury Lane, and I am a Hammersholt Orchestra director. I'll never forget the profound joy I experienced the day I received my job offer to teach orchestra in the renowned East Brunswick School District. 8 years later, I currently have the privilege of directing approximately 310 excited 5th and 6th grade musicians in their winter and spring concerts. Each concert represents a successful collaboration between our administration, staff, and community. I am so proud of what we achieved together. When performing for 1,000 school community members, after months of preparation, my students and I share a special bond. The students are proud of their achievement and eager to give their very best when sharing their love of music with an audience. Through these concerts and the rehearsal process which precedes them, we emerge with a sense of having built and created something larger than ourselves. These experiences leave an indelible imprint on who we are and who we become. I am also proud to recognize that our instrumental music department boasts 8 staff members who perform in a professional orchestra, the East Brunswick Symphony, a remarkable distinction. 4 of us recently presented a well-attended recital raising several $1,000s for the symphony and EBEA scholarship fund. I'd be willing to bet that we are the only public school staff in the state offering public recitals at this level and with this impact. The enthusiastic response of our audience members of all ages made it clear that our community values live music. Tonight, I want to advocate for the 4th grade instrumental music program as it is on the chopping block for the 2nd consecutive year. As someone who worked for 5 years teaching orchestra in the lower elementary model, I can confidently and sadly say that the loss of this program will initiate a decline in the instrumental program district-wide. K-3 students will not see their 4th grade classmates perform their spring concert, carry their instruments to and from school, or hear sounds of the instrumental music lessons as they pass by looking curiously from the hallway. One advantage of Hammersholt redistricting to a 5-6 school was that students would have a designated period for orchestra and wouldn't need to be pulled from core curricular classes. With the academic rigor involved in grades 5 and 6, parents will be very reluctant to have their children participate in the proposed pull-out lesson schedule at Hughes next year, especially since their children wouldn't have had the experience of playing an instrument previously. In a culture which increasingly encourages passive consumption of content, children who study an instrument and perform publicly fully participate in an activity which demands their full attention. one which builds confidence and teaches patience, perseverance, and appreciation of the beautiful, qualities which will serve them well for a lifetime. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex.
Good evening, I'm Eileen Mann, and I'm proud to be part of the East Brunswick community as a music teacher. 15 years ago, my student teaching experience with Michelle Moore at Irwin Elementary School changed my life. Though I started a career in another district, it was always my dream to return here as chorus teacher. I took a leap of faith, leaving a tenure track position elsewhere to become a half-time traveling general music teacher. And thanks to Nicole Tibbetts, I was hired on the spot to be that teacher at Central Elementary. East Brunswick has transformed my teaching. I've learned to plan long-term, planning countless chorus concerts backwards. I have a growth mindset. With the support of the EBAF, I've secured thousands of dollars in grants to purchase materials like music notation software, Bluetooth speakers, and instruments for students during the pandemic. I even recently got tap shoes for my Intro to Dance course. I've helped raise the next generation of educators, partnering with Rutgers University for practicum and student teaching programs. One of those students, Miss Pitolato, took over my classes during my maternity leave and later became an orchestra teacher in a New Jersey public school. With your support, I've created and updated 2 curriculum guides, and I deliver professional development on music technology, movement, and social emotional learning at local and state levels. I hold a master's in education for administration and supervision at Rutgers thanks to your financial support. This journey has helped me see the importance of building positive relationships with admin, colleagues, students, and parents. I consistently view the community through the consistent analysis of choral enrollment data since 2017. I'm proud to say some of my former students are now sharing their music on Spotify and YouTube, pursuing music careers, and even serve as substitutes in district. I've witnessed incredible transformation in students, especially those with special needs and English language learners. I've seen special needs students performing at preschool levels progress from nonverbal to singing and harmony and reading music. I deeply value the visual and performing arts programs here in EB. At a recent 5th grade parent orientation, a parent asked me, which elective should my child choose? My answer, simple. Help your child choose a course that will make them excited to get out of bed in the morning. I hope we can all find this joy in our work. Furthermore, it's my desire to add the following highlight to my long speech. Mrs. Mann, Hughes Chorus elective teacher and CJHS choral teaching assistant director to help Ms. DeSiena offset her influx of additional 7th grade students.
10 seconds.
Offering chorus as Hughes Club is not enough. I don't want to give you 15-minute concerts. I want to share more art. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Adam Good. I'm the chorus teacher at EBHS. I'm here to advocate for students at risk of losing access to vital music and art programs due to the administration's proposed elimination of nearly 50% of the music staff, an additional 25 to 40% reduction in elective offerings depending on which cuts you decide to make. Our secondary arts electives alone serve roughly 75% of the entire student body at the high school. These cuts, along with potential changes to late busing, will make it impossible to maintain adequate music and art instruction at all levels. How can a music staff reduced by 50% deliver the same results to so many students? Eliminating the chorus program as an elective until 7th grade, shifting them to optional before or after school activities, and increasing the cost of club participation is not an equitable solution. Many students, especially those from lower income families, will lose access, widening an already existing gap. Arts education is not just an elective, it is a proven driver of academic achievement, social, emotional growth, and long-term success. By increasing costs and limiting access, we are not only denying our most vulnerable students creative expression, but also hindering essential cognitive and social skills that will shape their futures. Consider these negative impacts on our music programs. Attrition will rise beyond the current 16% loss of music students. National data shows cutting elementary ensembles causes a staggering 65% drop in secondary music participation within 2 years. Eliminating chorus, band, and orchestra, serving roughly 50% of Hammersholt students, will lead to increased class sizes and other academic areas, reducing individual attention, hindering customized instruction, and harming academic performance. I urge the board to find other solutions that put our students first. Art education is not an expendable luxury. It is essential to developing well-rounded, capable individuals and is what sets East Brunswick apart. East Brunswick Public Schools once set the standard for arts education. Most likely these cuts will proceed, so in the future we can no longer claim excellence in the arts as part of our motto. Again, I urge you to reconsider. In my time here, those in charge have sought to eliminate the cycle classes at Hammersholt, slash elementary music and art instruction from 80 to 45 minutes per week, and now for the second year in a row propose cutting 4th grade instrumental music entirely. These ongoing reductions make one thing clear. Those in charge are systematically dismantling visual and performing arts education programming. Prioritizing short-term savings over long-term student success is a failure of investment in our students, yet despite this budget crisis, decision-making stakeholders refuse to consider freezing their own salaries, putting personal gain over fiscal responsibility, therefore neglecting students and forcing staff to endure life-altering circumstances. As John L. Benham warned in his book, Music Advocacy, a financial crisis will always expose the education philosophy.
Time.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody. My name is Jamie DeSiena. I live at 14 Yorktown Road in East Brunswick. I'm a mom of 3 children who have greatly benefited from the East Brunswick Orchestra, Band, and Choir programs, and I'm also currently the choir teacher at Churchill Junior High School. I specifically want to address the current proposal of cutting chorus as an elective during the school day at Hughes and offering chorus only as a before-school club for next year. Currently, 5th and 6th grade students in Hughes chorus elective have over 60 hours of choral instruction. The proposed cut to the chorus elective would move it to a club meeting once a week for about 35 minutes, which would equal 12 total hours for the school year if students attended every single week and didn't miss. So realistically, actually less than 12 hours. A 35-minute rehearsal once a week would not adequately meet the needs of our curriculum. It is an insufficient amount of time to cover technique, pedagogy, music theory, and part independence, which are foundational building blocks needed to grow during this crucial period of development in singing. This model would lower all achievement and enrollment in our choral programs 5th through 12th grade. To give you an idea of what can be achieved once a week in about a 35-minute rehearsal, for example, in our chorus club at Churchill after school, we can reasonably prepare maybe 1 piece, maybe 2 very low rigor pieces. But the reason we can prepare those successfully for a concert is, with that constricted time frame, is due to the majority of those students also being in an academic chorus class during the day, where we're able to dive into technique and pedagogy and vocal performance. These students also have had the foundation at Churchill of 2 years of chorus already at an elective at Hughes. So that's why they can achieve such high things at Churchill. Needless to say, the proposed new Hughes choral model would directly impact the integrity of our whole East Brunswick choral program from the bottom to the top, due to eliminating time to develop the skills necessary. This proposal of eliminating the chorus elective at Hughes will dramatically impact the numbers of enrollment at Churchill and subsequently at EBHS. Chorus must be during the academic day and have equity with full access for all students, just like band and orchestra during the school day. Chorus electives also are a successful placement for our ELL students with IEPs and with AIDS. Much of this is due to the support that can only occur during class time as an elective. We elect all of you guys on our East Brunswick board to support us as residents. Please hear our voices and know what best represents the community, which is the arts. Thank you.
Thank you, Jamie.
Michael Sabota, 7 Wright Court, East Brunswick class of '99. I studied music in college. I don't want to get too much into my story and how music really affected my life, but it started here. And before this meeting, I just quickly Googled kind of to get a background of, impacts of music on broader education, academic success. And I couldn't process a lot of it. It's not my area of expertise, but every article I looked into included a phrase to the effect of, even though there's a lot of evidence that music affects academic success in X, Y, and Z ways, it's always the first to go on budgets. And while you might say that it's not the first thing you looked at, it's clearly taking the brunt of the assault here. And it's not unique to East Brunswick. I'm not here to point fingers. I understand that, money is finite and you can't spend the same dollar twice. But there's just a general lack of political will to acknowledge the realities of how cutting the arts impacts the students in ways that are beyond the arts, and you're doing a disservice to them. If a tenth of these cuts were proposed in any academic area, there would be an outcry and people would laugh you out of the room. But when it comes to the arts, for some reason, this is the norm. And I really thought East Brunswick, as a proud alumnus, I thought East Brunswick was a little better than this. And I hope you guys can prove me right about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael.
Hi, Jessica Wexler, 11 Wolf Avenue. I stand behind all of you music teachers. Everyone spoke so wonderfully about this, and I had a whole different speech prepared, but I kind of just want to get to the gist of it. Especially, I have a 5th grader and a 2nd grader. Especially these 5th graders, they've already grown accustomed to having ensemble experience every day in their band, orchestra, and chorus. So they're going to have that for 5th grade, and then 6th grade go back to pull-out lessons. It just seems so unfair to these children and their futures in the music program. In addition, there are no recreational opportunities for playing an instrument. The current A and B schedule allows these children to have ensemble experience during every class period. Playing with all of the instruments or singing with the full chorus in a school is a music student's team. In addition, pull-out during the academic rigor of 5th grade and 6th grade is unacceptable. It should be part of their regular school day, just like it has been. They deserve it. We heard all of these wonderful stories from these musicians tonight, and it's truly heartbreaking if this change were to go in effect, and I beg you to save the Hughes schedule and the music program. Budget cuts should never directly impact children. Thank you.
Thank you.
How you doing? Dan Acciani, 43 Gates Avenue. Yeah, wow, what a night, right? That alone should tell you everything you need to know. People don't show up in numbers like this unless something is very, very wrong. And let's be honest, we all know what that is. The frustration in this town is at an all-time high, and rightfully so. Not just at the board itself, though some of you, let's be honest, deserve it, but at the administration, specifically Victor and Bernie. The mismanagement, gross incompetence, the lack of transparency, the blatant disregard for the people who actually fund this district is all catching up. And yet, why would you care? It's not even your tax dollars being wasted. You don't even live here. Victor, you don't even live within 45 miles of this town. So how can you truly empathize with a community that you're not even really a part of? And Bernie, under your leadership, the financial decisions you have suggested and made would have gotten anyone else fired in the real world. If you were a business, and you both have side businesses, so you should understand this, you would have been shown the door a long time ago. Which brings me to my point. The idea of freezing salaries, even including teachers, was thrown around recently. Let me be clear, that's ridiculous. Teachers should be making more money. But when it comes to salaries, freezing them should be the absolute bare minimum you could do. It's not going to magically fix the mess you've created, but because it would be a rare, tiny sign of integrity, a sign that you recognize just how bad things have gotten under your watch. But let's be honest, that's not going to happen, right? Because to show integrity, you have to have integrity. So let me suggest an alternative, a cut, like Lou mentioned, that would actually make a difference. If you really want to do what's best for this town, then do the right thing. Resign. Tonight. Take the L. You'll be all right. Replacing both of you would be easy. Frankly, it would be cheaper. And most importantly, it would be a win for the town. This isn't personal. It's about the kids, the teachers, the kids that were all here before you, remember them? And our tax money. Do the right thing, step aside, and let's get this district back on track where it needs to be. Thanks for your time tonight. I appreciate it. And go Bears.
Susan Muse, I teach orchestra at Churchill. I just want to thank all my colleagues for still being here after midnight. I know I'm exhausted and I'm not sure how well I'm going to articulate what I want to say. I actually had a bit more prepared, but so much of it has been said. I just want to echo the excellence in the arts. I've known that since I was in high school 30 years ago. I grew up in South Jersey and I made all-state orchestra, and I remember being amazed at how many students from East Brunswick were in the all-state orchestra. I thought I had a great program, but nothing compared to what I saw in East Brunswick. Fast forward to becoming a teacher. I taught in 2 other districts before I came here. I've been teaching a total of 22 years, 15 here in East Brunswick. And I've always known that East Brunswick was the place to be. I actually left a tenured position to come here, and the reason I left was summed up quite nicely by a friend of mine. It's freaking East Brunswick. And I have to say, that's how I felt when I came here. I truly believed in the excellence in the arts through the support of my supervisors, my principals, the community, the passion for my students. It really shows the excellence in the arts. I'm also the performance chair for the New Jersey Music Educators Association, and I've worked with the all-state orchestras pretty much my entire 22 years teaching. And I can tell you that while there are other great programs in New Jersey, our program, as somebody earlier said, it's perfect the way our program is scheduled right now. The co-teaching model really works and really allows our students to achieve a much higher level. And I feel very sad and disappointed for them when I say, if these proposed changes go through, we will at best achieve mediocrity in the arts.
Thank you, Sue.
My name's Kathy Mannon. I'm at 23 Lois Avenue. I'm an East Brunswick resident as well as the current music teacher at Chittick Elementary School. Chittick, yeah. I was going to say, Susan, same thing as you. I grew up in South Jersey, and one thing I always knew was the arts program in East Brunswick was always such a great part of all-state orchestra, all-state wind ensemble. I'm actually reading a letter on behalf of Michelle Moore, the general music teacher at Irwin Elementary, and I wholeheartedly agree with the contents of this letter. 1 year ago, parents, teachers, and community members rallied to support the 4th grade band and orchestra program, hoping that it wasn't just a temporary fix. Today, I return with renewed concerns as we face even deeper cuts to our music department, despite ongoing efforts to maintain the excellence we're known for. I'm deeply concerned about the proposed changes for instrumental music at Hughes and Churchill. These programs are essential to our students' development. The cutting of the co-teaching model for instrumental music at Hughes and Churchill will have long-lasting effects on both our students and the district as a whole. Music education in the early grades fosters creativity, discipline, critical thinking, problem solving, collaboration, and emotional expression, skills crucial for success in life. Without early access to instrumental music, our students will miss these opportunities to develop skills needed for middle and high school programs. Eliminating these programs sets a dangerous precedent. As educators, we know how transformative early arts education is. It ignites passion and builds the foundation for future success. Cutting music at this stage would damage the future of our entire music program, from elementary to high school. When we consider vertical alignment, cutting the co-teacher model of an instrumental music at Hughes and Churchill creates a gap that impacts the whole district. Our high school music programs thrive because of the strong foundation built in the elementary school. Without it, students wouldn't be prepared for higher level music instruction, and the quality of our high school ensembles will suffer. The proposed changes to music at Hughes will diminish the quality of the instrumental program, leading to unmanageable class sizes and safety concerns, like we've heard from my colleagues. It's disheartening to see budget cuts that threaten these thriving programs, especially with ongoing teacher shortage and fewer people entering the profession. Losing talented colleagues during this time is alarming. But more importantly, we're talking about our students' future. I urge you to reconsider these cuts and think about the long-term impact on our students. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy.
Hi, my name is Alexandra Patel. I live at 15 Pawnee Road.
Can you repeat your name, please?
Alexandra Patel.
Thank you.
Yep, 15 Pawnee Road. I've been sitting here for the last 5.5, almost 6 hours now, and I just want to come up here and kind of also reiterate what a lot of parents have said. I have a son who is in Hughes. He's in Miss Vanzini, Miss Vannemans. He plays the trumpet. Never thought he'd ever want to play the trumpet. I was like, really? He loves it, right? He has an IUP. He's now excelling in math. He's excelling in reading because of the services that we have here at this school, right? My daughter is in 2nd grade. She is excited that we brought back Theater Week, right, from the arts. She's excited for it. She wants to go to Theater Week camp. We have to give these kids these opportunities. That is what we value in this community, the opportunity to find themselves where it is. Not every kid plays sports. Not every kid is a brainiac. Not every kid plays an instrument, but they find themselves here. We have to do it for our kids. As we've said briefly, everybody has said at the end, we have to do it for our children. We can do better. We have to find the money somewhere. It is in there somewhere. Find that $5,000 hammer. Find that $2,000 toilet seat. It is there. Please find it to save our kids, because that's what we value as a community. We have to remember what we value. Every time we have this appropriations or something, think about, is this the right thing for the children? We don't need reclining seats in a $450 million high school. We need kids to have an education, have the co-teachers, have that. That's what we need to think about. We need to think, what do we value? 6 hours of people saying, this is what we value. Let's find it. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Mary O'Mara. I've been a teacher for 22 years and an orchestra teacher in the East Brunswick schools for 18 years. I'm also a member of the EBHS class of 1998. As a student here, I was fortunate to have outstanding educators who inspired me to become a teacher. 18 years ago, I left a tenured teaching position in another school district to come home to East Brunswick to take a new orchestra position, which was created due to the growing number of students in the program. I came to the conclusion that it was the right fit for me. I could return to the place where the value of the arts would never come into question, and I could do my job creatively and passionately without a second thought. Fast forward to this moment, to a situation I could never imagine East Brunswick being in. I'm extremely overwhelmed by what we as a department are facing, and make no mistake, we are a family. For example, there are 3 of us that currently teach close to 280 orchestra students at Churchill. If the cuts you are proposing happen, I'm looking at over 60 students in each class, based on projected numbers for 5 classes. I cannot fathom managing this amount of students by myself. It is completely unsafe. Additionally, this age group is still developing foundational skills. I have been teaching long enough to know that I will have to greatly lower the bar as far as rigor and level of repertoire that we are able to perform. I fear this will lead to disengagement due to the inability to differentiate my instruction. Another impact will be felt in actual instructional minutes. During this past winter, we had a stretch of time with no heat in the orchestra room. Temperature greatly affects wooden instruments, and they cannot be played out of tune. During extreme temperature changes, it would take us close to 20 minutes to tune with 2 teachers in the room. Also, on a typical day, we have multiple students with counseling appointments, students going to the nurse, getting phone calls from the attendance office, and fixing instruments that are in need of repair. The reason we can actually rehearse is because we have this built-in support where we can manage all of these issues simultaneously. Additionally, we are able to differentiate instruction, provide extra support during class time when one teacher pulls small groups to work in greater depth, which is also in our curriculum and it was how it was designed and written. This is the best educational practice for music ensembles of this size, as instituted by my former supervisor, Jeffrey Lesser. It's pretty obvious the quantity will greatly impact the quality. As a Board of Education member in my own town, I know that you often need to make difficult decisions. I assure you that we as teachers are prepared to be creative in problem solving and would love to partner with all of you to figure out solutions. I implore you to be very thoughtful before making any decisions that would erase East Brunswick from its distinction as one of the very best districts for music education. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Alex Delbar, and I teach chorus, piano, and media production here at Hammersholt Upper Elementary School. And in the first 2 rows here, I've been noticing you've been listening very intently, you've been taking notes, and of course this has been going on for hours. So thank you for listening and for clearly caring enough to do that. I am here to show my support of the arts in early education as a music educator, and also my support of of learning foreign languages. In addition to teaching here for 5 years as a music educator in the district, I also taught 5 years teaching foreign language at the University of Pennsylvania. And I cannot reiterate enough how learning language and learning music as early as possible will benefit children throughout all subjects and all areas of their life. We've, of course, we've had parent-teacher conferences this week, but I can assure you that at every parent-teacher conference, there's always innumerable parents who tell me that their student is doing better in all areas of life because of the exposure to music and ensemble music making that they've had at the very early stages. So thank you.
Thank you, Alex.
Wore my sneakers, so I have to lower the mic to child level, okay? Heather James Zuckerman, 527 Old Bridge Turnpike, East Brunswick. Thank you all so much for staying here so long. I know that this is an incredibly difficult role, and I respect you all greatly. So I say this with the utmost respect. We need to really think carefully about these decisions that we're making. I know it's difficult. I know there are budget constraints, but sometimes it feels like we're figuring things out after the change has already happened, and it's too late to really think through the potential pitfalls to our children on the front end. A lot has been said already, but that's why I want to talk specifically about Hammersholt. Hammersholt has been an experiment since we restructured our schools. Okay, Hammersholt has no outdoor play space, as others have said, but it has a mandatory recess. It is such a large school that you are lucky if you get to play outside at Hammersholt. The faculty staff are trying, they're doing their best. They can only put 1/3 of the kids out there. Another third's in an auxiliary gym. Another third is in here, okay? They're sitting like you all are right now for recess at 10 years old. We are still working on the situation in this building. To completely upend it again, our faculty, our students, they cannot get through that. It is not enough of a savings to jeopardize these kids' mental health, their test scores, their progress to Churchill. When parents push, thank you, when parents push back on the restructuring, we were told very clearly in 2021, this school can be a bridge for your children from elementary school to the Churchill schedule to the Churchill rigor. Now we are talking about making this building just a larger, more complicated elementary school. How will they bridge in that case? That does not make sense scholastically. That is not going to help our test scores go back up here in East Brunswick. That doesn't help anyone, and I don't think we've really thought that through. We were told, okay, yes, your children have no playground, they don't have the joys of elementary school, they have to grow up a little faster, but it's okay. They have advanced electives, they have orchestra, band, and chorus, they have language, and now all of that will go away. Everything that we said was a benefit of the restructuring would go away if we make all of these changes. And we have to understand that. The changes that we're talking about, the music program, it's not clear that we can even implement them. We may not have the staff to be able to do that. We need to sit down and think this through. Thank you for hearing the community. Please take a step back and let's reconsider this.
Good evening, Josephine Dominique, 52 Dutch Road. Okay. I have 3 children in this school district. Currently, 2 of my children are participating in string orchestra and have done so since 4th grade. They are currently enrolled in the Advanced Orchestra Honors class at Churchill, a chamber orchestra whose members are chosen by audition. And they are 2 of the many East Brunswick students that have made it to the CJMEA Orchestra regionals, and most recently my older son was auditioned for and was accepted into All-State. Their journey started in 4th grade at Warrensdorfer Elementary with Mr. Beckett. Without Mr. Beckett, my children would probably not have even entertained strings at all. All of these teachers are someone's Mr. Beckett. Okay. Having said that, I vehemently object to the proposed changes to the music program. These changes have a direct impact on my family and can and will diminish the music program. A cut like this would downgrade our school district across the board in the arts. My youngest child will my youngest child receive strings instructions next year when he joins the 4th grade? Will his 2nd grade schoolmate be able to take part in the program the following year? My child wishes to play the cello. With the proposed changes, 5th and 6th graders will receive even less instruction, as everyone has determined, but I don't understand how one teacher can possibly be expected to teach hundreds of students with limited and reduced in-class instruction before and after school. Will this teacher be compensated accordingly? Have you placed a value on what extra time and work is worth? Is there even an appropriate number for that? Have you attended any of the 4th grade concerts? By comparison, have you attended Hughes, Churchill, and EBHS concerts? I invite you to compare the remarkable improvement the children make just from 4th to 5th grade and observe that the teachers are helping each other behind the scenes to make sure that their colleagues' concerts go smoothly. If you cut them in half, how can you expect them to do that job? I would also like to speak on the pull-out sessions as proposed for the music program in Hughes. The pull-out program in 4th grade didn't seem to affect my children negatively. However, at Hughes, my daughter was in the TAG program in 5th and 6th grade. Pull-out sessions for TAG, while academically stimulating for my daughter, actually added an additional stressor on her, and she was already having a difficult time dealing with anxiety at Hughes. Pull-out sessions took her away from instruction from social studies, for example,
10 seconds.
And every week she was expected to catch up in her class on her own. My daughter is considered to be a high achiever, so how will students who are struggling academically be able to deal with the losing class time for music pull-out sessions?
Time.
Thank you.
Christy Martino, 224 Milltown Road. I wasn't planning on speaking. I'm sorry, I'll be quick. Oh no. But I just wanted to address the lengthy speech from earlier, where the board was trying to explain that, where the deficit came from. We do appreciate it, and how it's not the administration's fault. Let's say, for argument's sake, that's true. We understand that you can't save over a certain amount of money, per year or carry it over year to year. We do understand that the state aid formula is very flawed, but when we say it seems there was a lack of planning, it's because of this Hughes proposal. It's garbage. It won't work. It guts the music program. This is East Brunswick. We are known for our orchestra. Like the student who spoke earlier, he was the son of Mr. Kachuk. I don't know how to say his name. But we have one of the best, if not the best, orchestra program in New Jersey. This is why we don't feel this was adequately planned out. It seems last minute because it seems like a proposal that didn't have any real thought put into it by anyone who knows anything about music education. I can't imagine anyone from the music department had any input in this. The proposal has to be a no-go. We literally moved here because of the orchestra program. I hate feeling like we made the wrong decision. And we're not just a music family, we're a sports family too. My kids have been in competitive swim teams since 6 and 7 years old. I was glad to hear that sports wasn't being cut for now. But honestly, it's so disappointing how easily you did not reach consensus on cutting sports, yet so far you've reached consensus on this truly awful plan for Hughes. I'm hoping this is because the board members didn't fully realize just how much the kids would be losing. Dr. Bully's lack of explanation into what would be lost definitely didn't make it easy to understand. It seemed that there was also pressure to reach consensus on these proposals. But I'm sorry, I know it's not convenient, but you have to do the right thing and say no to this proposal.
Thank you.
Good morning, members of the Board of Education, superintendent, administrators, educators, and community. Thank you for your dedication to our schools and your commitment to providing a high-quality education for our students. I apologize, Cheryl Brass, 9 Scott Drive. I know you care deeply about the success of our district, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak to you. As you may know, I'm speaking to you as a parent, a musician, the creator of the East Brunswick Symphony Orchestra, and on behalf of community members, businesses, and fellow music educators. I'm deeply concerned about the proposed reduction in the instrumental music program, a decision that would have far-reaching consequences, not only for our students, but for the health and vitality of our broader community. A strong music program doesn't just foster talent, it drives community engagement and supports the local economy. When students develop musical skills, they carry those benefits into other areas of their lives, academically, socially, and emotionally. The success of our local arts organizations and the broader cultural life of East Brunswick are directly linked to the strength of our school music programs. The instrumental program at Hughes is not just functioning, it's thriving. Currently, 510 students enrolled in the program, close to half the student body. This is an award-winning program with a legacy of over 50 years of excellence. It has produced remarkable results, as seen from the sheer volume of students participating from grades 4 through 12. The program is working. It is one of the strengths of EBPS and a key pillar of our district's motto, academics, athletics, and arts. We must also keep in mind who we are as a community. Not every program enjoys the same level of success or participation as the music program, but the instrumental music program is a proven success. The evidence is clear, from the high participation rates to the accolades and performances on prestigious stages. This program reflects the very best of East Brunswick. Our students, families, and communities deserve a solution that protects and strengthens the programs that are already working. It's vital we retain the incredible music educators we currently have, and it's essential to show them how much we value their dedication and expertise. By continuing to invest in these programs, we can retain our exceptional educators and ensure our students benefit from the best possible learning experiences. This is not a time for division or blame. It's a time for community engagement, and I'm confident that when presented with thoughtful alternatives, the board can collectively make the best decision for the long-term health of our district. Thank you.
Thank you, Cheryl. All right, is there anyone else wishing to address the board this morning? All right, seeing none,
Jeff, Z, Millman, Drive. First time speaking. I just moved here a year and a half ago. So first of all, I want to say thank you to everyone. It's a long, long night. Thank you to all the boards that, do what you do. And, watching all of us, thank you to all the students that have spoken and luckily went home and gone to sleep. And thank you to all the parents, friends, community, sisters, brothers, the teachers. My God, are you guys teaching tomorrow? That's crazy. So, thank you so much. It's not our job, right, to know what it is that goes behind, closed curtains. It's not my job to know what you guys spend money on. That's your job, right? That's what you guys want to do. That's what we elected you to do. It's what you're paid to do. I noticed that almost every board member has intently watched us speak for hours at midnight. However, Mr. Burney, I've noticed that you haven't really looked at us, and I find that personally very disrespectful. If there's a good reason, please let us know, because I find that disrespectful personally. I'm actually from Edison. I went to John P. Stevens, 2005. Go Hawks! Don't be mad. I say that because we're not here by accident, right? Nobody's forcing us to be here. I moved here on purpose. I didn't move back to Edison. Edison doesn't have the schools that it had 20 years ago. East Brunswick is amazing. That's why we're here. We all know how important the arts is. I'm not going to say that, or how important all the teachers are. The teachers are here. Why are they here? Why are we here? Why are we speaking? I'm sure that speaks volumes. I don't know why. They can't find a job elsewhere, or they think that, they left their tenured jobs to be here. Why? I don't know, but it has to be for a good reason. You guys talk about what other districts are doing. I don't care what other districts are doing. I care about what we are doing. I care about my kids. I care about my son, my daughter, my town, my people. So look at what's going on. I don't want to hear pay cuts. I don't want to hear the trailers. I don't want to hear the $250,000 petition. I want to hear what is the money being spent on. You're only giving us a fraction of information, and there's so much more. $200 million is a lot of money. What is it being spent on? You've heard a lot of passionate speeches, hopefully including myself. I don't care about you. I don't mean any ill will. I don't care about you. All I care about my kids. Let's get together, please. Whatever we need to do, tell us the information, and let's make it together. Thank you so much. Good night.
Thank you. One more time. Is there anyone else wishing to address the board? All right. Seeing none, I'm going to close the public portion, which leads us to, all right. I'm going to ask for a motion for the entire agenda. That allows for discussion for the entire agenda. It doesn't take anything away, but it allows us to not go through one section at a time, which hopefully will expedite a little.
Before there's a motion,
What?
I just want to make sure that the board is aware that
Thank
the March 3rd minutes are not on the agenda. There was a revised agenda put forth.
That's
Those are
on
not
page
on the agenda.
6.
And under Human Resources, the addendum number 1 is pulled.
Thank you. All right. Can I get, I'm a teacher, I want to get up and do a quick stretch, but go ahead.
So moved to condense.
All right, Ms. Herrick.
No, I don't agree. To condense the
Well-
agenda. You mean,
We have
I
a
have a
motion.
motion.
oh, we're going to talk about it in closed?
No, we have a motion on the floor,
Okay.
so, we need a second. Is there a second first?
All right.
No second on the agenda.
All right, please understand that it's fine the way it is, but moving the whole agenda changes no discussion on the agenda, but okay. All right, I need a motion for Board of Education items 1 through 5, having removed item 4.
So moved.
Second.
All right, Lori, then Anna. All right, is there any discussion? All right, this is
Voice vote.
a voice vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? All right, motion
One
carries.
second. Jamie?
Oh, sorry, Jamie.
Yes, I vote aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, moving on to curriculum and instruction, items 1 through 7. Can I have a motion, please?
I should recuse myself from
I need a
items 3
motion,
and
I need a motion
Oh, sorry.
first. Sorry.
So moved.
Anna and?
Second.
Wilbur, thank you. All right, any discussion?
I have to recuse myself from items 3 and 4.
Just when you
My
vote.
son's going on those trips.
Just when you vote, okay. Discussion?
Yes. For these items, number 6 and number 7, is about the overnight trip to either Washington DC or. So for this application, there is no emergency contact information for the administrators. And for other overnight trips, it does contain the administrator contact info for administration. So I just want to know why there's no emergency contact information for these 2 trips.
Mr. Hung, we'll check into it to make sure there is an administrative contact.
Yeah, it's very important when our students travel to some distance away, school need to have a contact.
And I assure you we do that. I just have to find out why this wasn't filled.
Yeah, that's not just 1, 2.
Okay.
Number 6 and number 2. Thank you.
Any other? Lori?
I just want to point out number 1 under curriculum is a program by Mothers Against Drunk Driving that will happen on Wednesday, April 9th, called The Power of Parents. I've seen the program before. It's really excellent. I encourage parents to attend. It's a very good program. That's it.
Anyone else? All right. This is a voice vote. How do we do abstentions on that then?
Dr. Pan can just note the abstention during the vote.
During a voice
For
vote?
those items, yes.
Okay. Do you want those before? Because he has one
No,
and I
we can
have
do
one.
it now.
Okay. I need to abstain on item 5. As my student is on that trip. Wilbur, which ones did you need to abstain on?
3 and 4.
3 and 4.
All right. This is a voice vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstention? All right, motion carried.
Jamie?
Oh, sorry.
Jamie.
Aye.
Okay. And the abstentions are noted.
Thank you. All right, moving on to business and support operations, items 1 through 16. I need a motion.
So moved.
I don't even know.
I-
Okay.
Lori and Wilbur.
Lori and Wilbur, thank you.
I'm
Somehow I
just
heard
sorry.
Tim.
Please forgive me, I'm a little confused. Are we talking about the budget? Is this including item 12?
Yes.
Oh,
The
okay.
motion was for the items 1 through 16.
All right, so we have a motion, we have a second. I'm going to start the discussion on this having to do with the budget. What I would like to say is, well, I have a few comments and then I have a question or two. My comments are that I appreciate everyone's participation this evening. I really do. I especially appreciate people that were thoughtful and respectful, because even now, at this hour, our children are here, our children are watching, and I think that we need to model the process of caring. We also need to model the process of collaboration, and we need to model the process of respect. So for doing that, I am grateful. We need to show our kids exactly that. As to the budget, I want to say some parents spoke about pay to play being difficult for parents that don't fall under free and reduced but struggle. I want to say that I am openly one of those parents. I am a mom with 3 kids, and quite frankly, right now, I have at times paid a late fee on pay to play for sports, not because I'm disorganized, but because I couldn't afford to do the registration before it was due. That happens. And with the increased fees that we are looking at for sports, I'm going to really have to figure my way through those things. That being said, I do think from the community, from the emails that I have read, and from the passion tonight, I do think that we need to discuss and really look at making music pay to play. I think there's the support for it. I think there's the support for the program. But we also have to be realistic in that we need to find more funding. And I think that there is the community support for that. Having said that, I do want to say, as far as the budget stands, I am not in favor of the current schedule change for Hughes, the change in the arrangement. That is a personal statement. I am, though, constantly talking to the administrators about the tentative budget that they are working on, what the priorities are. I've been very open and clear about I don't support changing Hughes. But I also support the ongoing efforts. I get to have the conversations more often to hear the constant work being done on it and that it's a tentative budget. I am hoping that in we have 5 more weeks, that we have more time to come to greater conclusions. I do want to say, though, that with those changes, Hughes and music, there is always going to have to be something that has to give. And I suspect that will come in the form of class size in some places, which is something that I would be willing to discuss and deal with myself. What I wanted to ask was, if we vote yes for the tentative budget tonight, and further down the road on the final budget, we do not support the changes that are there, we can still vote no at that time, correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right, those were my questions, because I am in support of tentative with work to be done, but I do not support the changes to Hughes, and I want to find a better way for the music. But I want to give the administrators more time to work.
Right.
All right, those are my comments. Anyone
I'd like
else?
yes.
I'm going to work
please.
my way down from the end.
Okay.
Lou?
Thank you, President Guas. I just want to make a couple of comments on tonight because it does have to do with the budget, of course. I want to say, first of all, thanks to all the people who spoke this evening. Thank you to the staff and to the parents who are going to go home and get up in a couple hours and go back to work. Appreciate you being here, and what you said really resonated. Dr. Valesky and Dr. Boley, after hearing our kids speak tonight, we are doing a lot of wonderful things in this district. It is our job to make sure we continue doing those kinds of things. To our students, I can't tell you how impressed I am, especially the students who spoke about programs for younger kids. That's called community. And that's something we have in this town. We have a great sense of community. I fear cutting back on any of our programs will crush that spirit, and we do not want to see that. And lastly, in my comments, all regarding the budget, Elena Mastruzzo, who has gone home to go to sleep, I suppose. She didn't want to go to, she's not excited about going to Hammershaw next year. Well, we want you to be excited, Elena, and all of our kids should be excited to go to our East Brunswick schools. We owe that to them. Thank you very much, President Guas.
Wilbur?
Yeah, just a couple points. I want to reiterate the points that I made at the last meeting, because initially I was not providing consensus for the proposed cuts between grades 5 and 8 for the music program. I want to reiterate that I provided consent with the understanding that I am expecting to see a different plan come forth from the administration, and that I was doing so only so that we could move the process along. And the other expectation that I have with this new plan, because I'm not sure I was explicit about this last time around, is that through this process, I've asked actually a few times how these cuts get proposed and made. And my understanding from the answers that I was given, and perhaps I missed something, but it seemed like these cuts should be made from the bottom up. And everything that I know about organizations is that's how you do it. You start with the people that are the boots on the ground regarding that process. I find it a little hard to believe that the proposed plans to cut 5th and 6th music to such a degree, and 7th and 8th music to such a degree, and the item that didn't make it onto the tentative budget, but the proposal to cut 4th grade music to such a degree. That's a loss of 8.5 FTEs altogether, if I remember correctly. I find it really hard to believe that that was a bottom-up plan. Because just on the face of it, number one, it just seemed to be an outsized sacrifice in the music program. I don't know that anybody would propose such a thing in their right mind. And I know the teachers here, they have right minds. And so my question is, the plan that was given to us on the temporary budget, where did it originate from? I really would like to know.
Dr. Pan, we started the process at the central office level, and we spread that out to other stakeholders. I'm not going to tell you that we did a bottom-up plan, that we went to the teaching staff and asked them for their input. I'm just answering the question, please. I'm answering the question at the dais. We have to maintain some level of confidentiality when we're talking about cuts that involve people. And we do that to the greatest extent possible and have those conversations with the board. We are now at the point where having these conversations in open. We've been here a long time. The teachers have been here a long time. And to discuss, to get input. But this is a tentative budget that still has room to move. But as we've tried to explain to the board, if we put something back in, something else has to come out. But that is the process, because we are tasked with, at the central office level initially, with the numbers that come from the state. We have shared, and we did share with the board prior to that, until those numbers were finalized by the governor's address. So that is the process that we follow, or that we have followed.
So I'm still a little confused, because again, my perception of what the process was going to be is a bit different from what I'm being told now in regards to the proposed cuts for the music program. And again, here, I'm really just looking for fairness. Knowing the magnitude of the gap that we're facing, I'm resigned to the fact that we're going to lose positions. We lost positions the previous year with a similar gap. I don't see how that's completely avoidable this year. But having said that, I'm trying to come up with a scenario where the stakeholders involved came up with a plan to lose half of the teachers in the program. And it's just not making sense to me.
Dr. Pan, as I said, this was not a bottom-up plan. We did not go to the teaching staff to ask their input on this proposal.
Okay, then I would suggest that there are better processes than to impose a top-down change for any program. And this isn't just because it's a music program. That's just good management practice, at least in my experience.
I understand.
I mean, when I had issues on the floor at the Children's Hospital, first people I talked to were the nurses, the pharmacists, and the PD techs. Why? Because they had more contact with the patients than I did.
Thanks. Okay. Understood.
Leva?
I'm very frustrated with this budgeting process and the proposal. I read in last 2 weeks, I read more than 200 emails from parents, from friends, and tonight we have 102 student parents, teachers talk. I have 3 children in this building. I'm the only one bring income to my family. I'm supporting a family of 6. So I believe my family is deeply, deeply impacted by anything we're doing here. And my old one is I don't know if I can call him music child, but he was just selected by the Central Jersey Educator Foundation program, and he loves it. He plays cello. He loves it. So as for the Hampshire, I think this time it's hemmed really bad. So we have to admit that, for this is temporary budget. I'm going to vote yes for this for sole purpose to give our administrators some time to work on it, to come up with better ideas. I understand that if we don't have a temporary budget, the state of New Jersey is going to take over our budget. Then we'll have no control. I don't want that thing to happen. So I'm willing to give our administrator, Dr. Vlasky and his team, to put more effort, to do more job. And, I know you're going to scratch your head. Please scratch it harder to come up with something where, at this difficult time, that's the reason I'm voting yes tonight. Thank you.
Tiff?
Yeah, real quick, I'll just share I'm not aligned with this budget. I think there's a lot of work still to be done. So, and I wanted to thank the members of the community for coming out this evening, the teachers, the students, the parents, and all of the emails, as Li Wu had pointed out, have been flooding our inbox. So there's clearly a lot of energy and a lot of concern over what is proposed, and it needs to be made better. So I look forward to seeing that before the next vote.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off. Thank you. I didn't mean to skip past Jamie. Jamie, did you have any comment?
Yes, my remarks are personal remarks. This is a very sensitive thing for us. We care so deeply about our children and about the quality of the education. I believe personally very strongly in the importance of early language and early music. And I am very optimistic in the sense that I believe that this board and this administration hears the community. And I believe that we will work very hard to meet everyone's needs in the best way we can. And I want us all to go forward with some degree of positivity, because at the end of the day, we are here for our children and we are going to work really hard for them. Thank you.
Lori? Thank you, Jamie. Lori?
I'm cool.
Oh, I'm sorry, Tim.
No, it's cool.
Did I cut you off?
No, I'm good. I'm good.
So I'm in agreement with some of the things that have been said so far. I'm not in favor of the huge changes. I think it's too drastic, too quick, and we're not really thinking about the best interest of our children. I wish they were still here because I really wanted to see some of the signs that they had that I couldn't see with the glare here. So, but I thank everybody who came out tonight because our community does have an impact. And I do have a question regarding the budget as far as late buses, at least for Churchill. I don't know if this is a thing, but it seems that we'll get another round of funding for high-impact tutoring. Is funding for high-impact tutoring that happens after school can we use some of that funding for late buses that may be run like once or twice a week? Can funding for, no, probably not. It's probably very specific to the tutoring, to the actual tutoring.
We'd have to look at what the requirements are for the high-impact tutoring money.
Okay, because
There may be restrictions on it, so we'd have to look at the details.
okay, thank you. Because my thing is equity, and I really think that everybody should have the opportunity, especially when it comes to tutoring services or staying after to work with their teachers. As for music, we tonight have seen these great educators here, right? We're all here until it's 1 a.m. I'm going to ask all of you, and I'm going to ask the administration, please get in a room and talk about it. Let's try to work out some solutions together. I think that we see the passion from all of you. We know the passion up here. We know how hard everybody is working. I think we have some solutions. I think we have to work them out. Thoughts that you all probably have, as well as thoughts or things that they could work on, try to hammer out. Because I don't want to cut our music. I don't want it to be negatively affected. It's obviously something that is very dear and sets our community apart from others, but I'm also aware of financial constraints. So if we could at least start to have some more conversations over the next few weeks, I just would like to see that come to fruition. So thank you.
Thank you, Anna.
Okay, first, let me thank everyone who came out tonight. Thank you especially to those who have stuck around until 1 o'clock in the morning. It's been a while since I've been out until 1 o'clock in the morning. I always imagine it to be more fun. Now, I very diligently took notes on what people were saying, and I was particularly wanted to hear your ideas as to what, we know what's important, which is obviously the music department. Thank you, my colleagues there, my former colleagues. And the foreign language, we heard a lot of support for that. So I would like to hear more from the community, ideas, your ideas of ways that we could help bring in more income balance. I mean, I believe in the hive mind, right? The more input we have, the better. Now, I don't know if this ever came to fruition, but we were given a draft of community budget input form a couple of weeks ago. I don't know if that went anywhere, but I would love to see this up on our website yesterday, just to get some ideas from the community. So I would like to make a motion that Dr. Figueroa's alternate budget proposal, which was submitted to...
Dr. Braun, we're doing discussion on a motion that's already on the table. We can't have another motion right now.
Point of order?
We'll defer to the attorney, but we already have a motion. This is the discussion for the motion on business and support operations items 1 through 16 right now.
No, okay. So, can we take 14 out of that? The buses.
At this point, I don't think so.
Well, administration really makes the recommendations on what the agenda items are in the budget. So you can vote no on number 14, and then it wouldn't pass if a majority doesn't vote in favor of it.
And then, so in other words, you want us to vote, including the budget. So in other words, I could say no to item 12, no to item 14. Is that what you're saying?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay.
Excuse me, I just have a question. Why is it we can't pull 14 and have a further discussion on it for tonight?
We're having the discussion. We already had a motion for all of those, and we're on to the discussion.
So my question is, why can't we pull 14 then? To add a little bit of additional information if Dr. Braun has a suggestion that might help.
If sufficient board members vote no, then it's not going to pass, and it can be put up on another meeting.
Well, I don't think that she, I mean, I don't want to speak for Dr. Braun. I don't think she's asking for a no vote. I think what she's asking for is to add a little light to number 14. And I think that, given the extensive evening we've had, and I think if there's any light to be shed on anything that we've been talking about having to do with the budget, I think we should be doing it tonight.
Well, this is the point of discussion at this time.
So you can have the discussion on this now. You can move to table it, but you still need enough members to vote to agree to table it. The alternative is you might have enough members to vote no, and then it would be brought back another meeting. So you could do either option, but you would still require a vote either way.
Okay, so just because I'm trying to understand this now too, now you're confusing me. So what I'm trying to understand is how is it that we can't pull it out to add something to it? It doesn't mean that we can all vote yes on it, if that's the case, if it means the tentative budget should go to the next level, which means we may say yes with prejudice, but I think it should be, I think any board member who has something they'd like to add to the conversation, it should be allowed. That's what I'm asking.
Okay, I just know that we are bound by Robert's Rules of Order.
Right, so you can make a motion to table an item, you can make a motion to amend an item, but it has to be a motion and it has to be approved by the board. It can't be a singular board member saying, I want to add to a particular resolution item, I want to change a particular resolution item. So you can table a particular resolution item by vote. You can vote to amend it, but it still requires a majority approval to either table and or amend.
So can we do a motion and a second to say that there's something additional that she'd like to speak to on this?
It's already open for discussion. She could speak to it right now.
Well, that's what she was trying to do, no?
And that's what I believe Ms.
Okay.
Gloss was indicating, that she can talk about it right now because the floor is open for discussion.
Okay.
Do I do it again?
You don't need a motion for a discussion, only if something is going to change.
Okay.
And we can't do a motion right now because we're in the middle of
Okay,
discussion.
well, I would like to suggest that at our next meeting, that we take a look at some alternative suggestions that Dr. Figueroa has already sent. We have all sent things. And I would like to gather information from the public, and then I would like to go line by line at the next board meeting with these alternatives. Is that okay?
Are you referencing resolution number 12 or 14?
Yeah, I'm talking about 12.
Oh, you had said 14 earlier.
I want to talk about 14 too, but right now we're on the budget, right? The tentative budget, we need to either vote yes, or if we all vote no, then this budget goes to the state. Am I thinking correctly here? Is that how it goes? Like, it goes tomorrow to the state, right? Because like, we got this budget binder on Friday. So, and I
Yes,
did
tomorrow.
read the whole thing, but I don't feel comfortable voting yes on something that, you know, we definitely need more information to add to it, so I'm not quite sure what to do.
Well, as a reminder, this is a tentative budget, and we've said all along that the tentative is a pro forma budget that we have to have an approval to submit to the state, and it is subject to any revisions that may come between then and prior to the public hearing. So this is a temporary, it's a placeholder. Think of it as a placeholder. It's not final.
I don't mean to cut off your discussion at all, so excuse me if I'm out of line. But maybe for clarification, I asked the same question when I started because I will vote yes for the tentative budget to allow us more time to work on it. But I did ask if, when we come to the final budget, if we can still vote no if we don't agree. And I was told at the final budget, you can vote no.
Okay,
Does
that
that
really
help?
helps. Yeah,
Okay.
it does, because I'm not an expert in Robert's rules. I'm an expert in Mozart, but not Robert's rules.
And an abstention on 12, how would that play out?
You just indicate if you were abstaining.
When we go through and they do the roll call, you
So-
can say yes for however many, no for when,
Right,
and
so when
abstention.
if I may.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
No. So this is a motion the motion on the table is for items 1 through 16. For any item that would have a vote that is different than what you would for the rest, we just so state that for that item. Does that make sense?
I understand that, yeah. My concern is that if multiple board members elect to abstain from number 12, that may trigger the budget going to the state. Is that accurate or not?
That's accurate.
That's accurate. Okay.
All right, not moving further down the line then, Dr. Braun. Anything else, Dr. Braun?
I just wanted to, I guess it clarifies it. The reason I wanted to pull 14 separately was selling of 6 buses, because then we're going to be buying more for $800,000. So I just wanted to, I don't know, say, hey, maybe let's not sell all those buses, especially since 4 of them are from 2016. So
The buses have already been purchased. These are the ones that are in the cycle to be sold.
Okay, they're in a cycle to be sold, but they're only 9 years old. I thought the state said we could have them going until they're 15 years. Isn't that, did I misunderstand?
Yep, that's correct. And in the Q&A, there was an explanation that also referred to the high cost of maintenance once the extended warranty expires, and that the cost of the maintenance will end up exceeding what we have budgeted for maintenance.
Oh, wait a minute. So in other words, if we buy buses for $800,000, repairing buses that are 9 years old is going to cost that much? That doesn't seem to make sense to me. Why would we spend all that money when we already have those buses? And I understand that you want to, keep them going, cycle every 5 years, or every year getting 5 new buses. But given the drastic cuts that we're making to student programs, I just don't feel comfortable selling off buses and then buying more.
Does the purchase of the buses come out of this budget?
The purchase of the buses, the budget purchase or the bus purchase does not come out of this budget.
Thank you.
Where does it come? I'm so sorry. Please forgive me. Where does it come from?
It comes out of the shared services agreement, which the board approved in January. You might also recall that we had lengthy discussion regarding the shared services agreement at that time.
Right.
Right.
All right. Anything else for discussion? Okay. This is for business and support operations. This is a roll call vote.
Correct. Ready?
I'm ready.
Anna Braun.
Okay, so I'm voting no on number 12. And I'm voting no on number 14.
And the rest?
Yes.
Noted. Tim Cummings?
I'm voting yes on all with the intent of getting number 12 solidified and updated appropriately to meet the needs of the community by the next and final budget vote.
Noted. Jamie Falco?
I'm voting yes to everything with the understanding that number 12 will continue to evolve.
Noted. Louis Figueroa?
Yes, to 1 to 11 on number 12. I am voting with prejudice, yes, but I do suggest strongly that the alternate budget proposal that I have shared with the administration and board leadership be responded to in public, line by line, at the next board meeting. 13, yes, 14, no, and the rest, yes.
Could I ask for clarification, Dr. Figueroa?
Yes.
What is the date of the email that you're referencing? Was it?
There was one sent weeks ago that some of the budget items that were put on that document were included. One was updated after getting massive amount of data. One was sent this morning. So my request is that the full document be looked at and to be addressed at the next board meeting.
Lori Herrick?
Yes, I'm abstaining on number 16.
Noted. Li Wuhong?
Yes, but for number 12, I vote yes for the purpose to avoid this budget to be sent to the state and the state's control, and to provide more time for the administrator to do more work. For others, I'm voting yes.
Wilbur Pan?
Voting yes, with the same stipulation as last meeting. I'm expecting that the proposed cuts to the music program will be revised with significant input from stakeholders involved.
Heather Gloss?
I'm voting yes, and I want to include that as the tentative budget for number 12. And I also want to thank the administrators for the amount of work that they're putting in on this process. All right. Motion, do we have the votes? I'm sorry, I was not keeping track. I was listening to the discussion.
We are now to Human Resources, one item.
Okay. Sorry. All right, so business up, all of those carried, yes?
Yes.
Okay. Human Resources, item number 1, I need a motion.
Move.
Wilbur and Anna. Sorry, we have things crossed out. I have to make sure if it is a roll call vote?
Yes.
Thank you.
Anna Braun?
Yes.
Timothy Cummings?
Yes.
Jamie Falco?
Yes.
Louis Figueroa?
Yes.
Lori Herrick?
Yes.
Li Wuhong?
Yes.
Wilbur Pan?
Yes.
Heather Gloss?
Yes. Motion carries. Special Education and Student Services, please note that item 1 was removed.
Revised.
Sorry, revised. Please excuse me. Item 1 was revised, so we're looking at items 1 through 4. Is that correct?
Yes.
1 through 4. And that will be a roll call vote.
Need a motion?
I'm sorry, I thought we had.
I move.
Second.
Wilbur and Tim? So sorry. Any discussion on that? Okay, it's a roll call vote.
Anna Braun?
Yes.
Timothy Cummings?
Yes.
Jamie Falco?
Yes, abstention on 3 and 4.
Noted. Louis Figueroa?
Yes.
Lori Herrick?
Yes.
Li Wuhong?
Yes.
Wilbur Pan?
Yes.
Heather Gloss?
Yes. All right. I would like to thank the board for their attentiveness here on Thursday. Committee reports, information items, and for the good of the cause for the board, we have, no, okay.
Go see Mamma Mia this Friday and Saturday.
I'm sorry, what?
Go see Mamma Mia this weekend. It's a
Absolutely.
great show. The kids come out firing on all cylinders. They don't let up until the final curtain.
Anyone else?
Here.
Leo?
Yes. So I just repeat again, the Senator budget and appropriation committee will meet March 26th, which is Wednesday, at NJIT in Newark. And this is important. And virtually Tuesday, April 10. So I encourage people make every effort to attend 1 or 2. And I personally, I will go to Trenton March 28th, Friday night. I'm going to talk about our own East Bronx situation. I still trying to convince them, the formula is not right one for the entire state, and I'm trying my best to talk as many people as possible. I strongly believe state should give us more. So that's all. Thank you.
Anyone else? All right. If you can even believe it, we have the need for a second closed session. Right? Whereas the Board of Education must discuss matters which are not appropriate for discussion in a public meeting, and whereas these subjects are within the exceptions to the Open Public Meetings Act and are permitted to be discussed in closed session pursuant to NJSA 10-4-12B, and whereas the Board of Education intends to discuss matters as listed in tonight's agenda, whereas the length of the closed session is estimated to be 1 hour, after which the public meeting of the board shall reconvene and action may be taken?
No.
Action will not be taken. Can I have a motion, please?
Move.
All right, Wilbur and Anna. Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? All right, we are in closed. Thank you, everyone.